All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 102. Doing the review process once again. Maku desu. Minasan konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, let's quickly hop into the thing. Today is the big day where we review most of section 3 stuff. I'm kind of sidetracked yesterday a little bit. Discussion, had a message about really being able to enjoy something you want to do, right? Versus optimizing things you have to do. In that, I think we had a few things we noticed. Okay, so first of all, I definitely have to make a conscious focus possibly on really working on my katakana words, because holy, I think we got caught up in katakana for a lot. And I don't know, curious if because I'm loose with the katakana or not. But let's think of a few to write here from yesterday. Hello there, Millie. We had some topics that I can recall. Various things at right? Okashiya. Wait. Yeah, okashiya. Thanks, Millie. So let's try to think of things that got caught up with. Not really too much. Let's just write some stuff. That's not the one. Oh, let's redo that stroke. Oh no, wait, that is the right stroke. Or is it? No, it's not. Why am I doing it that way? Huh. Oh, actually, I don't want to talk about it. Huh. Oh. Man, I totally forgot this existed. I mean, once you see it, right? keep going. Actually, I'm not sure about this one. Yeah, we'll keep it. Let's list off some pastries. Dang it. uh hmm. I don't know about that. Oh, we tripped up on one of these. It was... Oh, how did I screw this up? I swear it's this way. Hmm. I don't know if there's a... there might be... like this. Nah, that doesn't look... No, that doesn't look... Let's try it like this. Right. Yeah, chocoreto. Yeah. I mixed the ku with the ko. Not stuck on it. Pastries. Most of them have keiki right now. I didn't even get this. Ooh, right. Oh my gosh. Horizontal lines. Shockingly, very few beverages yesterday. No beverage sticks out. Alright, enough about that. Oh, yeah, we got stuck on this. Oh, wait. Something like that. 뉴조료. 뉴조료. No. Hey. Oh no, wait, that's right. Okay. Alright. I got stuck on that. Oh no. No. Wait. Character. Yeah, character. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm stuck on this one. Also, it's used a lot. Kotomo. Or is it Kodomo? It's Kodomo. Why isn't panda a zodiac animal? That's a good question. That's a great question. Curious what a what a person, curious what historians would say about that. So we did theme park, right? Theme park, pastry shop. Those are two of the units that are memorable. Talking about a lot of family. There was a lot of family stuff. Like family members, family hobbies, family jobs, family visits. All within like our subjects tend to be family members. So, okay. I pay for Super Duolingo now? No, I don't. Day 100. Day 100 gives you 3 days. Again. Oh, you know what? That's something I haven't noticed. Oh. Never mind. At least those. I feel like Otosan, Okasan, One-san, Oni-san. You know, I think they use them kind of. They kind of use like Ani, Ane, Haha, and Chichi a bit more. So lots of family members. Was there anything like particularly? Oh. Kanko. Specifically like Kanko. Shiru. Suru, sorry. Kanko Suru. That's something to do with family. Screwed up this yesterday. So you also talk about family, right? So there was a lot of places. Oh, let's do this. This one, it's like I'm gonna say it's like that. Australia. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. It's, oh, wait. Oh, no, it has a, I'll get stuck on that forever. I got stuck on that for some time. That's good. That's good. Things like sushin, right? Sushin. I missed the ch. What people do. Oh, there was one that slowed me down quite a bit. It was the, and I don't know what the unit was, like work slash like routine. I think it was like routine. So lots of katakana there. That stopped me. Right, meetingu, right. And I figured out how to write the T, so that's fine. The other one was maybe this? Toreiningu. Yeah, toreiningu. I don't think there were a lot of things that those things like, right, shiro. Hats off to EK. Oh, a thing that I have been misremembering. Oops. Show pie. I thought it was show pie. Like off the. Make sure. Yeah. There any near the end, it was kind of weird. All the units, legend ones, you were only doing translations. So you read your input was Japanese the entire time, and then your output was English the entire time. So it was pretty blitz near the end, as opposed to giving opportunities to type in Japanese. I think most of the slowdown is my keyboard output is very slow. It's definitely a lot faster to write it. Like the sounds I hear, it's quicker to write the characters since I spend more time on that. Obviously the keyboard input is under practice because I didn't output keyboard stuff, but yeah, it's a lot nicer to mess around with these. This is pretty good. I think we covered some of the stuff. Predicates. Actually, no predicates. Deru, right? Alright, Dekiru. Oh, Dekeru. Wait, sorry, my bad. No, never mind. Just as Dekiru. Just kidding. Should've went with my gut. We're doing playing form in anticipation for playing form in section 4. Some other ones that are okay. We did a lot of transit too. Right. Nodu. Oh, actually, for Nodu, didn't review it, but that's awful. I don't want to talk about it. No. We'll do it later. Today is the day we do that. Oku? No. Is it... Well, we have the... We have Okidu, which is to get up. Yeah, it's get off as well. Oriru. Maybe we're getting on, getting off transits. Speaking of transits, yeah, we have like taxi, bus, densha, shinkansen. Actually, I think yesterday was also no, that was 2 days ago. Like hikoki, right? Hikoki. Alright, that's pretty good. We're good. We did some review. I think we're gonna go back today. We're not gonna use keyboard input for this new stuff that I have to review for 2 days from now. Just gonna use our mouse today. Because we have 14 units to review. And this time 15 units to review, and we gotta really stick to it. Because these are the new stuff. It might go kinda alright, because while they're longer and stuff, more things to consider, they're also fresher in my memory as well. We'll see. Let's do the mistakes though. Let's look at our mistakes from yesterday. So let's just go in and then see what mistakes I've made yesterday. Let's see. Biru. How do I? Oh, okay. Sure.
Wa. O. Wa. O.
Biru wa nomimasen. Yeah, they soften it with the wa, right? And nani o nomimashou ka? Oh, I forgot about the predicate stuff. Yesterday we covered the potential form shou, or the potential speech. I don't really know what to call them at this point. The volitional, and the grammar point senka.
あのいちごのパイはいいですね。あのいちごパイの
Oh, which by the way, interestingly enough, I noticed that they added something which I don't know if it was available before. You can actually turn off unlimited hearts. There was a lot of complaint about like, oh yeah, but hearts kind of enforce you to do certain things, and then when you do super, you become more complacent and stuff. It's different. So I noticed that in Duolingo, at least for me, you can turn it off. So there you go. Choices.
あのいちごのパイはいいですね。の
パイはいいですね。
いいですね。
So I must what typo did I make? What typo could I have made? I remember pie, but
あのいちごのパイはいいですね。
Not quite sure which typo I made here. Because this would be a keyboard thing right here. It might have been forgetting the wa here. Sauce? Sosu? Probably shou. Probably shou. Tsukaimashou.
ソースを作りましょう。
Just kidding. Oh, that's it. That is the mistake. I did exactly the mistake I made yesterday. I thought it said we should use more sauce as opposed to make more sauce.
作りましょう。
I'm pretty sure I typed tsukaimashou instead of tsukurimashou, because I thought the statement was we should use more sauce.
もっと
Yeah.
どのチーズケーキを買いましょうか。どのチーズケーキを買いましょうか。
I probably wrote, there's a chance I probably wrote 食べましょうか as opposed to 買いましょうか。Cheese cakey, cheese cakey. I'm not sure if I got, no, yeah. Oh, no, wait. I know what I wrote. I wrote dona cheesecake o kaimashou ka instead of dono.
これは少ししょっぱいです。 これ は少し
しょっぱい
しょっぱい
です
です。
Pretty sure I wrote bye instead of pie. Hey Milo. This is the one that I had to remind myself because I thought it was bye for a while, but it's pie. Are your parents coming to Kyoto tomorrow? Let's see if I make the same error here.
明日
This might... I'm trying to reproduce errors. This
ご
might...
両親 ご両親 は
Might have been... I don't know. I think I might have missed this topic marker. Pretty sure I missed this topic marker.
京都に来ますか
Yeah, the ashita can go either. Pretty sure I might have missed the wa here. Okay. How did I screw this up?
この旅行
No, I made sure of the ryoko.
は
Oh, I did mijikai. Mijikai.
短い
Mijikai. I typed mijikai instead of michikai.
でね
Oh, and then this is what I got it mixed up with. Yeah.
もっと
Moto shio.
塩を作りましょう使いましょう
Yep. I did exactly that. Oh, only like typing. Oh, that's why I wrote ice coffee. I got tripped up on something here. I don't know what it is though. It might be because we got the hiroba. I think it might have been should. Oh no, I messed up. Yeah. It's probably that. I don't think it's iced coffee.
その
It could be day though. I think it might be day.
その
It's either sono,
日で
day.
アイスを飲みましょう。
It's either day or sono. Uh,
どこに行きましょうか。
I have no idea. I have no idea what I could have messed up here. Oh there, XD. It could be doko.
週末、姉と買い物をします。そして姉と天ぷらと味噌汁を作ります。
Oh, right. Cooking. I thought they were eating at a restaurant.
ナオミさんもお菓子を買いますか
How did I mess this one up? Usually you don't mess up the input. If the input is Japanese, I don't usually mess it up, but how did I screw this one up? Oh, probably question. It's probably ka. Oh, this one is a big repeat. So no, this one's complacency. I must have like rapidly typed something. This is personalized practice. Mistake. No, I'm not. We're running out of days. Today is section 3. Today is section 3, and we're not doing keyboard input anymore for section 3. Because I only have 1.5 days left before my review. So the freshest thing has
ちゃ
to
ん
be
と
in...
ストレッチをします。ちゃんとストレッチをします。
Oh, su to storechi. So this one took a
ス
while.
トレッチ、
I really didn't imagine a to in I kept going surechi. And so yeah, that's interesting. Huh. That's an interesting, yeah, storechi. Yeah.
Storechi.
Don't actually say that that rough as a American English speaker. Stretch. But that is the closest. I don't know if I can think of another katakana word that has this tire, like tore next to each other. Stretch. Wretch. Wreck. No wreck. ER. Train? Oh no, but we stick with densha. And yeah, this one was unique because when I hit this word I was like, wait a minute, how do they do TRs like tore? Yeah, so I thought it was surechi as opposed to storechi. Okay.
ちゃんとストレッチをします。ちゃんとストレッチをします。
Make sure to stretch.
東京駅は終点ですか？
Tokyo, how do I another one? Tokyo eki wa shuten desu ka? Oh yeah, and there's a shuten from 2 days ago. Oh, question. It's a ka moment. This is actually I reference Australia. I might have screwed up Sushin. No. Oh wait. This is Sundeimas. I'm not even looking at the. Oh, it's all. Did I really screw? I was really stuck on Australia. I don't think I full send it. But maybe it is. Or was it a particle? It might have been a particle. But had it been Mo? Could be Mo.
姉、も。オーストラリアに住んでいます。
It's not Sundeimas. Yeah, it might have been Mo, actually.
渋谷駅はとても賑やかな駅です。
I don't even remember doing that one. Actually, that very specific one. Shibuya eki wa totemo ni... Oh, sorry. Totemo nigiyaka eki desu. I'm gonna guess it's the wa. It's probably the wa. I screwed up. Sometimes I get caught up in the specifics, and I drop particles every once in a while. And wa is one that I drop quite a bit. You get used to the particles being there when you have to like look over writing, but at the same time, when I'm listening for things, a lot of times certain places articles like, oh yeah, well that's the topic, and then I kind of glance over the particles. I'm thinking in my head. I can definitely understand now. I can definitely relate to the idea of dropping articles when people learn English. Like I drop articles here and there because I don't know. They are kind of they kind of mean something, but also pragmatically when you start, it's like yeah. Where's my words? Yep, there you go. I dropped an article. Okay. I'll screw this one up. Wa? Actually, I have no idea what I did here. I might have missed. This kind of looks like a typo. This is probably a typo. I screwed up ofuro. I typed ofuro.
サッカーの後お風呂
ofuro. No.
いつも
ofuro. Ofuro. Wait, where's my particle? Oh.
に入ります
Ni hairimasu. I was like, where's my particle? Where's the ni at? My kids know Korean. How did I screw this one up? Oh, is it because they wanted...
私の子供
No, I don't think it's watashi no. We got away with that.
は 中国語、
そう
中国語、韓国語ができます。
There's a chance I might have misspelled dekimasu. But you can definitely do it without this. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Oh no. No. No, you can't get away with this. That's how I got this wrong. I was testing if you can drop watashi no. You can't.
すみません
Sumimasen. What kind of dessert is this? It's kore. The way they phrase this.
これはどんな
And I've gotten used to it now. It's an interesting thing to
デ
consider.
ザートですか
It's the kore phrasing. It's more the English
私の子
part.
供は英語ができます。
What?
私の子供
Eigo.
英語
I screwed up because of eigo. Or no. It might be the watashi no kodomo again. I don't actually.
ができます。私の子供は英語ができます。私の子供は英語ができます。
妹の彼女はソウル出身です。妹の彼女は妹の彼女はソウル出身です。ソウル出
It's probably
身です。
Sushin. Probably Sushin. I only missed one Sushin, so this might be it. Alright. We reviewed our mistakes. Now today, let's focus. I don't know if we're gonna make time for kanji. I will probably have to do the kanji outside and write it myself. Okay. Yeah, so like check this out, right? Settings, they have a separate location now, right? You can turn this off and on. Isn't that cool? I like it. Okay. Alright. I think we're going to tap all of them once here and then see how much time we have left. It's probably the way to go. So past tense verbs. Okay.
歌舞伎は高いですか？
歌舞伎は高いですか? Wow, so this is even before takai. The kanji for takai.
昨日
And then kino, we have the kino kanji. Oh, this might actually be a lot weirder than I would have expected because we have a lot. Oh, replaced quite a lot of the hiragana.
何
Nani o shimashita ka?
をしましたか。先月原宿で可愛いカフェを見つけました。
Mitsuke-mashita. Harajuku. No? Yes, Harajuku. Harajuku Sengetsu.
昨日初めて天ぷらを食べました。
昨日は No, 昨日初めて I did it again. I did that so reliably. 昨日初めて天ぷらを食べました。Alright.
花さんも来週タイに行きますか？
花さんも来週タイに行きますか？Got some noodles. So, 花さんも来週タイに行きますか？Yeah, sure.
日本の文化が好きです。
日本の文化が好きです。日本の文化が好きです。Me too.
銀座の寿司は美味しいです。
銀座の寿司は美味しいです。
象は優しい動物ですか？
象は優しい動物ですか？優しい動物ですか？ Are elephants nice animals? Kind of
去
a
年
cute
東
question
京
though.
に来ました。
去年東京に去年東京に来ました。
昨日横浜で服を買いました。
昨日横浜で服を買いました。Oh, no. Oh, yeah. 昨日横浜で服を買いました。
千葉でピーナッツのアイスクリームを食べませんか？
千葉でアイスクリーム。千葉でドーナツのアイスクリーム。Wait. Just kidding. Peanuts. 千葉でピーナッツのアイスクリームを食べませんか？Actually, these are far more. They feel a lot nicer when you're rolling them together. I think going backwards is leaping back and then moving forward is a lot. Obviously, I'm under practice, and it feels like I was working uphill.
先月日本の有名な絵を見ました。
先月日本の有名な what? Really? 絵を見ました。先月日本の有名な絵を見ました。Okay. That's kind of な絵を見ました。Okay. Saw a famous Interesting. Okay, I have a slight gripe with this, but that is what that says. Oh no, they did reverse it. Okay. Nah. I guess. You could say a subset of Japanese things. I disagree with how that is done right there.
明日横浜で中華料理を食べます。
I should have interpreted the English way, right? The output is the English way. 明日横浜で中華料理を食べます。Okay, tomorrow I guess I'm going to eat Chinese food in Yokohama, sure.
昨日渋谷のパレードに行きました。
Okay. Alright.昨日渋谷のパレード昨日渋谷のパレードに行きました。Right. I went to a parade in Shibuya yesterday.
新しい水族館。
水族館。Sorry. So. Oh, we didn't get a chance to use aquarium very much.
去年韓国語を練習しました。
去年韓国語を練習しました。Interesting. 練習 right? 練習する。去年。
千葉はどこですか？
千葉はどこですか？
先月日本の有名な絵を見ました。
Oh yeah. Sure. Okay. All right. So past tense, right? したました。Transit plans. 電車？
途中でお菓子を買いましょう。
Okay. 途中でお菓子を買いましょう。途中。Oh, interesting. Okay. So, on the way, probably, right? On the way, 途中で. Yeah, we should buy snacks on the way. 途中で. That didn't come up except for this unit so far. Tochude kind of sounds like on the way, really. Tochude, on the way.
電気屋から花さんの家まで歩きましょう。
Okay. Oh, I see. This is the kara and made. Kara and made. So, 電気屋から花さんの家まで。まで。Wait. 歩き。Wait. 歩きましょう。Wait. Oh, 歩きましょう。Walk. Wow, we haven't used walk as well. So, we should walk from the electronics store to Hana's house, right? So the kara made kind of thing. Yeah, totally forgot. Haruki masho. I mean, not Haruki. Aruki masho. Or aruku.
いつケーキを切りますか？
いつケーキを切りますか？ But, right? When are we going to cut the cake?
韓国のフライドチキンはどうですか？
韓国のフライドチキンはどうですか？ It's fantastic. We need to get this stuff, right?
この
Korean
ポテト
fried
チップ
chicken.
スは辛いですね。
Right, このポテト、no. Yeah, このポテトチップ、チップは辛いですね。辛い。I see. Potato chips. Okay.
アンドリューさんの家。
Okay, Andrew's house, sure.
近くのバス停からここまで歩きました。
近くのバス停、近くのバス停からここ、からここまで、からここまで歩きました。Oh my gosh. 歩きました。歩きました。歩きました。Okay. We? Okay. We walked from the nearby bus stop to here. Okay.
ケンさんのいとこはどんなおもちゃが好きですか？
Wait. ケンさんのいとこはどんないとこcousin, right? No, ケンさんのいとこはどんなおもちゃが好きですか？ Oh, おもちゃ、toy。おもちゃが好きですか？ケンさんのいとこはどんなおもちゃが好きですか？ Okay, what kind of toy does Ken's cousin like?
ここで道を渡りましょう。
Hey there. Hey there, THI. ここで町を渡りましょう。We should cross here. Or, yeah, we should cross. We should cross, the street. My bad. Michi. And I said Machi. Michi. ここで町は渡りましょう。Yes.
駅からエリカさんの家まで歩きます。
駅からエリカさんの家まで歩きます。ね、歩く is kind of doesn't roll off the tongue for me at the moment. 駅から駅からエリカさんの家まで歩きます。駅からエリカさんの家まで歩きます。 Are we doing we are? Yes. We are walking or are going to walk. We're going to walk from the station to Erica's house.
100円ショップまでどうやって行きますか？
Okay. Oh, interesting. It plays どうやって there. Oh no. No, this is100円ショップまでどうやって行きますか? So, oh, yeah, どうやって forgot how. Then, yeah, how do we get to the? I guess it's just called 100 yen shop. I was gonna say 100 yen or but the works, yeah.
次の駅まで200円です。
次の駅までに Wait, is that special?
次の駅まで200円です。
No, 200円です. Yeah, I was just gonna go with 200. It must be the N that's new in this chapter. Oh, it might be Eki as well. Okay. 次の駅まで200円です. Sure. Interesting. Okay. Let's see how that works out. Interesting. So, 次の駅まで200円です. Huh. I'm not sure if I've used this phrasing ever again. It's a cool phrasing. I like it. It makes sense. You just hit section 2 and man, it's starting to get very hard. The particles are getting me a lot of the time. Persistence, patience, perseverance. No, I don't know. Yeah, gotta lean into it. You know, time. Section 2. What does section 2 start with? Is it the whole day? Is it day ni stuff? Or are you in the Motown? There used to be this inside joke between me and Indy called Motown, and a lot of times you drop mo's all over the place. Like every time also comes up, you forget the mo. So we called it the Motown. Once you graduate from the Ka Town, or like the Ka Academy. Motown? Alright, yeah, it's the Motown. Yeah, it's a very classic one. Not that you should take this with a grain of salt. I think I left Motown somewhere near the end of section 2. So Motown becomes it's a long time. You spend a lot of time in Motown. But as long occasionally you have to like go back to Ka school because you drop dropping cause still happens too. Like, oh wait, you didn't listen to the end of the sentence, and then you get cod. But Motown is the very first one, and we had a lot of fun. Me and Indy were talking about it way in like the first 2 weeks. Like, oh, gotta make sure don't get mowed over. Yeah, that's usually the first particle. It gets used a lot more later, so in my opinion, you'll become, like most things, the more you get to use it, the more likely it happens. Mo comes up quite a bit more in the future. Yeah, heckin' Motown. Population, English users. Oh, beginner English user. Beginning journey. You have to hit that town. Chill a little. Get comfortable. Check into a motel. Oh my gosh. Why didn't I make that joke? A long time ago? Check into a motel? What the heck? Man, there's so many dad jokes early on. We made so many dad jokes. Yeah. Get comfortable. Check into a motel. Yeah.
あのヘッドホンも素敵ですね。
Okay. Wa pa pa pa. Headphone. Oh, headphone. Oh my gosh, freaking headphone. Headphone mo sticky desu ne. Okay. Sure. Headphone. Wait. Oh my gosh, just jeez. Those headphones over there are lovely too, aren't they? The weirdest part I feel in all this journey when it comes to English is that this type of English is normal to me now. Like, I feel like it's normal. If you asked me 100 days ago, this would be a very not normal English. Like, I wouldn't use this phrasing. Like, those headphones over there are lovely too, aren't they? Now it's like, oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Maybe something like those maybe like those are some lovely headphones. Yeah, the English is unique. Yeah, so like those headphones are lovely. In a tone, so you would say those headphones are lovely. Yeah, or right? The Japanese is just as weird as the English in the same way. Yeah. And obviously we're not talking about weird or in a bad way. It's a funny way. I think it's humorous to get adjusted to different things. Like now I can think of English in like this weird pocket of, this new pocket of bridging to Japanese versus, yeah, I would probably say, aren't those lovely headphones or something, and then point or something. Aren't those lovely headphones? These headphones are lovely, right? As opposed to aren't they? Or to, like, oh, those headphones are also lovely, right?
Naomi-san, ケーキを切りませんか?
Although you can, that's what really ne. I feel like that's kind of the essence of ne. So really you could think of that in your head when someone says it anyways. Naomi-san, wait, Naomi-san, keiki o kirimasen ka? I've said this once in my life. Would you like to cut the cake? A lot of times though, in like a situation like a birthday party and something, you would exclaim it outwardly and say like, shall we cut the cake, right? Which we can express here too. Right. Keki o kirimashou ka? It's more like, should we cut the cake, but it's close enough.
Knife to fork.
Knife. Sorry. Knife to fork. Fork. Sorry. I'll show you a fork.
パーティーの後、バーに行きませんか?
Party no. Oh yeah, party no ato. Man, looking at party is such a weird looking katakana. Party no ato. Bar ni ikimasen ka? After the party, would you like to go to the bar? So many prepositions. So many prepositions.
この後、ここからタクシーに乗りましょう。
I think kono ato might have been part of this lesson. I like that, just that phrase. Kono ato, koko kara. Oh yeah, and koko kara was part of this too. Koko kara taxi ni norimashou. After this, we should take a taxi from here. Koko kara taxi no norimashou. I feel as though Duo's Japanese is detached from how Japanese is actually used. That's a fair point. I would say, from my experience, kind of mixed bag. I just happened to watch an anime where someone actually talked like Duolingo. Too unnatural. The contrast is really stark. I don't think the contrast is that stark. But that's fair. Sometimes stark contrast can be very useful, actually. If you can observe the stark contrast, then obviously you clearly understand what I guess you would quote unquote natural Japanese versus Duolingo Japanese. I think there's quite a bit of nuance between the two. Wow, if you outside of the stark contrast. Although pragmatically speaking, it's irrelevant for me personally, whether it's natural or unnatural. Unless you underestimate yourself, which that can be understandable. I don't underestimate myself to not be able to tell the difference. Kind of like a mental exercise. Hey, shop for electronics.
この綺麗なマウスは光ります。
この綺麗なマウスはwait, あります。Oh, light up. That's right. Light up. You gotta get that RGB life. Or I guess Aru GB. Let's see. This pretty mouse lights up. Light show. Karimasu. Garu.
重いですか?
重いですか? Short. Ai? Gao? No. Gai? No. I guess we'll find it at some point. I think the thing is that even if it teaches you unnatural Japanese, if you learn Japanese, you will eventually be able to know a difference the same way we can tell the issue with English. Yeah, exactly. So whatever knowledge you have, if you decide to not apply it in any way, then yeah, certainly it can feel like a waste of time, right? So that's perfectly fine. Most of the time when I learn things, I typically want to know what is and what is not, what is there and what I don't know. So it's different from suggesting that I'm learning Duolingo thinking that I know natural Japanese. That's different. I wouldn't use that perspective. However, others may. So it's the same in the reverse order. When someone thinks they know natural Japanese and they understand what English speakers need to learn Japanese. That's an arrogant and one-sided approach for both directions. So instead, I participate in listening to natural Japanese and unnatural Japanese. When you don't know what you don't know, then you can't possibly make advice on it. So that's kind of the idea, right? In science, when you predicate on only the things you know, that's called confirmation bias. So your world is capped by what you think is right versus what you don't know. That's the whole like Kruger-Dunning effect, right? The people who remain competent and continue to grow are the people who are constantly concerned about what they don't know and what they do know, not what they do know and what they only know is right. So I am very, very aware that Duolingo has weird Japanese or different Japanese, much that I leverage it to contrast with natural Japanese, or whatever people consider natural, which is the normalization standard, right? If there are more speakers outside, you think it's actually good to branch into natural Japanese with baby steps? First with Duo's Japanese for English speaker? That's a very reasonable step, yeah. I kind of do them simultaneously. So with all the stuff aside, I actually do it simultaneously. It keeps from getting dull for me. So I listen to, honestly, I don't even know if I heard unnatural Japanese. And what I mean by that is I didn't go out of my way to listen to someone with unnatural Japanese, now that I think about it. That might be an interesting experiment. And what I mean by that is I didn't go around and look at other people what they sound like after they relied on one resource like Duolingo. I think for the most part, people who strive to understand language, they tend to have a mix. As in, some phrases come out unnatural, some phrases come out naturally. And inherently, that is how most natural languages occur. You will have a mix of unnatural and natural things. I don't think For example, when I read English, most of the time, I'm not thinking to myself, this person has unnatural and natural English. But they do. In fact, the vast majority of texting online is actually unnatural English. It's specifically catered to internet English. So it's funny because what is determined to be natural or unnatural is population, in my opinion, right? What is natural English on the internet is really actually not natural English out of the internet, like outside of the internet. However, English is interesting in the sense that native speakers aren't the majority. Meanwhile, Japanese is. So it's kind of fun to think that you can specifically say that. I have a friend that types like a robot. Legit, OpenAI talks more natural in text than she does. It's great. Yeah. So here's wait, Gabriel, how would you want historians when explaining digital age use your content to explain? Wait. How would you want historians when explaining the digital age use your content to explain? Could you elaborate on that? I feel like there's something missing there that I don't understand at the moment, Gabriel. So like, are you asking, how do you want a historian to use my content to explain the digital age, or are you talking about in general, like anybody's content to explain the digital age? The digital age is so weird. It's so unfathomably wide. Huh. I don't know. That question is so bold, as though like it's hard to even imagine how. Honestly, I don't want anything from how historians explain things. I just want historians to try to do it. Like I'm like, I don't know how to explain. Let me try to collect my thoughts, because I haven't thought about it. I haven't watched a documentary on explaining the digital age with content in general. I think right now, most people are doing that in their own way. I don't know. I have no idea. I think the digital age in general is such an explosion of information that you can seemingly have an undefined number of explanations for the digital age. And I think in the future, there's going to be a balance between humanity's ability to try to organize that information. But the question I'm concerned about, or like the thought that I have, is, will the digital age outpace the humanity's tendency to try to bring order to like how explosive the digital age is? Like the information, for every attempt for humanity to try to organize information, there's an explosion of new information. So I have no idea how historians would approach that. Well, back before the digital age, information is disseminated and digested locally or regionally. So you can kind of organize that stuff into their pockets. Nowadays, there's so much intermixing that you get emergent trends quite literally overnight. So I don't really know how they would go about it. I'm not a historian. I tend to embrace the chaos more than provide order. So maybe if we try to combine it into the language learning thing, it's kind of like a linguist trying to find the universal standards and rules for American or Americanized English on the internet. Like, how do they do that? Well, they'll be doing it every single day. For all I know, a new word was created today. I have no idea what that is. There's got to be a new English word created today. You know, in another 30 days, that word will replace everything. And then that word becomes obsolete, and then the next word becomes like, what is a great word? Bruh. Bro. I can't tell you how many times I've seen bro, and I'm not quite sure what it means anymore. I still walk out today, you know, maybe like go to a grocery store and stuff. I don't hear bro. Cooked? Yeah, cooked. It's just let me cook. I don't even know if cook means the same thing anymore. So it's weird. And I use the word weird in a omoshiroi manner, right? Not weird as in that's off-putting. It's very unique. It's weird because I haven't normalized it. Yeah. That's a crazy task. Okay, so here's the real thought. Here's a lazy answer, sort of. I feel that eventually categorization, pattern recognition, and high throughput analyses of information will go in the way of automation again. So much like I'm going to take a note from genetics, right? When humanity reach a threshold of information that goes beyond simple bootstrapping that's within the mechanical capacity of a human being, like outside of its creative process, we rely on automation, right? So like in genetics, there was a time when you studied a singular gene and its impact, right? So you do these like controlled experiments where it's very difficult to understand the holistic, like the bigger holistic interconnected factors involved in a biological process. However, at the dawning of the new technological age, there's machine models, like machine learning models, and like high throughput analyses, and you know, integration of computer language to increase the throughput in analyzing really large data sets, like mutational information and whatnot, and then being able to like simulate and do in silico kind of like experiments, things that you don't do, I don't know, literally do or something, simulations. So if I were thinking of the future, I feel like historians might become computer science historians. And what I mean by that is they will use aided machine learning, maybe some sort of trained model system, to allow them to keep it on pace with interpreting and finding trends and stuff in the digital age. So much like how explosive the digital age is in information, like language itself, linguistics, all the fields of human interpretation may become a bit reliant on using tools that will aid them. And the current age, just as explosive as the products that come from machine learning, I imagine that would be the future for all the other types of employment. Like, for example, from science, I would say protein chemistry or structural biology has ever since I was exposed to it, there has been use of machine learning models or things to like bootstrap and test rigorously without necessarily the person doing it. So instead of having hundreds of people work on a protein structure, right, like matching the crystal structure, what is observed, the input, the observed crystal structure, and then trying to orient theoretically what the protein structure is, now you have one machine, or maybe multiple machines in the future, collaborating with each other under the surveillance of a human being to, you know, validate or affirm that information. And I think historians and linguists will probably deploy similar things to keep up with the explosive nature of the digital age. At least that's my opinion. I don't think I would be able to do a lot of the things that I was able to do even before this whole AI renaissance without like a server with incredible computational power to sort out all the data. So I literally didn't look through all the data. It would take me years just sitting down looking at the data. So maybe that's how that will work out, right? Imagine having them, 2 or 3 servers dedicated to tracking usage patterns. I'm sure Google is already doing that, if you know what I mean, to advise things. And Duolingo takes that approach too, really. Unfortunately, in a way, it's also unemotional, right? So it becomes less and less human, obviously, because it's using data, it's using hyper-objectivity. Will we see a pushback to embracing some humanistic things? I think so. At some point, I think as a collective on the internet, we'll find a medium where like, oh yeah, this still feels human. Like, there's emotion and sentimentalism in it. And then there's objectivity. I talk about this quite a lot because in language learning, it's kind of very ironic in a way, but what I see that stops people from learning things anymore is that objectivity. So trying to become more efficient and constantly keep up with effectively becoming a machine is largely what stops someone from even trying anymore. Right? So maybe there'll be like a moderation of all these things. Like, hey, you're not living life the right way if you're not spending 1 minute of every moment of your life doing something productive. That's how a machine talks. That's how a hyper objective person who's concerned with objective facts versus sentimental subjective well-being. Okay. And I think historians may also struggle or think about this too. There's a time when history, I don't want to say too much, but because I'm not that great of a historian either, I don't know a lot of my history. What I can say though is there's this sentiment where back in the day, the victors, right? The victors write the history books. I'm sure you guys heard about this sentiment before, right? History is written and paved by the victors, those who survive, those who excel, right? Like the victories, the winners write the history books. So in that regards, that's a small subset of what actually happened in history. Now humanity has to contend. One Piece has that plot point, yeah, more or less. So now we're thinking about a whole order of magnitude. How do we record all of history, right? Now humanity is not talking about recording what is important. So it becomes less of a human issue, in my opinion. It becomes less of a humanly possible task that has meaning, but it also has become a very large mechanical problem, like an objective mechanical problem. How do you record all of history on the internet? Like, we're not talking about, oh, we don't need to okay, this part, this meme about the cat on a keyboard is like important history, but this meme by this person who spent 5 seconds is not. So the question is, how can you keep up with all of internet history, however insignificant or not, when you impart the human value system? So I think it's a very different question now. Early history, without the capacity to do so, or like, it's obvious, you know what you know and you know what you don't know, right? Like, for example, when someone writes a history on the American Civil War, their concern is not necessarily in my opinion, their concern is try to be as comprehensive as possible about the American Civil War. However, I would say that a historian that is writing that knows full well that they are incapable of comprehensively covering everything about the American Civil War. Fast forward to now, it's kind of feasible to record every single thing of every single moment of every single transaction, on the internet. Now you start wondering, where does it become robotic and overwhelming rather than serving human posterity? And that's kind of how I feel about language learning. When you meet someone who's incredibly passionate and mechanical, they will continue to spend so long optimizing their methodology in anticipation of trying to be comprehensive, as opposed to being human and doing the first 2 or 3 things, like, telling yourself it's good enough. And that historian question, to me, if I was a historian, I would need to set a bottom line. As in, I'm not here to record all of history, because holy heck, I wouldn't know where to start. You literally wouldn't know where to start. Where do you start? What history is important about the digital age? Yeah, is that why everyone on the internet is trying to tell you to invest in crypto and NFTs to easily get rich? Ooh, that's a little bit of a deep cut. I won't say too much about it, and I'm very cursorily aware of how at least what you're talking about is cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency works. I think the one technological advancement of cryptocurrency is the idea of that historian approach. It's related to your whole historian approach. The public ledger, right? The blockchain. It is a digital ledger of every single transaction to ever happen regarding an asset, or whatever people classify it now as, so like commodity and commodity or asset class, or however. That is kind of a great example of the future of the digital age. how do we find meaning in that? I think that's one of the things that may be hurting the livelihood of many humans. And humans, I mean people who get over encumbered by being comprehensive. You can use these tools to inform your decisions, but one day you have to live your life. And I feel like there's got to be some sort of awareness or moderation for them. There's room for philosophy. There's room for error. There's room for non-idealistic outcome. Because humanity is not comprehensive. It's subjectively, I'm going to say it's subjectively comprehensive. You do enough to find meaning in your life, not to try to know everything. You can't, it's almost foolhardy to believe that the goal of being someone who's very satisfied as a human being is to have comprehensive knowledge of everything. Doesn't mean you can't have fun trying, of course. I do that now. We were just talking about natural and unnatural Japanese, right? You can do both. Or you can choose to always sound natural. What does that sound like, actually? I'm actually kind of curious. What does it sound like to always be natural sounding? I'm an English speaker, right? Oh no, I'm doing the whole internet meme thing. I'm an English speaker. And then input like a phrase, like I'm an English speaker. Input another phrase. I remember those clips. Like it's a montage where someone says, you know, I'm an artist, and then they show something that an artist does, and then they keep doing that. So to me, English speaking, I don't think I've ever considered listening to someone who speaks English and saying that's natural or unnatural. People act naturally or unnaturally using language to facilitate, in my opinion. So even a native Japanese speaker can sound unnatural. Lots of English speakers sound unnatural. So trying to strive to be a robot, right? Unfallible. It's admirable. It's an incredibly admirable state of mind. However, I think realistically that makes one arrogant and prideful, right? And you get the whole this thing, right? And this thing, the Kruger-Dunning effect, and what I'm talking about is oh man, it's so hard to write with a mouse. Holy, I don't see how Thor can keep doing this. And what I'm saying is this: emotional intelligence. I think when you strive to be all of something, your ideal form, you end up being here in emotional intelligence without even knowing it. So when someone comes up to you and say, here are the top 10 things, here are the top 10 things that work for me to become a millionaire, you have become someone who basically have zero emotional intelligence. Because you don't practice it anymore. You know the facts. That's it. There's no emotional stigma, for one. Like, you don't have to worry about being wrong, because if you're right, you're right. Fair enough. That also means you don't understand what it is to be wrong, or not know what's right and not know what's wrong. Right? You just know it's right. So when you talk and speak, it becomes very unemotional. Go to the top 10, go to a tier list, and you look at the tier list. Right? You look at it and tell me, what kind of human being do you see on that tier list? it's going to be very hard for you to determine. It's a tier list. Right? Top 5 hot takes on how to do this. There's no longer a human behind it. It's a list of priorities that you do it, right? If you want, and then you can discover how you feel about it. But these things take a lot of time, and I think automation speeds it up so much that it's no longer filling anymore. If you become super fluent in Japanese really fast, how would you use it? Right? I don't know. I don't think I would use Japanese any different if I became fluent or not fluent. You make do. What's a good question?
あのグレーのスピーカーもワイヤレスです。
The historian question. Is it important to know that people are using cook? Different. In the moment, it's important, at least to me, because I have 2 or 3 people that I speak to very regularly that use the phrase, let them cook, right? Let them cook. I'm curious if any ESL person's like, oh yeah, right now I need to learn what that means. Let them cook. Right? It would be unnatural for someone to say let them work. And maybe let them cook will be unnatural in the next 30 days. I have no idea. Fire? Fire. How could you sound unnatural with fire? Wow, that is fire. Nope, unnatural. Sorry, I was digressing. We gotta refocus. And I don't think unnatural is negative, really. If you know it. Sometimes you can be unnatural. You can leverage being unnatural. Which, by the way, when you're reading like grade readers, instead of doing Duolingo, it's pretty obvious. It's incredibly obvious that we're talking about 2 different things here. I know. One thing I'm curious about, though, is here's one thing I have been thinking about for some time right now. So the people that believe that they have their ideal way of learning language, right? Learning Japanese. Let's just say their ideal way of learning Japanese. They often present themselves like this is the best way or better ways to do something, like to learn Japanese. Yet it's interesting that these individuals tend to dismiss. They tend to dismiss stats while suggesting that their ideal processes are based on stats or like some sort of metric, right? So it's a little bit, I have a hard time understanding how one, at some points, how one is unable to see like how cyclic the argument is, or how cyclic the suggestion is. So for example, one argument would be, oh, this is better because lots of people use it, right? Lots of experts use it. Well, if we're quantifying the number of people, then the first thing that would come up would be Duolingo, right? But here's the thing. When you're talking about stats from let's say a robot perspective, then you could claim that people are equivalent, right? People equal people. And since we're talking to a human being, determining the importance of that data, that's called interpretation. Much like language. Language has interpretation. So what happens a lot of times is when someone suggests something is better because more people are successful and more people are consistent, etc., using the number of people as a backing, like the magnitude. Regardless of how you look at it subjectively in your interpretation, you would still lose the objective fight against Duolingo, right? Because this is big data. Duolingo is working with big data. You're working with communal data. Much like history. The victor is communal history. What the victors want to see. And it's still an accounting. It's still an accounting of some history. And then when we're talking about the digital age, we're talking about the big data. And there is a lot of noise, or there is a lot of there are different obstacles to interpreting big data versus communal data. So when someone says Anki is the best, you have to it's often prudent to talk about the selection factors involved in how Anki is the best or is a better thing, right? So that's kind of my thought, right? If anyone ever asks me for advice, the first question is to do the selection factor. We talk about the selection factors. Why selection factors? That introduces the human component. Right? The person you're talking to is a human being. If you distill them down to big data, well, you need that big data. So when you're talking about lots of people use this, it can't be more than Duolingo. It's not. It's so rare, right? So when you're using an argument and it defeats its own argument, that's a cyclic suggestion. Not that I'm disagreeing with them. I actually think the reason why multiple methods of learning language exist is because they're viable to separate groups, right? Separate groups of people. And that's why you need to, in my opinion, undergo a selection factor. What's a there was a group. I don't have the most ideal example, but say like the idea of, sorry, iOS users. I don't know if any of you guys use iPhones, but there was this thing called Material You, right? And they leverage patterns like big data. They leverage big data in order to select for something individualized. And I think this might be something that will become the social norm. So much like, it's kind of like the YouTube algorithm, sort of. But there's got to be, like, it will be refined over time, where, like, when you're getting advice, right? There's some medium of advice where it integrates the things you know and the things you don't know. And I think we're headed towards that with, like, I don't know, machine learning and AI. It's kind of a poop shoot right now, right? Because you're in the earlier stages where when you search up something, it will include some sort of intuition on integrating things you know and you don't know. Because at the moment, before this whole attempt to integrate things you don't know and then contextualizing things you don't know, the world, in my opinion, like the last 10 years, let's just say the last 10 years, have been predicated on solely what you know, as in confirmation bias all over the place, right? It's solely based on your interest, your bubble. Let's throw in some memes. You're the main character, right? You're the MC. So this hyperness towards that is creating the opposite effect now. So like humans know, in my opinion, over time, there's this wonderful thing of like, I think we have too much we know and less of we don't know. So naturally, whether it's intentional or not, there's going to be a balance between whenever we look for something, there will be some sort of median between the things you know and the things you don't know. This is the scariest thing when I worked in science. It is the scariest thing ever. The things we don't know. And that's kind of why, in my opinion, working in science constantly pushes you to knowing things. But not in the sense of resting on what you know, resting on it, like being complacent about what you know. It's the constant fear of what you don't know. And even fear, maybe reward. I think the people who have the most healthy relationship with science is being excited about this, about not knowing, because those are opportunities in which you can grow. So I am excited, for example, I'm excited each evening to listen to natural Japanese, right? Whatever that means. I click on a video and they say they're natural Japanese speakers, so I take it for what it's worth and I take in more information, right? There's more input. I get on Duolingo and most people say this is unnatural Japanese, but I'm still excited about the unnatural Japanese that I don't know, right? So it's not the concern of what you know is right. It's the concern of knowing, combating what you don't know. the current state of the internet is to reinforce and pander to your ego. And that's not a good or bad thing. Ego creates like confidence, you know, it can create confidence, passion, specialization, but it as a trade-off, it creates groupthink, right? Groupthink, echo chamber. So for example, if we were to take this example of language learning, this is going to be a video where we're going to spend some time with this. This is going to be another video, I suppose. What was it procked off on? The historian question? This to me is like saying a polyglot knows exactly what to say to a monolingual person, right? As a human person who exercises what you don't know, this person with the awareness of knowing what you know and what you don't know anymore would be very apprehensive in advising a monolingual person, because when they spend 99% of their time now, or however long they've been multilingual or polylingual, they do not spend any time humanizing their experience anymore to be relevant to monolingual people. Big data does not account for like perspective. Humans provide perspective on big data. So for example, Duolingo, the people at Duolingo constitute the human interpretation, right, of big data. And then much like human interpretations, it's subjective, right? So therefore it is subjected to differences. And the differences are typically ruled by a significant body of people. So when it comes to like the natural way versus unnatural ways of Japanese, I think if I was a natural Japanese speaker, right, and I want to teach natural Japanese to people who will likely have unnatural Japanese to start, not because they use Duolingo and etc., but they will naturally, lack of a better word, naturally have unnatural Japanese because they are not Japanese speakers yet. It would be prudent for these teachers to understand the aspects that make other people. Hello there, Cozy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Aspects of what makes Japanese unnatural to them, right? And that kind of works. However, it works by pointing out. I think a lot of times pointing out things is like data. So a natural Japanese speaker may say things like, oh, don't do that. That's it. Like, oh, don't do that. Just don't do it. That's it. They're pointing out the data. Like, oh, this is unnatural. Just don't do it. Right? Or they would say something like, okay, well, here's how not to do it. And it would be the natural way of knowing how not to do it. Well, these people are unnatural Japanese speakers. Right? So your natural way of just not doing it doesn't really help someone who isn't natural to begin with, right? So the idea here is, meanwhile, while someone is maintaining their status, I'm not saying it's everyone. I'm saying, I'm strongly suggesting this is the norm, as in more people do this than the others. Like, for example, when you say, how do you learn Japanese very well? Well, you move to Japan, immerse, profit. Okay, that's fair. Sure. Now, the person who's offering this advice, right? Did they spend time in an English or whatever their native language, and see what it's like for people learning Japanese in their native language? I'm gonna say no, actually, most of the time. So they offer advice based on what they know, not based on what they don't know. So oftentimes when someone gives me advice, I respond by asking them, I describe what I'm doing, right? Because I know what I'm doing at the moment. I asked them, so do you know another language? Like, are you doing this? Are you doing this? And how and why are you doing this? Because if I know how and why, I can have an idea, I can form an idea of whether they know what they don't, and what they do know. Most of the time, it stops immediately because the advice that they're providing tells me they don't even know what I am doing. So it already stops there. It's the same as having an expert. Let's say an expert, you walk to an expert, and the first thing they do is they tell you, they sell you their advice. Right? And the person didn't even ask yet. Right? So this type of expert, I'm going to put in quotes. This is this type of expert. Occasionally it could be this type of expert, but this type of expert, this is emotional intelligence, by the way. This is emotional intelligence. So you either are a real expert, sure, you're a real expert, quote unquote real expert, or you're a arrogant, quote unquote fake expert. Either way, you are lacking emotional intelligence, because you begin to sell advice before you even know who you're talking to. You either think you're very important, or you're either thinking you're very important. Right? And this chart looks very suspiciously like that chart that's used to identify Kruger-Dunning effect, right? This is the medium where you know something about the person you're talking to, and you don't know about things, so you ask, right? Like, well, that's interesting thought. Like, what do you want to know? Well, most of the experts that I've encountered, they know best. So what they do is they offer advice that they don't even know if this person already knows it. So not knowing what the other person knows is still not knowing. You still don't know that. All the data in the world would still be unreliable. Unreliable in a case-by-case interaction, right? Hey, human super genius number one, I know all the data in the world. Okay, you go to a stranger. What does this stranger know? I mean, if you're telepathic, sure. I guess if, in the ideal situation, this human is telepathic, then they actually know what that human knows. But usually that's not the case. And I mean, I love things like behavioral patterns and knowing associations, right? I'm a really big fan of it. I actually do it a lot of times in my head, like associating selection factors, so they are more likely to do this, more likely to do that. That's fantastic. It's very useful, incredibly useful. But I stop somewhere. So even if possibly I have a great knowledge of data that would suggest the associations for this person, like this person is likely to encounter these problems, maybe they'll likely require these things, the door stops when you cannot ascertain what, why, how of the person, right? So yeah, I usually use phrases like, if I may be so bold, it appears like you do something, etc., right? As opposed to, I think you're gonna screw up. I think you're gonna screw up. I think you're wasting your time. I love this phrase, I suppose. I have to get comfy with this. I think you're wasting your time. Or the better phrase, they present, I think you're wasting your time, as rhetoric. As in, isn't it better? So like, here's the whole natural English and unnatural English. Instead of saying, I think you're wasting your time, right? And, you know, they try to be more polite. So how do you increase politeness? Well, it's certainly not, in my opinion, presenting as rhetoric. So what does that look like? Isn't it better to, I don't know, immerse in Japan, and then insert literally what you're doing, right? Literally what you're doing. Well, that actually goes down in politeness. That's like legitimately pushing yourself onto the person. Rather than, instead of using like an open-ended question, like, or sharing your thoughts. I have great experiences. With immersion. Right? You share something that is a fact, as in a data about yourself. And then you wait for the response of the person. It's like, oh, really? Neat. Maybe I should consider doing this stuff. Or I'll look it up. Instead, they phrased it in a way that is only motivated by what they know. And removed any aspect of what they don't know. So, do you know that it doesn't work for them? Right? Do you even know if it's going to work for them? This is a true statement. This is a data statement. I have great experience with immersion. You will do better with immersion. Is it interpretation? Is it interpretation of data? Right? You may likely do better with immersion. That's what, like, going all the way back to like historians about explaining. Let's just tie it up, because I do want to finish reviewing. So going back to like the historian question that prompted all of this. Historians have to record things, right? And they are recording data. So I think, in my opinion, there's a place for like high throughput record keeping with the aid of like storage, right? Storage and stuff. There is another element of historian things, and that's the interpretation of history, right? So where do they go from here? A lot of times I feel historians have the capacity to interpret the significance of history. And that's kind of the whole, like, the victors write the history books. They write what is significant to them at some point. However, with the advent of the digital age, you can seemingly record everything, right? It used to be photographs, but now it's like what I'm doing now. Like 8 hours of my life is literally recorded. However, it's humans still that interpret their significance. So when Gabriel was asking, Yeah, so how would you want historians to explain the digital age using my content? Well, I want them to interpret it as human beings, right? That's the idea. We're all humans. So it would be interesting to see how they interpret it. Do I expect any form of interpretation? I will give you my spiel literally in the videos, and then everything else is the generosity of other human beings. So if my comment makes someone angry, that is their interpretation, and that is the human aspect, right? The part that is not robotic. It is also the part that is not data. It's not data. It's not facts. And the internet in its current state, because of the nature of high throughput storage, interpretations, in my opinion, are being passed off as facts. Science operates on, quote unquote, the best current explainer, like interpretation of data. It is not immutable. It is also not facts. Interpretations are based on facts. I feel like somewhere along the line, the internet has become it's great. It's a feedback. It's a feed forward loop, right? Like it's a positive feed forward loop. For the longest time, it's no longer that though. I don't think this is the case anymore. It's reaching a critical mass. So when you have a piece of data, right? That data gets interpreted, right? Interpreted, right? That interpretation becomes the new data. And that gets interpreted again. So now this interpretation is considered based on facts. It's data. So this old interpretation is now a fact. And this becomes data. More interpretations. So it gets to the point where the original data no longer even exist in the propagation of the facts, right? So it gets to the point where like you get to the point immediately, so rapidly, because people do staggered interpretations. When you interpret someone, like you watch a video, you interpret it, and then you pass on that information in continuous. So how do you moderate the intersection between data and interpretation? And that's kind of where people are worried, and there's a pushback. What is this? This is confirmation bias, like the nightmare, in my opinion. This is one of the biggest nightmares, in my opinion, of confirmation bias. And it's negative now. It's kind of negative now. However, it is what made the internet possible, right? Internet was, in my opinion, was possible because of this boon. You got data. Oh yeah, let's produce more data. And then everyone continues to interpret it, and then they continue to use it. And then there's an explosion of information, info, like adaptations, like AI, machine learning, databases, etc. Right? That's awesome. And this, in my opinion, is part of the human condition. When something works, it continues to work until it falls off the rails. And then there's pushback. What does this look like? Well, it kind of looks like a startup, doesn't it? A startup looks like this. Hey, oh my gosh, this thing works so much. Let's go. Expand, expand. Until you can't. Until it falls off the rails. What else does this look like? Well, when video games happened, you know, it continues. When Hollywood happened. When the MCU happened. So it's a feedback forward. You get confirmation. It's like, oh yeah, we're getting more money. Let's do more money. Or let's throw in live service models. I don't know, Netflix. The list goes on, right? And then once that pushback happens, you adapt. Right? Then there's room for refinement. So I think we're at that stage, in my opinion, for the internet. So now, I don't want to make myself sound like some significant person, but I think I am the product of that pushback. So like what I mean is, I would not be surprised if I sound like someone else, right? Maybe like someone else who is trending or something in the future. I don't know if I sound like someone that's trending now, but the whole idea is there are people who are on the train, right? There are people who are on the train, and there are people who are like kind of running, but really want to slow down, right? If you look at the current AI industry, there are people who are on the train, and there are people who are slowly pushing back. And I think that's the glorious nature of humans. I believe this is gonna always be the, you know, what becomes popular, then indie pushback, right? What is worrisome about AI at the moment, or like the internet, that is the current statement, is that is the stuff that's happening on the internet so powerful that it is preventing pushback. So that means things like, let's take it for the language learning approach. Are the victors squelching competitors? Right? For language learning. For example, I ask myself this all the time because I use Duolingo, right? So I ask myself, is Duolingo saying not to use Anki? Is it saying not to use LingQ? Well, the answer is no, actually. But that happens, it's a double standard, because if you tack on, well, Duolingo is popular, they don't have to do this. And that's the justification a lot of times for humans, in my opinion, to use data as a shield to attack something that's popular. Not to use data to strengthen their position. Here's an example. It's a literal example. So I asked a person after they made the rhetoric, right? Here, I'll tie in for a little story. The rhetoric was, man, 8 hours of duo sounds psychopathic. Okay. Isn't it better just to watch anime and sentence mine? I don't know. I'm throwing in a bunch of things, but sentence mine, right? That's another buzzword, by the way. So I mean, as a person that doesn't know So like for me, my answer is, well, yes and no. And my response is, well, I don't know enough. I don't know enough because I use Duo. That statement is true. This is data. I technically use, in a stretch, I would say, yeah, I've been 8 hours on Duolingo. And then, but I don't know this, right? Like, is it better or is it not? Well, usually I'm more conscious and say, I don't know. I didn't do both and compare them. But this person is suggesting they did, because their data is they took my data, interpreted it, and then made their interpretation factual. Now here's where it gets a little hairy, right? I talk about, oh yeah, I watch anime too, actually. I don't have a day job, so I have a lot of time. I do both. I watch anime, I sentence mine, I use grade readers, and then I use Duolingo because I know that I don't know a lot of things. But what I do know is that I use anime, I also sentence mine, and I use Duolingo. Those are the things I know. I tell the person what I know, what I'm doing, as opposed to telling the person what they're not doing. With one exception. The one exception that I told them that they're not doing is they don't know what I'm doing. Because it's really clear, based on this comment, isn't it better just to watch anime and sentence mining? How does that phrase come about? So this is my interpretation, right? I'm making interpretation. There's no possible way, in my opinion, they would say this if they know what I'm doing. Actually, they would be very unlikely to even say or qualify that I use Duolingo for 8 hours. Anyone who stays there long enough notices that I spent almost half the time not even using Duolingo. Actually, not even learning Japanese, for that matter. So, no, there's no indicator that this person even knows what they're talking about, right? And that's what I mean by the internet. The internet, in my opinion, has normalized what you know, reinforces what you know, and rarely incentivize considering what you don't know. It's actually even worse, in my opinion. I could exaggerate this even more. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time considering things you don't know, because you don't want to know them either, right? Like, you don't want to. So I asked the person, you know, what do they do? What do they learn? Well, they specifically mentioned they use immersion. So they pedantically explained to me what immersion means, right? Not in the way that's like, oh, I consider immersion as doing the following things. Doing the following things. No, that's not how that was phrased. They explained immersion to me like I don't know what immersion is. As in, like, I don't have a definition of immersion. They're saying, oh, you know, people and good people, lots of people like me know immersion as doing the following things. Like, okay, well, That doesn't give you any more credibility. It actually makes you sound like a butthead. But let's just keep that in mind. So lots of people do it. It's like, oh yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah, podcast, you know, natural. The word natural comes up again. Natural podcasts, anime, high intensity reading, etc. It's like, okay, all right, cool. I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm not here to tell you I already know this stuff. I'm curious where you're coming from. And then they said, yes. Oh, and by the way, I went to Japan a month ago and spent 28 days. I spoke Japanese every single day, even though, and these are the actual words, I did absolutely zero output before then. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. So, you know what this tells me though? This tells me at least the person knows I'm outputting Japanese. So that's cool. I actually like this, even though this can't be true. Like, data-wise, this is literally not true. Like, you can't have this. It's literally not true. What's an output? Memory is an output. Like, I don't know when did output become something like, oh, you have to literally do it. As in, like, you have to speak or write. If you're recalling something, you're outputting. All right, I mean, like, some other people can say like, oh, well, that's not true and whatnot. I say, that's fine. But for me, this person doesn't have any concern about what I'm defining. If you're remembering a Japanese word for the longest time before you go to Japan, it's outputting something. Okay? You're not like sitting there, oh yeah, before I go to Japan, you just sat in a Japanese environment as well, and you never thought about what it means in English ever. Like, that kind of thing. That would be, this is an interpretation of what literally happened. That can't possibly be true. But the thing is, it's fine, because that's what this person is interpreting to be happening, and I believe them. If they don't consider it as output, whatever they did for, I don't know, however long, they didn't tell me any period, then that's cool. But why are they saying that to me? And I like to believe they actually know that I output Japanese while using Duolingo, right? That's a fair, safe, even if they were assuming it, it's still a fair assumption, because I speak Japanese, I write Japanese, but I also write English and stuff. So what happens now is this person's data is facts of assumption. So they think that I'm spending 8 hours outputting Japanese, I don't know, to not understand it, right? Or something. There's so many leaps of logic here. However, with all that said, how do I interpret this person, right? Well, I'll accept all the facts that they provided, and they learned Japanese, right? I don't know to what extent, there's no data, and that's good. That's awesome. Right? So that's what I think we're going to take it back and relate it back to historians. That's what I think historians do. And it's going to be a really tough task, you know, the digital age. Basically recording everything that has happened to the best of your ability, which isn't as tough if you have the resources. And what I mean by that is automation. Now the question is, how do you interpret all those recordings, right? And that's what Gabriel is asking. Like, how would you want historians to explain the digital age using your content to explain, right? Anybody's content, really. So for me, any interpretation is interesting because it's preserving, in my opinion, it's preserving human culture. This is what it's like to use Duolingo, record things using Duolingo, and talk to people who don't use Duolingo, as well as people who use Duolingo. So those are the facts. How to interpret it, I would love to hear like how people reconcile these things. So yeah, it's awesome to get to interview, for example. So like if I interview someone's role model, basically, I don't know, insert famous expert. I'm gonna say expert, or your favorite influencer. Where do I go from there? Well, I would love to ask these people, how do you address what I encounter, right? What I encounter. Rather than assume and speak for these experts. So for example, what do I mean by speaking for these experts? I don't want someone to say that I said this. I want someone to say what they think it means to them. So for example, their generosity is to provide some semblance of interpretation. That tells me that they care enough to spend time thinking about what I'm saying, not using my words to misrepresent or to represent accurately. It could be accurate, it could be misaccurate. The dangers here is you won't know until you actually speak to the person, right? Hey, AppTube. Oh, you too. Is that you? Oh, I thought at first it was an anagram. Hello there. So here I would say I would go to an expert. I don't know, pick like Crashin, right? Crashin. Someone was really adamant on that person. I would encounter them and say, so what do you, how would you navigate something that you don't experience yet? Like, how would you go about that theoretically from that person? Like, how would you navigate the idea that there are tons of people that you influence that are championing your words, but you yourself literally have not said these things, in order to discourage millions of people from even learning language in the first place? And even if I can't say that, I wouldn't say that, that's a little confident. How would you help someone like me? For example, what would you say to someone like me who actually encounter negativity using your words? right? Then what, in my opinion, what is interesting about that is I get to see and hear how that person counter argues against themselves, because they themselves don't know that their words are being used against me. The facts is people are using their words against me specifically. I don't speak for other people. I don't speak for other experts. I don't pass on their knowledge, the interpretation of their knowledge as facts. You are not the person who made those facts. You are interpreting those facts. So when you go around willy-nilly using jargon without the understanding that it's your interpretation, then that's different. Like, some people say, like, what is the difference between saying, I think this means versus this means? Well, I had a huge regurgitation of something basically about what immersion is, right? Like, okay, I hope you mean this is what you mean by immersion, because the thing you're describing, like for example, sentence mining, that is not in the, it's, if you immersed with zero output, what the heck are you sentence mining that you can possibly do with zero output? Right? So if I was being incredibly fair, I make some exceptions. Like maybe zero output, they mean not Japanese or something. I don't know. Like, right? But the person's not going to explain that. What they're going to do is they're going to tell me what are the facts. But the problem with what are the facts are these are very not factual. Right? So what does that do to the person's credibility? I am guilty of dropping lots of jargon. I've done this quite a lot, actually. I've been challenged a bunch of times on dropping jargon. But however, the difference is I have always stipulated that this is my interpretation. And if it's confusing, please ask for clarification. Because most of the time, the vast majority of the things you learn, online are historic interpretations. So you hear that take it with a grain of salt thing, right? Take it with a grain of salt. Well, I'm a very salty kind of guy. I say this a lot. I'm very salty. I'm a very salty guy. I love my salty foods, right? They gotta have at least a bolus of salt on them. So what does that mean? I take in a lot of grains of salt, man. Lots of grains of salt. Because without lots of salt, you can't possibly prevent yourself from being arrogant, prideful, sure of yourself while using the internet at the moment. Remember, this is to prevent becoming this. My humility, in my opinion, this is kind of weird because I'm being boastful and weird flexy about being humility. My fear and insecurities, in my opinion, are leverage to remaining humble, because There is a lot of salt out there. So whenever someone like dictates boastfully interpretations of things, I tend to do things like, well, respectfully, it's great that it works for you. It's great that it works for you. Right? And it's all I can really say. Like, what else can you say, right? Respectfully, it's great that works. Is it relevant to me? Well, the answer is no. It's probably not relevant to me, because that person clearly doesn't know what they don't know, right? Happens a lot. So, historians, it'll be interesting what they do in the digital age. Like, for example, privacy stuff comes into play, tracking, right? And we kind of use a personal historian. We have personalized historians all the time. What's a personalized historian for me? It's YouTube. If you guys want to know pretty much exactly everything I've ever done on Duolingo, you can see it if you want. I don't know why you'd be interested in that. Or you can, wait for the review. And then, of course, the first thing I say about the review is it's non-comprehensive. Right? Non-comprehensive. And it's an interpretation. Because I'm interpreting my progress. I'm interpreting things that are important to mention. If you really wanted to be a true historian, the idealist, where like, oh, I know everything, you have to watch all of the YouTube videos. That's non-human. Right? So, to leave it with like a wrap-up message that I want to make about this is, I think it is a bit weird that because of the I'm gonna say largely influenced by the internet, right? This is largely influenced by the internet. I think it is a bit weird that largely influenced by the internet, that people believe they are compassionate by being more objective. Like, step back and I really do encourage people to step back and think about this phrase, or this sentiment. I honestly think that is the landscape of internet interactions. Go to your favorite YouTube clip, look at the comments, look at the top comments. Go to your YouTube clip, look at the top comments. That generally the vast majority of feedback is people believe they are being compassionate because they are concerned about being objective or more objective. Like, oh guys, did you know that there's a better way to do this? I don't think that's compassionate. I think that's the person wants to be objective. Like they want to introduce something objective and passing it off as, hey, I'm doing a good thing. I think that's the social norm, in my opinion. That is a classic social norm. Behavior, comments, that's it. As opposed to what would be more compassionate? Like, let's contrast what compassionate looks like. Maybe before the digital age or something. It's like, hey, I love this drink. You want to try it with me? Hey guys. Hey guys. I did the following. What do you think about it? Right? So, comments? At least my video comments. Right? Skip to this. Nope. Like, do you know what I did? No, you don't. Do you know what to think about it? Absolutely. Yeah. People know exactly what to think about based on 0 facts. Okay, it's not 0. We'll put 0 in quotes. What they use is they use interpretations of the facts they have to ascertain what to think about it before they actually know the actual facts. Right? And the internet, in my opinion, has done that. Knowing is fantastic, but predicting is a whole different story. And telepathy. So telepathy and predicting are two skills that the internet could help you with, for sure. Subject to variation, right? I don't want to make my sound extraordinary or exceptional, but the one thing that I can tell you is these are my experiences. These are my experiences, as in they already happened. They already happened. I'm not making any predictions. I'm talking about the vast majority of my experiences. Legitimately is people who predict, think they can read minds based on interpretations of facts that they didn't even literally observe in the thing they're critiquing. Right? Did I struggle? Well, I would love to hear someone interpret and cite a situation in which I was struggling. Then I would be listening, right? Oh yeah, Maku, you messed up. You messed up like anything with O. You messed up with this diphthong all the time. Or like, here are examples. It's like, yeah, that's a great example. Like, you're right. Huh. What do you think I should do about it? No, it's instead, hey, most people do this. So make sure you don't. Right? Or like I love that's how I mentioned the particle thing, right? That's how got to section 2 in Duolingo. And I was in section 2 not long ago, right? And they're like, oh yeah, I mixed up particles. And then I suggested like, is it like the Motown thing? because I needed to know. I'm curious if the Motown thing happened to this person because I experienced it, right? So sure enough, we could relate on that. I didn't say it is the Motown thing. I said I struggled with Mo, and me and a few other people like Indy made a joke about it, and we called it Motown. And sure enough, they could relate because I'm not saying what they did do. There's a chance. It was a high chance, right? And I said it because I think it is that. But it's different than saying it will happen, right? That's kind of the idea. So the question is, historians, right? Who won? It is really funny that it did happen. I honestly, that's how I was expecting, like in my mind, there's so many things I don't know about Japanese, right? But I know some things about Duolingo, like the experience about Duolingo. At the same time, I don't watch enough people who use Duolingo to learn Japanese to even know that I didn't have enough data to even think that this happens to a lot of people. It's so funny when these things do happen though, like the coincidences, right? And that's kind of the fun part. When you start thinking you know everything, in my opinion, here's a little like a dual edge thing. When you start thinking you know everything, this goes back to the whole science thing. If you start thinking you know everything, doesn't it get a little boring? But we're talking about philosophy now. We're talking about philosophy. And then how it intersects with psychology. So for me, science has taught me that knowing what you don't know can be positive. Like it's not just a source of negativity or fear, which it is, by the way, but it can be both. Knowing what you don't know is an opportunity to discover new things, and it's endless. This is endless, right? Yeah, because if you know everything, you can't learn anything. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, if you know everything, you can't learn anything. That is so good. Know everything, then you can't learn anything. And here's the thing, right? I love learning things. I love learning things. Do you guys love learning things? Because someone who loves learning clearly isn't someone who thinks they know everything. I'm just saying. Like if you think and want to know everything, man, that's gonna suck trying to reconcile loving to learn things. You can still do it for sure. Like man, I forgot this. Man, I should have known that. So you beat yourself up all the time. Like that's someone, and it's very useful. Like the people who are like afraid to make mistakes, for example, afraid to make mistakes. That's probably some, and they can be perfectly, by the way, this stuff, motivators, fear, this can be a source of useful things too. Like my fear of not knowing things is a fuel for learning. You can also use afraid to make mistakes as a way to up your thing if it works for you. What I'm saying is the facts are you will be afraid to make a mistake. You're likely to be afraid to make mistakes if you think and want to know everything while you think you love learning. Because when you're learning, you naturally don't know anything. Like don't know everything. Right? And to me, when you think you know everything, when you think you know everything, or believe that you know everything. Believe. I know thinking might be also believing, but there's kind of a difference. Believe you know everything. Well, you stop learning. When you stop learning, hey, you stop caring about learning, right? You don't need to learn anything if you know everything. You stop learning, then you stop caring about it. Well, when you stop caring about it, if you stop caring about learning, how could you possibly care about a learner? Like another learner, right? If you already know Japanese, how do you care about someone who's still learning Japanese? It's a great question. I'm not saying you don't have the answer. I'm asking these questions. If you already know Japanese, how do you help someone who is learning Japanese? Right? You know Japanese already. So the reason why I'm saying this is some people are teachers. Some people are advisors. And then some people are projectors. And I know what that means. Some advisors can project, some teachers can project too. But what I mean by this is some people just want to tell other people what they know. Advisors and teachers, there are still teachers that think they know everything, and advisors that, but there's typically a significant body of people who know they don't know things. Because of that, they are in a state of learning. Right? How do you stay connected to the learning thing? Well, you continue to learn yourself. Right? So when a teacher or a person who wants to be a teacher or a person who wants to offer advice gets to a point where they believe they know pretty much everything. They know pretty much everything about the thing. Not like everything as in the universe, but their skill, right? Their skill. Well, that only tells me that they spend most of their time not learning anymore. Right? And reasonably so. How long they have been doing that makes them less and less equipped to helping someone who's learning. Like, they don't do it anymore. So how do you know? How do you know what works for people now? How do you know? It's not your concern. An expert in a skill doesn't guarantee that they are an excellent teacher. In fact, most of the time the teachers aren't experts in the skill because they're still learning. That's a paradox. A teacher that consistently continues to learn is a more effective teacher, in my opinion. Statistically, more likely to be an effective teacher than someone who is at the end game. They can do other things. Like there are other uses of their skill, right? Paving the road, pioneer seeking and stuff, for sure. So when someone comes up to you and they're offering advice and they're saying, oh, do this, it will work. How to focus like a god. I kid you not, that's the title of a YouTube video that was suggested to me. That stuff, that only tells me this guy thinks they know. This guy somehow believes in like a state beyond like secrets, like they're untouchable, they have nothing else to learn. They're selling these things, in my opinion. Possibly increasing your focus. Possibly increasing your focus. All right, I buy that. I like someone who thinks that they're still working on this method, not something that has been perfected. That's kind of, it tells me that this person has nothing more to learn, in my opinion, or less things to learn. So why would I take advice from someone who wants to turn me into them as opposed to continuing to learn, right? I don't want to follow someone who to me that's a ceiling. That's a glass ceiling they made themselves, honestly. It's why children seem the happiest, because they only ever learning. It's only adults who think they know everything and seem moody and unhappy. Yeah. I want adults to be okay. One last statement. I want to leave one last statement for like really positive, upbeat thing. This is not a pressure. I don't want to make it sound like I'm playing favorites, but I'm kind of playing favorites. I love seeing adults. With the capacity to be adults when they need to be. And that goes with yesterday's video. Get her done. Right? Get her done. Make sure you're fed. Make sure your family's fed. Make sure you're making, money and giving the best life to your children, etc. Right? But I also want to see those same adults be kids. Just momentary in kids. That blissful time when you engage in something and it's like magic, right? You're learning. Like there's who cares what you know? Who cares what like I think there's some balance in there where you can be a kid again. And that often is things you want to do, in my opinion. Right? Your hobbies and whatnot. So those, in my opinion, are the goats. I wish that for everyone. No pressure though. No pressure, because this is asking a lot. It's asking that these adults have the time to do this, right? The resources and the privilege to do these things. So it's kind of my humble wish for everyone to, yeah, you can definitely strap down and become, get moody, put on the stoic face and get the things done. But also be able to be a kid again. Because honestly, hey, if you have a little one, sometimes you have to be this too. Right? And that's a great tie-in. Great tie-in on the whole like learning thing. They only ever learn. Like to me, it's pure, but it's also something that like that's why we call adults and kids, right? So, and that whole phrase about to be young again, right? And I actually think learning and being comfortable with not knowing everything is part of being a kid. So what is a wonderful, effective, a lot of people would argue, what is that feeling that you want, the mindset that you may want when you're trying to improve your learning? Well, try not to know everything. At least in my opinion. Just start doing things. I almost said just, like, it's not that easy, obviously. Do things, right? The time that someone takes to determine the most optimized path to learning, well, can certainly save you a lot of time, right? I hope that this time was meaningful and filled with experiences. So for example, I could do that too. If someone asked me, hey, find the most optimal path of learning for me to learn Japanese, right? Like if someone came up to me and said, but I'm not doing it because I want to do it. I'm creating meaning because someone asked me if I could help them. If I sit down and do this as a counter argument, like as a way to balance out this perspective, it's like, oh yeah, everyone wants to do the best way, right? Like if you always know the best way, that means you know everything, you can always do the best way. That's fair. I don't. So I give myself like a mile marker. How much is too much time in investing on optimizing something when I could be having some XP, right? Some XP. So yeah, I get it. If you're an adult, you gotta make sure your time is being done wisely. But if you're a kid, sometimes what a kid needs to know is if they care. Right? It's like, I want to play a string instrument next time. Say, yeah, go ahead. Provided resource, time, and etc. Right? And then they're like, nah, it didn't turn out the way it was. I'm moving on to trumpets now. Or, you know, we went from violin to trumpet. Say, all right, go ahead. That's the balance of finding working on what is optimal while also embracing experience. It's a mix. So yeah, I've been given a lot of suggestions. I'm telling you, a lot of suggestions. Unfortunately, I can't make time for all of them. But you know what? To end the stuff, I love hearing what I don't know. Right? So all those suggestions, I don't know those things. But it's really cool. It's neat. And I will try to make time for them. Right? Try to make time for them. It doesn't stop me from prioritizing gaining XP. So if I can't do all these things, oh well, that's good. That's good that there are things I don't know, right? At the same time, I'm doing things. What are you doing? I guess for whoever that other person is, they believe that 10 minutes of their time telling someone what they did is helpful to that person without knowing anything about that person, right? Now, this isn't the facts though, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is, while they're not helping me, right? The facts are they're not helping me. Because I have to do those things to actually know if it's helpful, right? They're giving me more interest. So like they're offering advice. That's cool to know. They're not literally helping me with my experience yet because I haven't done those things. However, While this is not the facts, right? They're assuming it's helpful. That's not the fact. Until I do it, I don't know if it's helpful. And they won't know if it's helpful. What I like to think is, if I understand their motivations, what are their motivations? Well, they want someone to know that their 10 minutes was heard. So yeah, I acknowledge it's heard. I'll keep it in mind. And maybe one day I can show them like, yeah, you're right. That's pretty cool. Are they going to be around for it? Well, usually these types of people are not going to be around for it. They're not curious whether it was helpful or not. They don't stick around to find out, right? Because they're more concerned about being heard. So that's perfectly fine. So there are some facts to this that I must consider, or interpretations anyways. Interpretations. The fact is they spent 10 minutes. That's the fact, or maybe even less. It's probably like 1 minute, anywhere between 1 and 10 minutes. The facts are they did it. They made a comment. They left the comment there. That's permanent, right? And then my interpretation is that this must have been important to them. It has to be. Like, why would they do it? And I know how that sounds. Some people say at the end, it's like, dude, bro, insert joke. I'm not being serious. Like, well, let's take this for a fact, all right? The fact is you gave advice about saving time, right? Bro, do this to save a lot of time. You just spent time telling me about saving time. Are you sure that you're not being serious? Because I think, in my opinion, as an outsider, my first remark to you would be, if you're so concerned about saving time, why are you doing this? Obviously your time is valuable, right? I hope your time is valuable. Otherwise, I don't see why you're so focused on saving time if you're just going to use time like this, right? So in my interpretation, I will constantly try to say that if they think it's worth time, then there must be a way to explain that time, right? You're trying to explain, interpret what is literally happening, the data, the facts. So historians do this. And then we're just going to wrap up here. Historians do this. They try to look at the facts and explain it, right? It's not just historians. Scientists, linguists. They observe things and they try to do their best to explain and interpret it. Internet experts rarely look at data and facts. They look at explainers and interpretations, make an interpretation of that, and work off them. For better or for worse, that's how that works a lot of times. It's the statistical normative thing to think of it that way based on observing how difficult it is to find where the data or the facts are, right? Like, oh yeah, lots of people are successful successful using anime to learn Japanese. Okay. I believe you. That is a generalized statement that is probably true. If you say lots is any number of people greater than 1. If you think a lot of people is 3 of your friends, 3 out of 3 of your friends, the statement is true based on your interpretation. Is it a fact? No, it's not. There are more people who learn something from Duolingo than anime. How do I know that is an interpretation, or how I am pushing that is an interpretation? Because not everyone who uses Duolingo watches anime. Right? And there are far more people using Duolingo right now than watching anime for the sake of learning Japanese. At least I think. It's really bold. I know, it's really bold. It's a bold statement. And if I limit it to Japanese, right? Yeah, I'm okay with that statement. I started thinking maybe I've gone a little off the rails. I think I might have said something too hyperbolic. So I'll reel it back a little. The chances of this population of people being exceeded by this population of people, like this population, the chances of this being greater than this is very unlikely. It's incredibly unlikely. Those are based on facts, right? If you take the number here, the likelihood of the claims are very unlikely. How meaningful are those claims? Like, how meaningful is this interpretation? It's up to you. Good luck, right? Try not to tell me that the facts are the facts. Tell me what you think. And tell me what you did. Because what you did is a fact. What you think is an opinion. You can state facts if you want it, right? Technically, you could say lots of people are successful using anime to learn Japanese, and then you can say, well, any number greater than 1,000 people is a lot of people. So yes, I would agree. Statistically likely that there are more than 1,000 people have successfully learned some Japanese from anime. And then you can qualify. What is learning Japanese? Well, learning words. All right, well, how many words? Greater than 1. Well, yes, I agree with your statement now. Now we're talking about facts. Right, now we're talking about facts. We're not talking about interpretations, like lots of learn, successful, better. You know, for individuals, in my opinion, who are so analytical, they really think they're so analytical, in my opinion. It's crazy how often they use relative words like this without qualifying what they mean. And even then, the funny story here is, the irony here is, I know what they're talking about. At least, like, I get where they're coming from. The problem is, it is not helpful to me because they don't care what I know. They only care what they know. So they're not learning anything from me. I'm learning a lot from them, by the way. So thank you. The reason why I had this story, the reason why I have this digression set up, and then Gabriel triggered it, most of the time is, thank you, commenters. Like, thank you, commenters. Thank you, chatters. I hope you don't feel... my worst fear is I make those people feel insecure. But I actually truly am grateful, right? If I didn't have commenters, if I didn't have Twitch, like live streaming, I wouldn't be or YouTube, I wouldn't be able to interact or like indirectly interact with a lot of people. Because the only thing that's keeping me humble are other people. I wouldn't spend so much time exploring all these potential rhetorics and questions without all the commenters. So like, I know it can feel a little insecure and apprehensive when someone else comments on your thing, but I truly am thankful. That's how you stay learning, right? It's crazy how much learning Japanese teaches you about so many other things other than Japanese. I keep my mind open. Certainly it's not increasing my Japanese proficiency. I understand that. That's part of the journey, right? So my last take-home message is like, I want to thank everyone who's willing to invest any amount of time, and I would love to see this being the future, right? When you are doing something, you're sitting at home and you're like, oh man, it would be so great if I had the accessibility to like work on a birdhouse or something, but I would have other people who are willing to like provide constructive, encouraging commentary that focuses on being compassionate. Because the social norm right now is not being compassionate. It's not being compassionate. The social norm is being objective. Objective. I think AI, machine learning, simulations, that stuff is perfect. It's fantastic at being objective. Now that we have that sorted out, eventually in the future, I hope people will start becoming human again. They will start focusing on liberating and becoming more human, because that job of being objective, I think, destroys the human spirit. It destroys the soul. Like, if you believe in souls and stuff, like, it eats away at you. The moment you become more and more objective about the things you're compassionate about or passionate about, then you stop treating other people with passion and compassion, because you're incapable of it anymore. You think like being objective is the end game, so you suck the soul and the spirit out of everything, and therefore everyone else must also operate that way. So hopefully in the near future, I'm gonna challenge myself in the next 5 years, like future Maku, in 5 years time, please tell me that technology has allowed things to be objective while allowing humans to enjoy being passionate to each other, because all the tools we have removed all those things that we really need to be objective about, but it's like killing, in my opinion, it's destroying human relations. Like, people just stop caring about each other now. Like, if they're right, then there's no reason to care about anyone. Like, you're wrong, so I don't need to care about you anymore. You're clearly wrong, right? So that's the kind of place. So in the future, I would love to see the social norm in evolution of YouTube and Twitch. And I think it's heading towards there, where one day, think about how cool this is. One day, you're raising your little one, right? One really romantic vision, and this is being romantic about things, the future. I'm a little bit optimistic, I sound like a scientist peddling the next big thing. I think I could imagine a world where, yeah, you have that nightmare scenario where, oh, you have a robot in your house and it's like it could do, post-apocalyptic things, but on the flip side, reality is a little balanced. I can imagine a time where a mother, say a loving family, look at their child and they just can't figure out why is my child like so unexcited about things. But then there's an environment where like, oh, hey, you know what? the internet is a place where we could go to like a hub, interact with our child, and then everyone around it are compassionate enough to look and provide feedback when they're interested, right? And through that collaboration, they could find a way to elevate the relationship of a child and their children, right? Right now, that is literally the opposite. The internet is separating often the thing that's splitting the child and adult dichotomy, right? We literally talk about the figurative thing where an adult becomes older, no longer a child, and the way they use the internet is different now, right? There's no like bridge, no connection. And then you can think about family dynamics. The children is clearly separated from the adult activity, right? It's not an environment that we share together. For children, it's hostile. It's often very hostile. For adults, it's non-compassionate because it's the adult world. What is an adult world that children are not in most of the time? When an adult is jobbing it up and when a child is at school, right? However, even before the internet, adults are still involved in these things. Take your child to work day, parent-teacher conference. There was a time when these do overlap, but the internet is not that right now. And it would be really cool, right? There's a little romantic thing. I don't know how long I've gone. I think I might have gone like 2.5 hours. But yep. Awesome. And of course, once again, thanks for all the comments and chatting, right? That's largely why it's interesting doing things while being able to share what you're doing. I don't think teaching would be like the little funny thing is, how do you be an effective teacher if you don't teach anyone anything, or you don't even teach yourself anything? How do you be an effective teacher if you don't learn anything, right? And that's kind of why it's a big reason why I choose to stream, right? Or share me learning something, because learning together is very revealing. You'll get your critics, you'll get your stuff. They're all, most of them are valuable things. It might not be the thing for your focus. Like my goal is not to become fluent in Japanese. It's one of the goals. Okay, all right. It's one of the goals, sure. But it's one of many goals. If your advice is for me to optimize my time, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. So what I mean by that is it's a paradox. Someone who is concerned about optimization of learning Japanese wouldn't do the thing I'm doing right now already. Why would you stream if you're concerned with optimizing learning Japanese? That's a paradox. So ask yourself when you're opening your YouTube stream and say, oh, this person learning Japanese cares about optimizing to learn Japanese, and the first thing they do is stream. Because if you can answer that question, 8 hours of Duolingo would be self-explanatory. In my opinion. You wouldn't get to the point, it's like, dude, 8 hours of Duolingo, what a waste of time. Like, I'm a streamer. Right? You're projecting your goals. All right, cool. Happy thoughts. All right, happy thoughts. Thank you, everyone. And as customary, I'm gonna take a bathroom break before I refocus. Gotta clear the mind. I'll be right back. Thank you for listening. Alright, alright. Now, let's put on our Sanic shoes, right? Sanic it all up. Let's see how quickly we can. Let's see how focused we can be. Alright.
あのグレーのスピーカーもワイヤレスです。
Okay. Dang it.
あのキーボードはいくらですか？
いくら? Oh. Yep. Oh, it wasn't white. I just immediately thought of a white speaker. I mean, white keyboard.
50円です。
Dang it. Okay.
レジ袋は50円です。
レジ袋。袋は、wait. レジ袋。Oh,レジ袋は50円です。
レジ袋は50円です。
Yeah, 50円です。Okay. The shopping bags. Forgot about reji bokuro. Register bags. Cash register bags. The checkout bags. Checkout bags.
どんなモニターが欲しいですか？
Okay. What kind of monitors do you want? What kind of monitor do you want? Whoops.
キーボードの電池を見つけました。
Okay. I found batteries for keyboard. Something's weird about this. It seems like they do the Japanese to English translation for most of these units. I guess that's a way to refresh, since my review is going to be in English anyways.
電気屋はスーパーの前です。
Okay. The electronic store is in front of... Wait, did I do it backwards? No. Yeah, it's in front of the supermarket. Oh, this allows me to like not look at the prompt then.
あのキーボードはいくらですか？
Oh, this is the prompt that I missed. How much is that keyboard over there? Okay.
マウスと電池を買いました。
Okay. I bought batteries. For the mouse? Wait. Mouse to... Oh. I bought batteries and a mouse. Or a mouse and batteries.
もっと長いケーブルを見つけました。
見つけ。I found a cable. A longer. Right? もっと長いケーブルを見つけました。Okay.
あのゲーミングマウスは4万円です。
This gaming mouse is 50,000 yen? Or that gaming mouse over there is 50,000 yen. Oh. Oh, Yoman. Sorry.
あのゲーミングマウスは4万円です。
4. Okay. Yoman in this. I forgot 1,000.
今日一緒にゲームをしませんか？
I totally spaced out on something.
今日一緒にゲームをしませんか？
今日一緒にゲームをしませんか? Would you like to play? Are you still going with video games? No. Just a game together today? Sure.
もっとかっこいいスピーカーを買いました。
I bought a cooler speaker? Alright, sure. I bought a cooler speaker. Alright, sure.
軽いヘッドホンはありますか？
軽いヘッドホンが、ヘッドホンはありますか？軽い。Oh, 軽い。Yes. Do you have lightweight headphones?
もっといいパソコン。
もっといいパソコン。もっといいパソコン。Nicer computer.
あ、レシートはどこですか？
Where's the receipt? Oh, where is the receipt?
もっとカラフルなマウスはありますか？
Is there a more colorful mouse? Or do you have a more colorful mouse? That's fine. Yeah, the later things, like all of these things, for whatever reason, they pick only prompts where you translate to English for the legendary stuff. Weird. I guess I don't mind that. It actually helps. It's quote unquote, it's the most efficient way for me to get ready for the review. Because all the review is me outputting Japanese audioly, and then I'm still writing in English. So this is naturally my state. This is the most practiced state I have. So let's keep going. Express what you want to do at a concert. This is like sitting, lining up, outdoors. Yeah.
東口でバンドを待ちましょうか？
Wait. Oh no, it didn't land on that. Dang it. Okay, so there's like two sets. It has these sets and then the other sets. Okay, now we can't do that. Okay.
東口でバンドを待ちましょうか？
Okay. We're waiting. So Higashiguchi.
東口。
東口。
東口でバンドを待ちましょうか？
Interesting. So waiting is okay.
で、
東口でバンドを待ちましょうか？
東口でバンドを待ちましょうか？
Are you tired? It's つけれましたか？つけれましたか？疲れましたか？
疲れましたか？
Can I hear this again?
疲れました。
疲れました。疲れましたか？
ペンはありますか？
Okay. ペンはありますか？
ペンは
ありますか？
ありますか？
Okay.
このバンドはとても人気です。
このバンドはとても人気です。Right?
このバンドは
人気。とても
人気です。
Okay.
もう12時半です。
もう12時半です。もう12時半です。
この席はステージから遠いです。
So no. I forgot the first thing. Maybe like この席はステージsomething. Let me try again.
この席はステージから遠いです。
から遠いです。Okay.
この席はステージから遠いです。
Okay. This seat is far from the stage. Okay. Fair enough. この席はステージから遠いです。
席に戻りますか？
席は戻りますか？席は戻りますか？ Oh. Okay.
席
Wait.
席に戻りますか？に戻りますか？
Yeah. Oh, should we return to the seats? Right. It seems like all of these are audio. Now all of these are audio exercises. Huh.
席に戻りますか？
Am I crazy or are all these audio
グッ
exercises?
ズがたくさん欲しいです。
Okay. グッズをたくさんが好きです。Wait, what kind of グッズ? Let's see.
グッズがたくさん
Wait.
欲しいです。グッズがたくさん欲しいです。
Okay, yeah. グッズがたくさん欲しいです。I want a lot of goods. Right. A lot of merch. Want some merch. Okay.
コンサートに行きたいです。
コンサートに行きたいです。I want to go to the concert. Okay. コンサートに
行きたいです。
行きたいです。
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？ Okay. Let's see.
ケンさん、どこに
並びますか？
並びますか？
Okay.
ここに並びましょうか？
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 席に戻りましょうか？
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 また一緒にコンサートに行きましょう。
またコンサートに行きましょう。Wait, I missed something. また Wait. I missed something.
また一緒にコンサートに行きましょう。
一緒に。
また
一緒にコンサート
に
行きましょう。
行きましょう。
バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。
バンドの人気 What?
バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。
歌を聞きたいです。バンドの人気歌 Oh, really?
が聞きたいです。
Really?
バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。
Interesting.
バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。
No chain.
バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。
Oh, right, because 聞きたいです。Whoops. 聞きたいです。Right. バンドの人気の歌が聞きたいです。Right. Sure. Okay.
早くお手洗いに行きましょ
Hayaku something otearai ni ikimashou. I missed something, but let's just.
う。早くお手洗いに行きましょう。
Oh wait, that is the whole phrase.
早くお手洗いに行きましょ
Hayaku otearai ni ikimashou. Yeah, we should hurry. Oh, we should go to the bathroom quickly. The restrooms quickly.
う。この後、北口に並びましょ
Konoato something narabimashou. Hold up.
う。この後、北口に並びましょう。
Dakuchi ni harabimashou. Um.
北口
Kitakuchi ni. Wait.
この後、北口に並びましょ
I keep forgetting.
あと
Konoato
う。この後、北口に並びましょ
ni narabimashou.
う。並びましょう。
I'm actually not thinking in English at all, which is great, I guess. I'm skipping the whole English thing.
今夜はちょっと。
Onya wa chotto.
今夜はちょっと。
Okay. Although I do need to think in English in order to do my review tomorrow, in 2 days, so I gotta not do too much. I still gotta want to translate in my head so I can speak in English.
専攻は歴史です。
Yeah. If you're curious, if I'm not thinking the thing in English, then what am I doing? I'm picturing things. So when I was, like, koko ni narabimashou, right? That I'm thinking of people walking in line, like they're lining up. I'm thinking of people lining up here. So I'm imagining myself in different situations. That's kind of how I remember the thing. So that's how I quickly avoid needing to translate, but also have a mental image. It's a different thing. I'm still spending time making the mental image, right? A lot of times, in my opinion, when people say they're not translating in their heads, well, you don't have to translate. You're still spending time thinking in your head in some way, right? So like when I say, I'm going to ride a bike, do you think of you riding a bike? Is that faster? Is that slower? You're still taking time to figure out what it means. It doesn't have to be in English. Unless you have aphantasia. Okay? I am familiar with some people that they might have distinctive degrees. So it's not faster or slower, it's how efficient it is, right? In my opinion. What I mean is, how practiced are you in the thing? So if I don't have to think in English, I just think of images. So, are you used to that? Kotomo. What do you think when I say kotomo? I think of a little young squirt. I actually think of junior in Duolingo. When I say kotomo, I'm thinking of junior in English. Kuma, I'm thinking of Falstaff, right? I could, funny enough, my sister is very moody, and her name actually lines up with this character. So, and she does sound very apathetic. Anyways, you do different things ahead. Now we're thinking in English, so we'll naturally think in English here, right? Senko wa reikishi desu. That's history. My major is history. Right.
大学の郵便局は小さいです。
You know what? Now I just got it. It bounces between these two exercises. So you're always either translating Japanese or you're listening to Japanese. Well, you're always listening to Japanese so far. Interestingly enough. I think they might have swapped up the way the legendary works. In section 2, the legendaries don't work like this. Or maybe it does, and it's always on the last. Huh. I'm curious if you get like the audio prompts, like the chat and response things anymore. Huh.
大学の郵便局は小さいです。
Okay. 大学の I miss I don't under 大学の郵便局 Oh, 郵便局 post office は小さいです。The post office, the university's post office. Okay.
空気はきれいじゃないです。
The air is not clean. Okay.
キャンパスにドラッグストアがあります。
Oh no, Dracula store. Campus ni Dracula store. Sub-Zero ruined me. Campus ni drug store. There's a drugstore on campus.
数学の先生は怖いです。
Wait. Is that really what it's saying? Oh yeah, it is really saying that. The math professor is scary. 修学の先生は怖いです。
この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
おしゃれ。Oh, wait. I missed one. おしゃれ。おしゃれ。おしゃれな服屋はありません。There isn't a fashionable store in this town. Okay, or yeah, sure, fashionable. Yeah, that works. Oh yeah, they're using that. There's no fashionable clothing store in town. Oh, in this town. Whoops, I missed it.
ルームメイトは親切な人です。
Do you feel there's a disconnect between the form of the words and the concepts they refer to? Oh, like wait, can you elaborate? The form. Like saying I need an example if you have one. I don't know what you mean by the word in general. Like these statements, right? These statements here. Kodomo, etc. So there's a disconnect between the words and the concepts. Yeah, they're completely disconnected. And what I mean by that is I think they are because they restrict themselves to the collective of words that they have. So like example, you don't talk about a young child, right? They don't say young child is running around. You know, it contextualizes what a young child does, for example. Like there's a conceptual connection between. Sometimes they do connect, but not enough because they don't have I don't know how much they're juggling. It kind of becomes more noticeable later. So when you get later into like section 3, the discussions tend to be contextualized, but they're rarer. And I don't know what's the deal with this legend thing, but when you're doing the legend exercises, they don't have those exercises. They're more and more frequent much later. So things like the prompts are really fun. Like the most recent one was something like every single day I always have to do all the work by myself. I'm always doing this and I'm really tired. Right? Like the expression is like, this person doesn't want to do, like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm really tired. I'm overexhausted. Or like, there was one saying like, wow, all the people at work are disinterested and they're not hardworking. I do want to switch companies, but I'll stick it out. I'll try my best for a bit longer. So you hear a context, like the concepts of those things. And for this, you know, these like single sentences, I don't know why they're sticking to these single sentences for these interviews. I provide the context myself. So when I think of an image of the sentence, I see it in the context of the scene I paint. Unfortunately, I think that doesn't help a lot of people. I don't think it's wise, in my opinion. Maybe it might slow things down or something. I think it would be very bold to assume that people do not require literal context to provide inspiration. So it would be interesting moving forward and getting into section 4 and 5 to see how that changes. In the beginning, like pretty much the first 100 days, all the sentences require context. And the exercise that I encourage most people to do is, in what way would you contextualize this? So you're doing the work, basically. And in my opinion, yes, there's a disconnect and it will make it really hard. It actually makes it harder to form the connection between the words and concepts. If you want a tool that does that, it will help you learn those words. It won't help you create context, if you know what I mean. So like, if a tool explains the context for you, then you're not doing the context creation. With that said, Duolingo isn't telling you to do that either. So not only are they not helping you form context so that you can use that context to build upon, it is literally expecting you at the moment to make that context yourself. So you have to ask yourself, do you need that context in order to learn words and associate concepts? Because if the answer is yes, I would definitely encourage you to find a tool that relies on conversation, stories. There are stories in Duolingo, but it's in section 3, unit 47 or something. It's like way down there. I'm not going to even get to it by day 125. So they really take their time in providing context. You don't get prompts that I described until section 3. So you have to blast through section 1 and 2 to get to section 3. And section 3 is when they start 3, 4, 5 sentences, where they contextualize all the vocabulary that you had together. And that's when it really starts picking up steam, in my opinion. I actually really love the new units, but I also have to exercise discipline in reviewing all my foundations. So as much as I want to blitz forward with the 3 days of super, I told myself that I would keep myself regular and prepare myself for the day 100. So they do provide more context now. And because you were so contextless your entire time, most of the context that I provide is based on my own experience. So for example, when I hear this, like, right, not game.
ルームメイトは親切な人です。
ルームメイトは親切、right? 親切な人です。The image I have are basically my friends. They are brothers, right? So you could probably put like, you could even express it. Can I even express that in English, in Japanese? Like, oh, I treat them. Yeah, they're basically Oni-san. Are they older than me? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're my Oni-san. So I picture brothers. I picture brothers. I picture us sharing in apato together. Onisan to, right? Onisan to apato ni sundeimasu. Or ni sundeimashita. You could even say daigaku. Yeah, about daigaku de Onisan. Yeah, Daikaku de Onisan to. Oh, wait. Or would you use personal? I consider them, so I would probably say like Daikaku de. It's not the same because I can't express it, but one to. I mean, ani to, sorry. Ani to apato ni sundeimasu. Ni sundeimashita. I lived in an apartment with my older brothers at the university. There's this idea that people use their better language to bridge the gaps between L2 forms and concepts. It takes a long time for the link to be instant. Yeah, that's what I do. I actually think not only is that true, you can bridge concepts that are beyond language. I focus specifically on that to encourage people to do things. I bridge people's skills using their dominant skill. It's not always possible, obviously. And language is a great example where it is actually quite more possible to bridge the gap between L2 forms and concepts and your better language, as opposed to like skill sets. But it is still possible. And when it's possible, it's so powerful. Like bridging the gap of video games, the concept of video game objectives, to nutritional maintenance. Right? Your dominant skills are how you micromanage your video game progress, or like how familiar you are with video game mechanics. You can use that type of conceptual bridge to understand how to micromanage, for example, nutritional facts, right? Nutritional upkeep. That kind of thing is fantastic. And it also goes hand in hand with habit formation, how you quit, change, and establish habits. You can bridge the gap by using your dominant habit formation strategies in order to bolster what most people would compartmentalize as different habits. So like, for example, oftentimes what keeps this is the irony in my opinion, and it doesn't work for me. Maybe it does. I haven't really tried it. We'll see. We'll try in the future. That whole total immersion thing. I have learned that I like to leverage my superior experience, like the experience I already have, in order to enter a new skill set. However, there are tons of people, a significant number of people, right, that I must acknowledge and concede to, that they are more efficient, or like they desire to learn things by compartmentalizing. So for example, getting rid of a bad habit is compartmentalizing as different than maintaining a good habit or establishing a good habit. Like mindset and approach are mutually distinguishable between the two. Kicking an addiction is not the same as preserving fitness, right? For me, I would demonstrate how they can overlap a lot of times. And when they overlap, you can choose, if that person is open to that, they can choose to leverage what is working for the good habit in order to control the bad habit or the undesirable habit they have. So it's kind of like entertaining both what you don't do and what you do. Sorry, poop joke. So in language, I haven't yet compartmentalized. I try it every once in a while at night. Sorry, relative terms. Outside of Duolingo, I occasionally participate in total immersion. So what I mean by, or trying to be immersive, as in whenever something comes up and an opportunity to be immersed, I try it. Does it work? Well, it's hard to tell because I only do it occasionally. It's not part of my entire routine. So I didn't commit fully to immersion. My take on most things is to do what I can stay active in. So if I'm in the immersion mood, I will tackle the immersion mood. So I don't tackle something when I'm not motivated to do so. So oftentimes I'm more farming for things I'm motivated in. And I love making up stories because Duolingo is, for lack of a better word, it sucks at providing context. But I'm not one who needs context provided for me, right? So that's kind of cool, that, or a coincidence. What is one of Duolingo's probably worst aspects for most people are allowing me to practice a skill that I was incredibly terrible at, which is having a sense of imagination. I kid you not. Like when you think of analytical, efficiency prone, hyper high functioning people, if you saw them when they were 16 years old, the first thing someone might ask is like, what are your weaknesses? I have a terrible imagination. I don't know if this resonates. This probably resonates with a lot of children now because the internet provides all the imagination. You don't need to imagine anything if the internet provides it. And for me, all my imagination was based on textbooks, right? I only studied things. So when someone says, oh, that's okay, like, just use your imagination. Let's go out for a walk. It's like, what? A walk is nothing. Your greatest weakness is caring too much. That's a fun meme, actually. That's a pretty funny one that in interviews, if someone ever says that, you know they're reading off some like 20-year-old script that how do you turn your weaknesses into strengths by taking an asset and saying it's your weakness. That's a funny one. My greatest weakness is caring too much. It's a good one, especially for like millennials. Like back then for interview questions, like, oh yeah, but even your weaknesses, you can make them sound good. That's usually, that reminds me of, in my opinion, the whole like top 10 things you can do to be good at interviews. That's the type of stuff that is pretty funny. But I think that's what I do anyways. The idea that for me, I leverage language, and not only my language, but the imagination that is attached to the language. So the only reason I could ever imagine that this will make me picture, I don't know how you express brother from another mother, but I am waiting to be able to, my best friends were quite literally like my brothers, and I would honestly call them my older brothers. We all lived in an apartment together at the university, kind of off campus. So I don't know how to say off campus, but off campus. Apato, apato de off campus. Or apato no off campus. Maybe throw in like a kata, or how to say off of something. And yeah, we had a off-campus apartment. That's what this statement makes me think of. And they're kind people. So it's saying my roommate wa shinsetsu na hito desu, right? They are very kind people. In fact, they're probably the reason why I'm very social now, or far more social than I have ever been. So they are very kind people, and that's what I think of. When I think of kind people, I think of all the kind people in my life. So, technically, I guess, tomodachi, right? Roommate wa tomodachi, tomodachi desu ka? Right? Tomodachi desu ka? Or des. Sorry, des. Tomodachi desu. Anyways. If you don't have a sense of imagination, I think it probably very reasonable to ask to start with a tool that provides the imagination for you, and then work off that. Like, oh yeah, here's the context that you would use these sentences, and then when you know those contexts, then you can use that as a starting point. I don't have to imagine when I'm going to use a phrase like this. Roommate wa but here's the thing though. I could easily have said janai desu, because immediately I think of the first year. Ichinensei. When I don't know if you can say like itsu ichinensei wa itsu ichinensei wa roommate wa shinsetsu hito janai desu. Actually, yeah, janai desu. I don't know what you can say. But the thing is, I'm trying. You try to contextualize the stuff. Like, they weren't nice. Oh, actually. Oh, it is correct, though, because janai... Oh, wait. Yeah. Although, do I say shin? Oh man, there's so many questions. Anyways, let's just keep going. I don't have enough knowledge still to actually say the things I want to say. Yeah. But we keep building. I substitute with English, basically. I continue to substitute with English until I can fill in those gaps. Okay, my roommate is a kind person. And of course, it's the same as saying my roommates are kind people, right? Because Japanese. My roommates are kind people. Roommate, I don't know. Roommate wa ani desu. Maybe like. How you say like? Are like brothers.
アメフトは好きですか?
アメフト wait アメフト oh アメフト American football. All I thought about was the NFL. アメフトは好きですか? Yeah. ファンタジーのアメフトは面白いですね. Something like that. Fantasy football, fantasy American football. So fantasy football is interesting, isn't it? Right? Because people do fantasy football all the time. Okay, alright, let's see. Do you play football? いえ。でも、ファンタジーフットボール、時々ファンタジーフットボールをしました。I sometimes play fantasy football. I don't know. Oh, it says, do you like? Oh.
この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
Alright. I need to focus on the prompts. I think my imagination's getting carried away. Okay. Alright.
この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
Okay. この町に、おしゃれな服屋はありません。You know what I think about here? Immediately, I think about that ridiculous. Okay. Let me draw this. I need to do some encoding here. Like, my first image when I think about a fantasy thing, a fashionable outlet. I don't know if you guys ever see an entrance of an outlet, but I'm not gonna say a brand. So there's a brand store, and their entrances look like this. So this is the back, right? So you have to like enter through here and make a left, and then you exit out through here. But it's kind of like a dark wall, and then there's like a huge like brand here. No glass. It's like it's basically brick, right? And I don't know if you know what type of store. And usually these are like in shopping malls. I'm thinking of a very specific brand, but I don't think I'm gonna avoid saying brands because brands can probably get me into trouble. So in the future, right? So you like walk in, and then there's like this light source that kind of lights up. It's a really tiny spotlight, but this is what I'm thinking of. But I'm thinking of there isn't a store like this in this town, because you probably find them in shopping centers. You just insert your favorite like hoity-toity. There occasionally like this might be a glass display, and then there's like a mannequin back there with like something fashionable, right? Takai desu ne. おしゃれな服屋はとても本当に高いですね。Okay. Let's see. There's wait. What do I say? Okay. There's there's no I screwed this up already, right? There's no fashionable clothing store in this town. I missed this.
アメフトは好きですか?
How did I screw this up? Oh, do you like football? American football.
いつもコンビニで鉛筆を買います。
I just think it's funny to buy pencils at a convenience store. Like just the thought of buying pencils at a convenience store. And by funny I mean it's a cultural dissonance. You typically go to an office supply store, or if you're going out of your way to buy pencils, in my opinion. I understand that convenience stores in Japanese have a lot of like necessities, right? And that would include pencils. But it's hard for me to imagine walking into a Quickie Mart where there's a roll of pencils or something like that. Like a small convenience store on the side. They probably have food, you know. 食べ Tabemono, nomimono. Ice cream. Tobacco. Sorry. It was a very common thing though. Soap, the essentials. Occasionally you have nylon stockings too. But I think that's more common in Japan than it is outside of Japan. But there were a few times where I walked into a convenience store and there were stockings, like nylon stockings, because they tear all the time. I mean, it's not like I understand, but I know that working in the office and there's dress codes, lots of female office workers, often those nylon stockings, they don't stay. They tear very frequently. I don't know how to say nylon stockings right now. The closest I got is kutsushita, right? Kutsushita, which are socks. Closest thing I got. Yep. I'm basically imagining an office building, an office place right now. Enpitsu. Got pen, right? I can't say paper yet. I can't say pen and like pencil and paper or pen and paper. Paper. Nah, no paper. Eraser? No eraser either. Supplies. No, I can't say supplies either. I could say office. Office no isu. Office chairs? I can imagine office chairs in the front. At like 200 yen desu. Oh no, not 200 yen. It's more like 400 yen. Accounting for a conversion, right? Oh no, wait. That's not even close. I mean like 4man, and at least. Oh no, yeah, yeah. That might be going a little high. 200, something like that. 260 bucks USD for an office chair. Okay, in these like office supply places, they usually have like the chairs sitting in the front, and then you have to go through the corner, the enpitsu no corner. The aisle where you have this huge long line of like mechanical pencils and stuff in the store, right? It's more of a depato than a kombini. Yeah, depato, department store. Only sometimes the office, you go to department store actually to buy office supplies nowadays. There aren't only office supply stores. At least where I am. Okay. I always buy pencils at I always buy pencils at a convenience store, sure. At the convenience store, sure.
図書館は何時に閉まりますか?
Okay, 図書館は何時に閉まる? 閉まりますか? Oh, 閉まります. Wait. に閉まりますか? Close. Wait. Really? Oh, it's hold up. It's the intransitive closed. Yeah. Right, shimaru. Ooh, shimaru kind of looks like a kan or shimbun, but the middle, that last radical in the middle is just o, the katakana o. Okay. 図書館は何時に When does the library close? What time does the library close? Okay.
田舎から都市に引っ越しました。
Whenever I think about a library, I often think about hiroi, right? Like really takai roof, or like, you know, really tall roof, right? And the library would look something like this. It would be like a dome with like a walk up here, walk up entrance here, and be like a gigantic dome, and there would be like slabs. Maybe you might have some windows, but right, it kind of looks more like an observatory. That's when I think about it. And then you're like this small. Very so takai, right? Very tall. Hiroi, right? It's quite spacious. Hon, right? You would throw in some hon, jisho. Gakusei, daigakusei. Gakusei to daigakusei ni ikimasu. Oh, sorry. What is it? Shokan. Shokan. Oh no. How do I say library? La biblioteca. La biblioteca ni ikimasu. Toshokan, right? Toshokan. Yeah. I swear, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. La biblioteca. Biblioteca ni ikimasu. Okay. Let's see. What was this? Is that the kanji for that? I guess. Looks cool. Hey, kitty.
田舎から都市に引っ越しました。
田舎から、oh, yeah. 田舎から都市に、oh yeah, 移行しました。引っ越しました。I moved to the countryside. I moved to the city from the countryside. Sorry. I moved to the city from the countryside. I moved to the city from a countryside. Yeah. Inaka kara, and then toshi ni hikoshimashita. Okay, all right, buddy. All right, Duolingo. Oh. Okay. All right, buddy. All right. キャンパスの近くに服屋。Why do you like this? Why are you like this? Why do you need this? Okay. They're just swapping up the places. So this time is キャンパスの近くに as opposed to something else. Town? I think they were talking about town. 町。この町 Maybe like この町に服屋はありません Something like that. They're swapping up the location. There's no clothing Is it stylish? Oh, they even swapped up the stylish. Yeah, it's not stylish anymore either. Now we're just talking about a clothing store. That's what a regular clothing store looks like. TJ Maxx. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be I should be saying brands. sorry, folks. Like the Dollar General. There's no clothing store near campus.
小さい町は時々不便です。
時々不便です。Small towns are sometimes inconvenient. 不便。
クラスメートとおしゃれな服を探します。
探します。Oh, are you going with a classmate? Yeah, and going with a classmate to look for a fashionable clothing store? Oh no. Oh no, just to look for fashionable clothing. Okay, fair enough. Classmateとおしゃれな服を探します。Okay. I'm going to look for fashionable clothes with my classmates. Sure.
大学にとても古い木があります。
Honestly though, I kid you not, I've said this phrase before. 大学にとても古い木があります。There are very old trees at the university. I've said that before, actually. It's actually kind of a thing to have old trees planted at universities. Sometimes trees are incredibly symbolic. Like some campuses are deliberately constructed around old trees. And I imagine Japanese universities are no exception. Think about like the courtyard where there's an old tree. That's what I'm thinking of right now. With a lot of benchy around. 古い、とても古い木。One specifically. 一つ木。Let's see. There's a yeah, exactly. There's a very old tree at the university. Sometimes there's like a centerpiece tree.
大学のバスケットボールコートは大きいです。
I kind of remember, so like that last imagery reminds me of, if you're looking top down, there's usually like an academic quad, and a lot of times there's like lots of paths, right? But oftentimes an academic quad is square, and then you have buildings here, right? This is the building, this is a building, this is a building, right? And occasionally there's like smaller paths that kind of look like this when you're looking down on it. And then in the center, there'll be a very, very large tree if we're looking down on it. Right? And then there will be like two smaller trees here. Or smaller trees. And an academic quad would look something like this a lot of time. Right? And then yes, these are bricks. Brick paths. Something like nice and symmetrical sometimes. Occasionally they'd be like asymmetrical, but oftentimes there's like a really large centerpiece tree. And that's what I'm thinking of. Tatemono. Buildings. Tatemono. shugaku could be in this building. I don't even know if you can say something like Shugaku no depato. That's probably not the same thing because it's a department store, right? But it's a department, the math department, right? Senko, right? Majors, campus. Then you walk off and you can get to like the dormitories. They did express dormitories in a way too. Although they introduced Heya, rooms, more so. I don't know how to say science. Yeah. Kirei, kirei desu ne. Okay.
大学のバスケットボールコートは大きいです。
Okay. I think we had a conversation about koto and then the jimu and the other word for the gyms at the universities or colleges or high schools and stuff versus jimu, which was more of a recreational thing, right? And then the jimu, kaisha no jimu in the context of a company. This is koto being used as court, basketball court. So the university's basketball court is big.
隣の町にショッピングセンターがあります。
Yep, this is basically life in a college town. 隣の町にショッピングセンター。ショッピングセンターがあります。It's kind of a drive. I would say a lot of times maybe 多分15分かかります。ぐらいかかります。車で15分ぐらいかかります。About 15 minutes by car to the 隣の町。Okay, let's see. There's a shopping center in the neighboring town. I think Duo's context is reliant on, sometimes they're talking about Japan when they're talking about Japanese stuff, like Japanese mannerisms and stuff. But since Duo is situated in like an American-esque background, and this doesn't help people from outside of the United States, perhaps. Maybe it's coincidentally relatable, but when they're talking about like things like campus life, like how colleges are, if you went to college, it is completely contextualized. Like what I mean is you can say a lot about college life, even in between the lines. The downside is if you didn't go to college and you're not going to these particular colleges, because the thing they're describing here is a college town, not a city university. A city university is surrounded by the city. So we're not talking about like New York, right? Not a Daigaku no New York or New York no Daigaku, right? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like an isolated college town. I have no idea. College town? Daigaku no Oshi? I mean, Daigaku no machi, like a town in a university, right? So I just coincidentally resonate with it. So I don't really need too much help here for imagination. Most of these phrases make sense. Actually, I would say most of these phrases, even if they're unnatural Japanese, I would say most of these phrases if I was describing my university life. Both my university lives, because I have more than one university life. Yeah, usually you go to the neighboring town to find a shopping center.
田舎から都市に引っ越しました。
What did I screw up here? Oh, right. Prepositions. I moved from the countryside to a city? Is that what they wanted? I think... Sure. Okay. Alright. Shop for clothing. Ooh, I got a lot of context for shopping for clothing. Okay, one thing I have to say though, here's the thing. Here's what I would say that is a double-edged problem. It's a coincidental double-edged problem. Gamification. Let's think about gamification for a moment. When you think about video games, what are the coinciding pre-selection for gaming? For gamers, right? Interesting gamers. Right? Typically, this is not to sound bad or good. I'm going to say this very carefully. Gamers tend to be less creative. Okay? And what I mean by that is they don't necessarily have the desire to be creative a lot of times, because video games provide imagination, right? You don't have to technically literally create the stories. You don't literally have to create the challenges. Video games provide these things, right? So here's where the funny double edge about the gamification. When the way Duolingo is designed attracts gamers because of the properties that bridge gaming and Duolingo. But one of the pre-selections that happen with gamers is that they want content. And content in the form of anything. Stories, like lots of content, dynamics, tools, mechanics, right? So here's the downside, right? The way Duolingo is framing learning is slow. We'll just say slow. And in the beginning, I don't think a gamer would ever get to the end of a game. Like, if you don't like a game, a gamer is not going to get to the end of it, right? They're going to quit beforehand. So they're slow on context. Things like story, animation, visual stimuli, like these things, they're empty. They're not there. And that's what I mean by less creative. They're not going to make paint interesting if paint literally is not there. I think that's kind of one of the double-edged things. Now, why is this an asset though? When you learn, if you can create from less, you don't need more. And I think that's where the division is coming from. So many of the criticism is you need more explainer, more content, right? This is what that gamification attracts content consumers. You need content. You need more YouTube. You need more podcasts. You need more vloggers. There's more of everything, right? It has to keep changing. And the phrase that gamers would use most of the time is mind-numbing. Mind-numbingly slow, and also cause disengagement, right? Well, I don't want to sound like some old boomer, but there was a time when you didn't have any of these things and you're left with your imagination. So how do you occupy with that? And that's a different time. It's a different life. It's a different time. It's a different period. So what happens here is a lot of times they're playing something to be engaged, but Duolingo doesn't offer content in the form of engagement. It offers content in the form of gamification. So in the sense, you are still reliant on providing an input of effort. It's interesting, in my opinion, that you have to ask yourself the duality of ease, effort, and learning. Like the relationship between ease, effort, and learning. If this is super entertaining, and they are providing you with all the answers, they are also providing you with all the stories, all the solutions, how much are you actually learning? Now, for a beginner, any of this is useful, provided you're learning from them. But the double edge is you're attracting gamers, right? Gamers learn when they need to, the minimum amount of they need to enjoy something, and then they move on, in my opinion. Do they find that their gaming learning lessons are transferable? The closest you can get are sequels. I don't think it goes beyond that. So I play games to learn about design and stuff. I don't play games to learn like mechanics, right? When you think about mechanics solely in the sense of the game, yeah, none of the games are transferable skills, right? So if it's not a sequel, then it's a new IP. And that new IP, I would be very impressed if more than 50% of gamers try to adapt sequels and IPs and link them and bridge them, right? Bridge them like language learning, like taking your common language, kind of like that, taking your common language and bridging them to a L2, much like taking a video game series that you absolutely love and bridge them into a new IP, and the developers are the same, right? Because if the developer is likely the same, there might be like design languages and stuff. Guess what? Well, natural language, there are many things which linguists would probably try to do that, like allows the bridging of these two things. So I think that's one of the downsides. Am I doing more work? Yeah, I'm doing more work. Do people think, if someone thinks that I'm spending more time on Duolingo because I'm a slow learner, or I don't know how to be efficient with my time, well, that sounds like gaming to me. What's offered in Duolingo is certainly true. They don't offer those things, but it's not like I'm not doing those. What people don't see, in my opinion, is that I don't need a tool to do it. At least in my opinion. But I'm a different generation of people, right? It would be very convenient to do that. Or maybe they move faster. Mind numbing is the key word here. Mind numbing. Hustle. You gotta hustle along, man. If you have to do something more than 2 days, I mean, somebody made a joke and say they don't even do it for more than 10 minutes and they're bored. Like, well, yeah, because you don't like learning. That I'm sorry, but that's very, very crude in the same way. Like, you can't even use imagination to keep yourself from getting bored on what's in front of you, right? Imagine telling someone, evaluate this to the best of your ability. I probably give the average gamer 100 words. Use 100 words to describe what you can see here. I will give you a 30,000 word essay on what I can learn from this. In my opinion. Probably fairly sure. But that's because I'm leveraging my experience. That's what I mean by that whole, I totally get the idea of people using their language, their better language, to bridge the gap, because you have lots of experiences. But if you're someone who don't like to imagine how this is useful, you can just choose to do a split-second, 30-second take on, oh yeah, this is a childish cartoon. This is a childish cartoon. I don't like its simple colors. I don't like its simple colors. That's a Game Boy. Obviously, it's a Game Boy. That kind of thing. That's as imaginative as possible. What do I imagine? Think about this here. Right? Well, you don't see the scene there, but I do. Right? That's more than what's in this picture. She's lying on the ground in a house. It's not an empty space. So what can you say now? Well, she's playing in a ie. Iete. Right? That's kind of the idea. If you have creativity, then you don't necessarily have to be reliant on everyone spelling things out for you. Right? And obviously, what else can you say? What she's wearing? Duo says parka, but that's not a parka. Right? But that's fine. You know that you're gonna say parka, but it's not a parka. And saying what it's not and what is being suggested are two different things. Right? This is pinku. I don't know if that's a scarf. So once you get beyond the details of all the things, then you start adding, well, is she outside or is she inside? Right? Is she hot? Does she look like she's happy or sad? Like, now you're sorry, what do you think she's playing that's making them make that face? So now you're starting to make stories from this one image. And the question is, can you do it in Japanese? Yep. You don't have to start with Japanese. You can leverage all of your better language, your common language. And what you can do with that common language is then have the motivation to translate it. So then you have a reason to go into your jisho. I want to describe what she's doing in this scene, but there are so many words that comes up naturally that I don't know yet. So I'll go to jisho, and then now I can't express it. Let's go and find some grammar, right? However, Duolingo is being presented as a game, and yeah, I agree with people. It's being described sometimes as a one-stop shop, which that's not. I'm saying it's described loosely. From the words, people assume they're selling Duolingo as a one-stop shop, but if you honestly, if you're 18 now, I'm sure anyone who's older than 18 understands that one-stop shops don't have it. They're like, there isn't a one-stop shop anything in someone's life. I hope that by the time most people become 18, they will probably be okay with the idea that you can't have everything in one place. So hopefully that this is a deficiency in critical thinking. What is the app I'm using? I'm using it's called an extension. I'm using Chrome browser, by the way. Web Paint Tool. Web Paint Tool. And I'm also writing on a stylus, so on a tablet, on a pen tablet. Yeah. Okay. Hey.
このセーターはふわふわですね。
ふわふわ. So, ふわふわ, kira kira, right? Kira kira, boro boro. This unit had all the cute words, and hua hua is quite literally one of the cutest words so far. And then kira kira, I'm making spirit fingers when I say kira kira. Oh, you don't think Opera? Oh yeah, Opera GX. Well, Opera GX is Opera still Opera still is kind of Chromium, right? Do they have Chromium? I'm sure there's other extensions. Yeah, I don't know though. I unfortunately I don't know all the extensions. So I like to it's a good thing I mentioned the browser. Yeah. I'm sure there are stuff that you can do on Opera. I looked up a I guess I would look up for web page writing tools. Oh, okay, there are a lot of extensions that doesn't really work. Okay. Yeah, I looked up there's only one, like there are 2 or 3, but the other 2 are like really late. Like they're really like laggy. So this is the one that I found. So yeah, I would believe that there isn't one. I looked up like web page writing tool. Oh, you have to download from Opera Store. So they have an ecosystem for certified extensions. Interesting. They got to make sure the extensions are compatible through their store. Or like the store is like a hub to make sure that perhaps that has is supported. I see. Yeah. Right now it's just called Web Paint Tool. I'm actually trying to look for something even better because the latency is still noticeable. Oh, it looks like Chrome. I see. Oh, like the Play Store. I see. Yeah. I'm still looking for something with a bit more of a robust response time. There's like a 20 millisecond. You can feel the delay in the strokes. There's a lot of kinks, but it's sufficient to write on the screen. I really like it. Or it's sufficient. It's more than I could do myself, so thank you, tool. Yeah, fua fua. Let's see. Are you, Fanny, are you a language learner? Are you, doing stuff that requires screenwriting. Actually, I'm going to check it out right now if there's something new and similar to this. Yeah, I would really encourage people, if you're a language learner or you need to do something and then you're like using a browser based methods or browser based like reading and stuff, you're a procrastinating language learner. You know how if you go sentence mining or you're grade reading, it's really fun, even if you're not like a streamer or content creator, like being able to write on top of your whatever you're thinking, like when you can translate like on screen. So if you're on LingQ or something, oh, and you draw, that's why you have a tablet. Okay, yeah, it's a perfect use in my opinion. If you're a procrastinating language learner, drawing on screen is kind of fun. Yeah, doodling and using your imagination, I think that is incredibly useful. So doodling is fun. I imagine any person who can find something to like increase their visual, get a chance to like embellish with something you can create. It really makes the learning process meaningful, right? And we're all here about meaning. Oh, you recently got a Samsung tablet to study languages? Doesn't that support tablet function? Samsung tablets have a stylus, so you can probably already do that. Use your Samsung tablet. Unless, yeah, Samsung products have smart pens. You probably could already do all this stuff with Galaxy OS, probably, and then you can take screenshots, right? Take screenshots of it. Probably only like 2 button input. Oh, they work with Wacom? Yeah, I have a Wacom tablet on me, so interesting. Yeah, you might as well do that. The S Pen is fantastic. I bet the S Pen is fantastic. I think in the future I will definitely consider. I haven't owned a tablet in my life. Like I actually haven't ever purchased and owned one. You have an XP pen? I see. Classic. Yeah. And since you draw, it makes sense. Tablets. I haven't like a tablet, like the nice mobile tablet. The one you got is quite old. I can imagine. Since you mentioned, since you're familiar with Wacom and you draw, and are you learning Japanese by any chance? You don't happen to play O's, do you? Yeah, there's a lot of checkboxes being checked here, and when I think of XP pen, especially an old XP pen, and then I see drawing. You stopped, honestly? Okay, with lots of ellipses. Alright. Okay, Fanny. Okay. It's hard to stop O's. Moderation. Moderation. Yeah, when I think of XP pen, my first tablet was an XP pen. Yeah, my first tablet was an XP pen. Actually. And then I replaced it with a Wacom. You love the language anyways? Yeah, me too. Welcome to the fold. Oh, well, thank you. Made desu. Mada desu. Arigato. Ganbarimasu. Oh no. Okay, so kono seta. Oh no, seta. Wait. What did I say this reminds me of? Setter. Like a setter, like a volleyball, setter. Like seta as opposed to a sweater. Seta. I'm curious, is it seta for a volleyball setter? Hold up. Volleyball setter. Volleyball setter in Japanese. Oh, come on, Gemini. I don't need Gemini. No. In how do you say? Oh, here we go. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's seta. Oh, I remember this. Someone already explained. Someone already told me this. Actually, oh, it's and the risotto, but seta. It's actually it's seta. So, not too far away, right? Seta is a sweater, but seta is a setter. So not too far-fetched, actually. Are you using IA to help you? IA. What is... That explains a lot, right? I don't know what IA is. That explains a lot, right? Oh, you mean like oh, AI? Oh. AI? No, I was Googling. And I don't know how Opera is doing it, but Google rolled out their Gemini, right, for the thing, and I forgot to turn I don't know if I decided to turn it off or not. So whenever you enter like a Google search result, there's something powered by Gemini now. So there's this like blog and then like explaining things like let me determine what information I want to look for. Yeah, so there's a big blip. Gemini, it's Gemini powered now. Yeah, and I was just talking to it, and I tend to have internal monologue all the time. There's no way to escape AI. It's okay. It's okay. You know, you better pick sides. You know, I'm on. If world domination is happening, I better be on the side of AI, right? I'm just kidding. It'll take time. The Gemini prompt wasn't relevant to what I wrote. My prompt was how to say or how to write volleyball setter in Japanese. That was my prompt. And then the Gemini, just so you know, the Gemini rollout on Chrome is a bit of a disaster at the moment. So there's a lot of hit and misses. There's lots of ironing. Obviously, it's the early days, right? The early days. But it was telling me about Japanese volleyball players, as in they pull up stats and stuff, and here's the Japanese national volleyball team, right? Or the international volleyball team. It's like, no, I mean, I want to literally know how to say volleyball setter in Japanese. And then 3 search results down, it's the classical forums that usually someone would ask a random question and they would say, oh, this is how you would say it. And turns out it's seta with a t as opposed to a long thing. Yep. So much unnecessary detail. But you know, that's how you establish natural mnemonics, right? Or I don't call them mnemonics. I think mnemonics are great and all. However, story building is like an element of its own, where if you can create associations without relying on very classical mnemonic devices, then it can be something attached to your memory. Right? So seta, I always think of a volleyball setter. Not that it's detrimental, but it's more a memory aid. So volleyball, I get reminded by seta, which is sweater. No mnemonics whatsoever, or the classical mnemonics, where somehow it has to be related, right? So what is it? What do you mean? So what is it? Seta? Sweater? This sweater is fluffy, isn't it? It's sweater. Yeah. Seta. This sweater is fluffy, isn't it? Hua hua. Hua hua.
今、店員さんは忙しいです。
今、店員さん。Oh, yeah, 店員さんは忙しいです。Okay. You love Japanese onomatopoeia sounds? I do too. Piku piku. Piku piku. And pika pika. Ku. What was it? What's the W one? Oh no. The WW? Yeah, kira kira. Very glittery. Like sparkling. Kira kira. Although I don't know what boroboro does. Even though it means worn out, but I don't know what they're going for with boroboro. And then there are other functional words like iroiro, sorosoro, or kyukyusha for ambulance. Kyukyusha. Actually, someone already explained this to me. QQ is 99, and that's like the emergency number. So kyukyusha kind of makes sense for an ambulance. The 99 sha. Can you imagine like English using this? Like, OMG, this star is so kira kira. We have a few on or English speakers. English do have a few repetitious onomatopoeias. We do, and there's a lot of times they use English is used to use them as diminutives. We have diminutives, and that's probably why onomatopoeias sound very cute and funny, because English use diminutives like bun bun, bobo, bubba. They're not quite doubling, but you know, dodo. Lots of repetitious. Is English my first language? No, but it is my common language. Like, it's kind of hard to describe. I can't really think that far back, but it is unlikely that English is my first language. I grew up in a trilingual household. So, I don't know. Well, actually, I grew up in my parents are trilingual, but English is not one of the languages. So the natural inclination to say is English is probably not my language. Not my first language, but it is my common language. My mother tongue is Fujianese. And two of the first languages that I've heard was Mandarin and Fujianese. Which Fujianese is a dialect of Mandarin. So if I had to guess, those were probably the first languages that I've heard or was able to process. However, my parents, much like lots of Chinese parents, it was very pragmatic to learn English. Japanese is so technically Japanese is my fifth language. Because I'm in the United States, and typically you end up being educated in one of three languages, minimally. So German, French, and Spanish, and I chose Spanish. You're still exposed to German and French, but exposure is different. And I also had a Latin class. But those are like, they're not like languages I would use or read. So Spanish would be number 4, technically. And they're varying levels, so they're not considered like I wouldn't consider myself multilingual. It's one of those things when someone tells me, oh, I like immersion, oh, I like formal education, oh, I like grammar. All those languages are learned differently. Fujonese is total immersion. So I learned Fujonese. I can only speak Fujonese due to total immersion. I can only hear Mandarin and Cantonese due to total immersion. I know English because it's my common language. And Spanish I learned formally through high school and college. And then Japanese is self-study. So, been around the block. I don't usually keep to one way of learning. In fact, we're about to add Mandarin soon. So I'm gonna spend like half days with Mandarin and half days with Japanese on Duolingo. And Mandarin's gonna be a different experience because I have phonetic intuition with Mandarin. And I don't know if it's gonna make it worse or long or something. Like, I don't really care about whether it's efficient or not. It's going to be much different than Japanese. Like, there's no way it's gonna be the same experience. So it'll be very interesting. And then I'm gonna follow it up with Spanish. And Spanish is actually the flagship course on Duolingo. And I'm gonna be really interested to see how close it is to my high school and college classes. Because what they're doing here is very close to how formal education does it. For like kids, for like younger kids, right? And the nice thing about Duolingo is that it goes everywhere you go. And it has audio. It has synthetic voices. In Spanish class, you do the situation, the immersion situation, where a lot of people like, where when you step into the Spanish class, you only speak in Spanish, or you try to only speak in Spanish, that kind of thing, with other people who are speaking in Spanish. But the one source of Spanish competence is the teacher, right? So it's still not as like the immersion situation where you go to Japan and be surrounded by native speakers who's not concerned about your education, right? So it's still relatively similar to Duolingo, where you have a source of consistency, whether it's natural or not. Yeah. So it'll be very interesting. Sure. That's like a year down the line though. I'm asking this because English is not your first language. Oh, that's interesting. What is your first language? I think Japanese will help you somehow with the kanjis. You mean like, are you talking about the Mandarin things or? So I am someone who's more pictorial in nature. Recognizing kanji. Okay. Well, I recognize shapes already. So I like the artwork. I like art. Like, I like the depiction of art. And most of the time, I don't try to think of what the art is. I try to embellish the characters myself. So outside of like your fundamental, I don't know, how do you get hurui, right? How do you get hurui to remind yourself it's old? Right? I think of other things that makes me think of old. Like, what does old look like? Someone said it looked like a gravestone. That was fantastic. I actually really like the whole gravestone thing. We also had a thing where if you turn hurui on its side, it looks like Jew. Apparently it looks like, oh, Indy told me this. It looks like something very old, like something. I think it's ancient. It means ancient. So if you, or like maybe 60. I remember it had something to do with an old age. So then when you turn it back up, there's hurui. Hurui then is old permanently. Like the kanji for hurui looks like this, by the way. Now I'm using a mouse and it's terrible. But the kanji for hurui is this. Oh wait. Do I have to write urui? I don't think I have to write. Do I? No. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, your first language is Portuguese. I see. Brazilian. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. I say this all the time to fellow Brazilian, fellow Western Hemisphere peeps. Oh no, you're not bothering me. You have to know that I'm streaming for these type of interactions, right? It's not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming, right? So no worries. My Western Hemisphere friend, Fanny, well, you are, I say this to most Brazilians, you are in a place where is the one of two places where there's a high enough concentration to contribute to a measurable percentage of people that know Japanese outside of Japan. I reside in the United States, and you're in Brazil, right? I imagine you're still in Brazil. You can, I think at the moment, like 2 years ago, based on census. Oh, yep, Sao Paulo, yep. 0.1%, I5, 0.1%. Get that representation outside of Japan, right? 0.1%. The United States contribute about 1.1%, if not more now, and so does Brazil, 0.1%. And then, the rest collectively are less than 0.1%. And then Japan. And then Japan's the rest. You know what's kind of funny though? I'm curious if the statistics that they are collecting include like, oh yeah, but the people who learn Japanese in the United States or Brazil eventually move to Japan, so they end up contributing to the percentage of Japanese speakers in Japan, and then it's always steady state or something. Whenever someone like learns a language, they want to go to the country. It's kind of sort of more common for Japan. I'm not learning Japanese to move to Japan, just to clarify. You're from a city in the interior of Sao Paulo, one of the biggest of the state of Sao Paulo. Yeah, I heard you are the third person, I think, from Sao Paulo that talked about Japanese. Actually, the last person I talked to might be from the same place, and they said they're in one of the highest concentration of Japanese speakers in Brazil. Is that also true for where you are? Is that place, that city place? Yeah, I've met a lot of Brazilians, and largely because of the time zone, right? Because I stream in a very late time for everywhere else. Yeah. You don't think so, honestly? Oh, interesting. Do you have a little Tokyo or something where you are, like Japan? I don't know what they call it in I guess we would say like little Tokyo or something, like a place where there's a collective of either Japanese immigrants or multi-generational Japanese people. Oh, you have a square? Nice. Very nice. Yeah. That's a lot. That's quite a lot. As someone that is American, having these pockets are like indicative of high concentration. With that Japanese Chinese thing, I don't know the name. Usually red, the Japanese Chinese thing. Sorry. Oh, the gate? Are you talking about the gate? Oh, yeah, you're talking about the gate. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the pass-through. Yeah. I think the English word that I would use is a gate. It's a gateway. Gateway would be like the English equivalent. It's a gateway. In China it can be like a dragon's gate, a heaven's gate. In Japan it could be like a shrine or a situation, something that deals, with a bit of mythology, not mythology, but spiritualism. Yeah. They usually put gateways in the front of Asian collectives. Yeah. If you have one of those, then personally, in my opinion, that's a high concentration. I don't think it's far rarer than most people present itself. Like having Chinatowns, little Tokyos, or little Seouls, or Koreatowns. Those things are very far rarer relative to everything else, right? I'll be honest, I don't know how many Japanese are living in the city right now, but I would say that Sao Paulo has the high concentration of Asian, Japanese, and Koreans and Chinese. Yep. At least that's the impression I got from the other person. Well, that's pretty cool. Do you have any... I don't know, since you're learning Japanese, do you ever have any opportunities to meet a Japanese person? I don't have any Japanese here. I actually live in a coincidence. Ironically, maybe, I actually live away from these places. You would love to have... Yeah, me too. Me too. Someone asked me, I think a couple yesterday. I think Granola is the one that asked me. Do I have someone who someone asked me yesterday, do I have like a Japanese person I speak to, or a friend or something? I would definitely welcome someone. The only the major concern is I tend to want to have a non-conflict of interest. So oftentimes when I think about exchanging languages, I also would like to know if we have common interest, because usually I think learning is wonderfully done when there's a common interest and not a conflict of interest. Lots of times people like to learn together or work together, but conflicts of interest can be arguably potentially detrimental to things, right? Like, hey, let's start a business together, and then you have a conflict of interest. There's a Japanese guy who has a channel in Brazil sharing his experiences in all states of the country and meeting Japanese communities here in Brazil. That's great. I swear someone... I don't know if this is the same guy, but there is someone... I don't know if this is the guy is Brazilian or Portuguese, but Yu is something someone brought up. And this person apparently speaks multiple languages. I don't know if this is that Brazilian... this is one of the Brazilian guys. But Yu was brought up. I might not be that person. But I've been told a lot of things, so it's hard to keep a lot of them straight. Oh, it's Ola Guti. He speaks there. Oh, okay. Huh. I don't think I've seen this. Let's see. Oh! I've seen the face. Wow. Interesting. So this person's a transplant. Huh. I see. Okay. I do the same actually. I do the same but with English. Yeah, I do the same but with English. It goes to a lot of Japanese events I've never imagined there'd be in Brazil. Oh, that is definitely one way to get inspired to engage in the Japanese language. And culture in general, right? I do the same, but with English culture. So people who visit the United States. So anyone who have moved to the United States and they talk about their experiences in the context of Japanese, like what is a Japanese perspective? It's a lot rarer than one might think, right? It's not very common for Japanese people to want to leave for an extended amount of time from Japan. It's actually one of those types of countries. The Japanese have contributed greatly to your country's agriculture. Oh, that's interesting. I don't actually know the relationship between Japanese. That is an interesting thing. Oh, interesting. All right, I'll probably read a documentary, listen to a documentary on that. That's a really fun fact. What did Japanese? The only fun fact I have in about, oh no, they're not very fun facts, but as you can already imagine, Japan and the United States have quite a long history of things together. You would say that happened due to the abolition of slavery? Oh, I see. Huh, that sounds like a thing I would be interested in. I'll have to take a look on it. Give me like a few days. I'll probably be able to do some commentary on that. Alright, let's focus a little. How are you with language right now? How far are you in, or like, what are you doing now in your Japanese learning? How long have you been procrastinating on and off with learning Japanese? Speaking of which, how's your English? What do you do to keep up with your English? So you stopped a lot, so I'm trying to focus on English. Yeah, I was just about to ask. Yeah, like, so how do you, how's your English going? How does English work? Is busy now? Okay.
8,300円。
8,000. Oh yeah, 8,000 is the part of this unit. 8,300 yen. Eight. 8,300 yen.
メンズのコーナーまでまっすぐ行きます。
Honestly, you're better at writing than speaking? I feel like a lot of people say that a lot of times. Why do you think? I believe that your writing is probably better than your speaking, but what makes you think you're like? How do you feel about your speaking? Is it like sufficient? Are you comfortable in speaking in a way that is encouraging to you, or do you just avoid speaking? I'm kind of curious. I think most of the sentiments that I've gotten from anyone who's like acquiring English later, I feel like there's a unnecessary insecurity with English, and I don't know where that's coming from, but I don't like that the idea that there's this general fear of English, because English is the most chaotic. Like, what I mean is, if you don't know what you're saying in English, I mean, sometimes I don't know what I'm saying in English. So find a comfy chair, hit up anyone online, and I'm sure if you're learning English, most people would say like, yeah, welcome to the fold. It's if you find another English learner, the feeling is mutual, honestly. Unlike other languages, in my opinion, because English is pretty chaotic. It's one of those things where I say that I share this often, and it's kind of been my bedrock for English. there are fewer native English speakers than there are people who are learning English or acquiring English at a later time. So that, in my opinion, is a testament to how people shouldn't feel about English. No embarrassment, right? I have one. Oh, you have no one to talk to. I see. You're embarrassed to talk to yourself? Why is that? You know yourself well enough, right? I talk to myself a lot, and this is what I typically do. Maybe not out loud. However, since I'm streaming, I'm also trying to talk out loud to myself. So when there's no one around, I talk to myself. Internal monologues are great if you're able to do it yourself too. Sometimes I talk, but I think you lack vocabulary to talk about specific topics. You know what though? I encourage this quite a lot. If you have like another person who's learning, right? Maybe they don't know Portuguese or something. I do the thing where I substitute English. I use my English to leverage my Japanese. I leverage my English to learn Japanese. So a lot of times it'd be like, I don't know. Nihongo o benkyou shimasu, right? But if I forgot something like Nihongo o a lot benkyou shimasu, it's actually taksan. But if I do that, it'll still be kind of understandable. And if you happen to know other Portuguese speakers who also want to learn Japanese, then I think doing any spoken words is still wonderfully rewarding. So although that might increase the embarrassment, so I don't know how embarrassed you are. I'm very shameless when it comes to these things. Oh yeah, reversal context, yeah. And deep, I see. Okay. Good talk. All right. Yeah, people have their tools. Reversal, I'm familiar with. Not sure about deep L. Not sure about that one. Oh wait. Oh, deep L. Okay. Interesting. AI powered translation from. When I don't know a specific thing I want to say in Portuguese, I go to these websites and learn the equivalent. Yeah. Well, there you go. Now have a dialogue with yourself. No pressure though, no pressure. Deep L is great if you click over the text and you can see other ways to say. Oh, I see. Well, actually that's very helpful. Wait, hang on. Let me make a mark for that. So deep L. I actually quite like that. This is free to use, right? It's a replacement for Ooh, flashbang, but it's fine. Did I just see that they have an extension? Okay. They have Japanese, but I don't think Japanese. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, this is cool. I like it. All right, I'll make a mental note of that. Thanks, I appreciate it. All right, let's get back to. I need to finish these lessons. I'm about a third way. All right, we gotta book it. Let's refocus. It's nice chatting. For Japanese, you have a website to see phrases. I see. So far, when it comes to websites, I basically for these sessions, I hit up Jisho. You know, just jisho.org. It's sufficient. I really needed a place for alternative sayings. That is pretty good. So far, I don't think anyone has proposed a tool that strives to provide alternative turn of phrases. So that's it really interests me to see alternative turn of phrases. Like you can turn the phrase to something else, and that is a great way to form association and expand one's kind of like, it makes one a little bit more flexible in the way they can speak. Yeah, thanks, Fanny. Off we go. Manga, wait, just kidding. Menzu. Yeah. Menzu no kona made mazuku ikimasu. Why can't I keep saying that? Head straight to the men's section. Go straight to the men's section? Sure. You go. Okay, sure. You go straight. Masuku. Right. Masuku. Masuku. Ikimasu. Menzu no kona made masuku ikimasu.
デパートでジーンズが買いたいです。
Okay. I want to buy jeans at department store. Fair enough.
レディースのコーナーはとても広いです。
Okay. The women's section is very spacious.
この紫の帽子はかっこいいですね。
Okay. この紫。紫 purple。紫の帽子はかっこいいですね。This this purple hat is cool, isn't it?
今度コートが買いたいです。
Okay. I don't buy. Oh, wait. Ondo. Oh, I want to buy a coat next time. Sure. 今度コートが買いたいです。コートがどんなこんな今度コートが買いたいです。I want to. These phrases are funny. Yeah, they certainly are. I want to buy a coat next time. Although I've heard these phrases in English, I don't know about the Japanese, but you know, people say this like, "Oh yeah, next time we gotta come back. I want to buy a coat. I want to buy a coat." Or I wanna buy a tapioca tea. Kondo. Okay.
ジーンズはブラウスの右です。
ジーンズはブラウスの右です。The blouses are to the right of the jeans. Fair enough. Oh. Oh, it's the other way around. Oh, yeah, the other way. Never mind, I don't want to talk about it.
ポイントカードは無料です。
ポイントカード。Man, ポイントカードは、無料です。無料。Free, right? Yeah, 無料。The rewards card. Honestly, I get what they're coming from with these point cards. I don't know how often people shop at retail stores these days, but I still remember the days when you get reward cards.
そして階段を上がります。
仕事、oh no, そして、sorry. そして、階段を、左がいます。Wait. Demons. Oh, got oh. It's agarimasu. Kaidan o agarimasu. Oh yeah, this is the special. They didn't introduce this word with that. Yeah. Go up the stairs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Agarimasu. Gotta be careful with that one. To ascend.
Mazu, エスカレーターに乗ります。
まず、エスカレーター乗ります。First, you take the escalator. Fair enough.
すみません。M サイズはありません。
M サイズはありません。I definitely would say this. Oh, although, am I in M size nowadays? If I go to Japan, I'm probably an M size, right? Not a S size. Okay. You don't have a medium? Okay.
キラキラの傘。
キラキラの傘。Imagine having a sparkly umbrella.
レジはアクセサリーのコーナーの近くです。
You know what's funny about accessory? I'm kind of curious if they have casa in the accessory no corner. It was a time when I went to buy an umbrella. So I needed to buy an umbrella, right? I was going to the department store. I was like, what the heck? Where are the casas? Right? Where are the casa? And eventually I made myself way to the accessory no corner. And accessory no corner de casa, ni casa ga imasu. Ni casa es su casa. I'll show you a casa. It's mi ie es su ie. Get it right. Fictitious. Heckin' vicious. Get it right. It's ie, okay? Ie. Mi ie es su ie. Okay. Neji wa wait. レジはアクセサリーのコーナーのからno, wait, no 近くです。Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I'm actually kind of curious if the accessories sections in Japanese places are actually next to the register, because oftentimes a lot of the more expensive things are next to a register. That first part seems like LED, Deji. Yeah, register. Meji, register, cash register. But it does look like LED. Like what I mean is, like it looks like an L and an E. Yeah. The accessory section is near the cash register. Oh, I did it backwards. Dang it. I need to pay attention.
ボロボロのジーンズはおしゃれです。
Okay, let's focus now. I promise. ボロボロのジーンズはおしゃれです。Hold. Is this really saying what I think it's saying? Worn out jeans are stylish? Oh, dude. Oh, I wrote 9 instead of near? Oh. Did I? No, okay. That must be it. Worn out jeans are stylish. I don't know about you, but is this trend still real? Like, how do people feel? I remember the time when deconstructed jeans were like mad trendy. Like, people would pay $50 for jeans that lack like fabric in their knees. Like 30% of the jeans would be missing for double the price. People are always wearing worn out jeans on the streets. Do they pay for them though? Man. Yeah, wait. Real talk though. How much did you pay for them? I still remember a time when you walk into a store. Oh, you did it yourself. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly alright. If you did it yourself, it's perfectly alright. My sister also did that too. Like, I wore jeans that are worn out, maybe. Like I've seen. Did I have jeans? I had like, they're not really jeans, but I've worn like different forms of denim, like khakis and stuff. Not like your traditional blue jeans things, but they get worn out to the point where they're already worn out. But buying them, what if you bought brand new jeans and worn them out with a scrubber or a scissor? Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what you do, right? Honestly, that sounds like a lot of fun. Actually, that almost sounds like an art project. Like, that sounds like fun. However, instead, I've seen. Oh, there was one time. I think someone said they paid $60, and it looks like a jean that someone took a couple pairs of scissors to, and then they like pulled out the threads, and then that's it. Like, that sounds like a waste of a good jeans. I don't think that's as common nowadays, but nowadays I think they're horrible. Yeah, I think if they're gonna worn out, they might as well get worn out naturally. But it was a big trend. This was a big trend, right? Worn out jeans, man.
ジャケットはセーターの左です。
It's to the point. I'm pretty sure they were called deconstructed jeans, not worn out jeans, but deconstructed jeans. Like heck, man. There are words on the streets, by the way. I can only imagine. What are we doing here? Chaquetto. Chaquetto wa seta o seta no jacket a jaquetto. Yeah, jaquetto wa seta no hidari desu. So the jackets are to the left of sweaters. Sometimes English just wrecks me. No, but yeah, this is what they want. But you can actually also say, right? I think this would be some. I wanted to say this, but I don't know if they would accept it. We should have tested this out. The jackets are left of the sweaters. Interesting. Yeah.
ジーンズはブラウスの右です。
Is this the one I screwed up? We're not going to talk about it. The jeans are to the right of the blouses.
レジはアクセサリーのコーナーの近くです。
Okay, so what do I do here? Oh, 9. Oh, I clicked on 9. Okay. Oh, I got the phrase incorrectly anyway. Or maybe oh, you mean like mixed near and 9? Yeah. I can see that. I can definitely see myself, yeah. That's a good point. So we gotta get to unit 15. And we're running behind already, so let's we're doing review right now for our 100 day, post 100 day thing. Negative adjectives. What was this? Oh, I think it was more like weather. They were talking about weather for negative adjectives. So like not cold, not warm. Was how they introduced it first.
2月はよくみかんを食べます。
Mikan. Yeah, they were talking about seasonal stuff. Mikan is orange. So we have like suika. Suika was for Natsu. There was Sakura, and Saku was introduced here for Haru. Fuyu had a lot, like Skato or Skato, snowball. Things you do in the winter. Aki had maybe food? There's also where are those? Yams. Where are my yam folks? Chumo. Right? Yeah, like it's like chumo or something. Hold up. Sachu. No. Sachu. No. Oh no. It'll come up. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll know it when we see it. For now. In February, 2月はよくみかんを食べます。Okay. In February, we eat orange. We often eat oranges. Sure. Mandarin oranges. Honestly, I'm kind of curious if they would just take oranges.
1月の天気はどうですか?
1月の天気はどうですか? Yeah. They decide to choose weather as the topic. Oh.
はい、辛い鍋をよく食べます。
はい、辛い wait. はい、辛い鍋. Oh yeah, I forgot about nabe. That might be an Aki thing. It's more of a Fuyu thing. But you can do nabe. Aki ni nabe. はい、辛い鍋をよく食べます。Okay. Yes. We eat spicy hot pot. We often eat spicy hot pot. But not that hot pot. Not shabu shabu. Or huago. Huogo. Not that. Or dabenu. Dabenu. Not that.
タイは寒くないです。
タイは寒くないです。Yeah, not cold. So Thailand isn't cold. It's wet. Actually, is Thailand wet?
千葉のスイカを食べます。
千葉のスイカ。千葉のスイカを食べます。Okay. We eat watermelons from Chiba. That's an interesting way to say it. From. So, this is an interpretation, right? It's a subset of watermelons from Chiba, as opposed to it's from Chiba, as in Chiba kata, or Chiba, even Chiba de, like in Chiba, kind of thing. But it's an interpretation. Spiritually makes sense.
北海道の冬は暗いです。
北海道の冬は Oh, okay. 暗いです。Hokkaido is dark. Oh, Hokkaido winter in Hokkaido is dark. Again, not not Hokkaido ni or Hokkaido de, but a subset of winters in Hokkaido.
北海道に住んでいます。
北海道に住んでいます。Okay.
北海道の秋は寒いです。
Did you get the WA particle using Duolingo, or are you using other resources as well? The WA particle? For grammar, I use other resources.
And then I use people. People are my resources. Sometimes streaming very long hours of Duolingo opens you up for a lot of silly goobers that can't help but want to help you out. So I use them too. I farm them for uses. The wa particle's insane to you? In what way? Can you give me some can you give me some more details? Oh, because it works in many ways. Yeah. Yeah, the wa particle is very flexible. Indeed. Right now, when I'm talking about the no particle, it's also it's one of those very flexible things too. Like for this one, Hokkaido no aki. Aki wa samui desu. This is actually not a traditional way of interpreting. Or like, it's not. It can be a very misleading way. Some people might think it's expressing something different in English. Usually it's not so. It's pretty like, I'm kind of used to how loosey-goosey Duolingo is when it comes to the no. But other resources, basically. Other resources have clarified most of these things. But in the end, though, you get used to where and when you use them with practice. Sorry, but the chat was really cool. I already subscribed, but now, yeah, no worries. Good night. Yeah, it's late. I know I'm running late, so really appreciate it. Good luck with Japanese. Actually, I would love to hear what you learn each day. If that's any motivation, please learn something in Japanese and we can talk about it. That would be kind of fun. I look forward to if you had anything interesting to say in Japanese. Like, feel free. Like, if you discovered a really cool word, I don't have to know the word. You know, make it like a fun adventure. Yeah, take care. Take care, Fanny. Good luck, good luck. Oyasumi nasai. Hokkaido no aki. Okay. Cloudy? No, samui, cold. Okay. Cold in fall.
東京の桜は4月に咲きます。
Oh, there it is. Sakimasu. So, we were expecting this. We kind of remember all the units now, because these are all the recent units that I need to remember in my recall. So, Tokyo no... cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms in Tokyo bloom in April? Yes. Shikatsu. Shikatsu ni sakimasu.
中山さん、スケートは好きですか?
And there's skato. Skato wa suki desu ka? Sure. Do you like ice skating? Oh, I saw a funny skit today. Where I have the same feelings. It was a Dogen skit. Talking about imaji. Imaji or something, imaji, and he was pretending to be someone who's learning English, and they're like, well, that's kind of silly, like this is an image, like the picture is an image, right? Like sashin wa imaji desu or something, right? When he was reading, and the joke was like, isn't that funny? Like the picture, I mean, all pictures are images, right?
So then he like goes up to the cash register, and then the cashier is the Japanese person. So he's playing the Japanese. Like, isn't this funny? Like, isn't it kind of redundant? The picture is an image. Like, all pictures are images. And then he was, and then the cashier was like, no, but it's an image, like imaji, as a it's not image, but it's an imaji, right? And then they kept going back and forth, and then suddenly the cashier like broke out a character sort of, and then spoke in English like, dude, it's a representation. And then Dogen's character was like, wait, what do you mean this picture is a oh. And then he had like a really good little kind of like disgruntled thing. There's another customer coming in, and he talked to the guys like, I knew that. And then the cashier was like, you see, loan words in Japanese don't necessarily mean the same in English. And yeah, I knew that. And the first thing I can think about when for that in Duolingo is Pude Zen. Oh, yeah. Pude Zento versus Pude Zen. Pude Zento. Oh yeah, Pude Zento and Pude Zen, right? Pude Zento is present, but Pude Zen is presentation. It's like, okay, all right. Because a present is still a present, which is not a presentation. And it's kind of funny that they chose the word purezento to be present when a lot of time the T is dropped in English. So present would probably be closer to a present than presento, and presento would be closer to presentation because the T is pronounced, and that's kind of funny, I think. Although the image example that they're talking about is that the loan word doesn't even technically mean image itself literally, and I can kind of see that figuratively. It's a representation. So the picture is a representation. The picture itself is an image, but it's a representation, right? Like a caricature is a representation of someone or a human being or whatever it's representing. Interesting. Or like a diagram or infogram.
Ski wa itsumo tanoshii desu.
And the reason why that came up is a skato. Right there, skato is being interpreted as ice skating, but I'm not so sure. Lots of times I ask myself this question all the time. Like I asked someone, I asked Shady about yakisoba, right? When you're going into a restaurant for yakisoba, is it like stir-fried noodles, or do they mean actually stir-fried soba? And turns out like it's actually generalized. So when you're going there, it's kind of like saying sushi, right? Sushi, and then someone's like, yo dude, there's no raw fish in this. It's like, yeah, but it's still sushi. So like in English, right, the reverse is true too. Or the reverse, you can see it being true when someone comes by, it's like, that's not pizza. Sorry, Italians. I tend to, you know, put pineapples on your pizza and suddenly like, that's not pizza. That kind of thing. I'm sorry. That's a little low blow. But you know, I'm more saying that because heckin' Hawaiians, you know? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's kind of funny that it's called Hawaiian pizza though. Okay. Ski wa okay. Ski wa itsumo tanoshii desu. Okay. Skiing is always fun. I don't know about this. It's always fun. Okay. Yeah, no ato. Atsui. Tokyo nights are hot.
冬のスポーツはあまり楽しくないです。
Amari, oh right. Negative stuff, right? So amari tokushiku tanoshikunai desu is a thing. And so far they only used e adjectives for this section. We get na adjectives later. It actually is the most recent unit we completed, unit 15. Winter sports aren't very fun.
富士山の近くでスノボをします。
Oh, 富士山の近くでスノボをします。Wait, can you actually snowboard on Fujisan? I gotta ask Indy if he's gonna go snowboarding or skiing as well. I go snowboard. Oh, near. Oh, yeah, okay.
9月はあまり暑くないです。
9月はあまり暑くないです。September isn't very hot. No. 暑くないです。Yeah. Very hot.
フィリピンの12月は暗くないです。
暗くないです。フィリピンの12月はやらくないです。暗くないです。Oh, my bad.
10月も暖房をつけますか？
10月も暖房をつけます。Yeah, つけますか？Turn on. So oh, dang it. The moment I clicked on it, I forgot Mo. I got mowed just now.
フィリピンの12月は暗くないです。
Oh, well, it's back to Motown once again. It's been a while since I missed Mo.
フィリピンの12月は暗くないです。
Okay.
10月も暖房をつけますか？
Excuse me? What did I do there?
フィリピンの12月は暗くないです。
Oh. Wait. Oh. Make plans for a party. This is party. What type of party? I think it's like anjobi, like birthday parties. Yeah. Oh, hatachi. 20th birthday parties, actually. The 20th birthday party. I don't remember what else. Oh, it's talking about transportation as well. I think kuruma was introduced here too. Cars. Traveling.
兄は22歳になります。
Oh, and what time they're gonna arrive. And depart. And become. Yeah, this is become. Naru. Niju sai desu. 22 sai. I don't remember any other situation where we talked about age in this way.
すみません。そろそろ帰ります。
Okay. Sorry, going home in a bit. I think this is actually the first time Soro Soro was introduced.
私の誕生日は3月3日じゃないです。
Oh, that's interesting. 私の誕生日は3月3日じゃないです。What? My birthday isn't March 3rd? On March 3rd? It's on March 4th. Aha!
花さんを呼びましたか？
4日。花さんを呼びましたか？呼びましたか？ did you invite Hana?
じゃあ10時半の電車はどうですか？
10 o'clock train? How about the 10 o'clock train? Oh, 10:30 train. I bet.
ケンさん、一緒にお皿を片付けましょう。
片付け right? 片付けましょう。tidy up, right? 片付けましょう。tidy the plates together. Tidy up.
埼玉は千葉の近くです。
Okay. Saitama is near Chiba. 近く。
埼玉は東京から遠くないです。
遠くないです。Okay. Saitama isn't far from Tokyo. 遠くないです。
車で1時間かかります。
Yep, there's 車。車で1時間かかります。Okay. Oh, I used this earlier. It takes 1 hour by car.
パーティーの前に宿題をします。
パーティーの前に宿題をします。I have work before the party, or I have to do homework. I'm going to do homework before the party.
じゃあ、お皿を片付けます。
お皿を片付けます。Okay then. I'm going to tidy up plates. Sure.
タクシーで帰りましょうか。
タクシーで帰りましょうかShould we go home by taxi?
もう電車の切符を買いましたか？
もう電車の切符を買いましたか Did you buy the train tickets already? もう
そろそろ行きます。
そろそろ行きます。I'm going to go in a bit.
パーティーの前に用事があります。
パーティーの前に用事があります。I have things to do before the party. I have stuff to do before the party.
椅子を片付けませんか？
椅子が I thought of things that I need to do before the party. Oh, you know? 途中で I'm surprised 途中で wasn't reintroduced in this unit. Because things to do could be like something along the way, right? 途中でWhat were you saying?
椅子を片付けませんか？
椅子でOh no. 椅子を片付けませんか片付けませんか I struggled with this the first time, and it's still true now. Huh.
夕方の5時半にパーティーに行きましょう。
Okay, we should go to the party at 5時半 so 5:30 in Yugata in the in the evening. Okay, we remember most of that stuff. Describe what you don't want to do. This is about don't want to do. So this is the introduction of takunai. Right? Takunai this off the Thai form. And this is about being lazy. Just like straight up lazy. Not wanting to do chores. Solji, sentaku, kaji, shigoto. I don't know. No, this isn't the health one yet.
今日のミーティングをキャンセルします。
Oh, キャンセルします。That's right. キャンセルします。Okay.
今日のミーティングをキャンセルします。今日
のミーティング
をキャンセルします。
キャンセルします。
ゲームがしたいです。
ゲームがしたいです。
したいです。
Yeah. I want to play games. Sure, video games.
暖房のリモコンはテレビの隣です。
暖房のリモコン wait. 暖房のリモコン
リモコン
not リモコンリモコン
暖房のリモコンはテレビの隣です。
テレビの隣です。Oh, fair enough.
テレビは
テレビの隣です。The heater remote is next to the television. 暖房のリモコンはテレビの隣です。
夕方まで寝たいです。
夕方まで
夕方まで寝たいです。
寝たいです。Oh, oversleeping? 寝坊します。
夕方まで寝たいです。
I want to sleep till evening.
夕方まで寝たいです。洗濯はしたくないです。
洗濯はしたくないです。
洗濯はしたくないです。
したくないです。Okay.
洗濯はしたくないです。
したくないです。Yeah, I don't want to do laundry.
洗濯はしたくないです。
アンドリューさんも眠いですか？
アンドリューさんは眠いですね。Oh, wait.
アンドリューさんも眠いですか？
眠いですか？アンドリューさんも眠いですか？ Oh. Are you sleepy? It's
アンドリュ
ーさんも is also sleeping.
眠いですか？
Are you also sleepy, Andrew? Or, yes, Andrew, are you also sleeping?
今5時半です。
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 This is for Ima's introduction. Ima.
これはフィリピンのバナナですか？これは
フィリピンの
バナナですか？
後で家事をします。
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 Says everyone. I'm going to do the chores later. I'll do the chores later.
学校に行きたくないです。
学校に
行きたくないです。
行きたくないです。
学校に行きたくないです。
Yeah.
学校に行きたくないです。
I don't want to go to school. 学校 こに、行きたくないです。
リビングでゆっくりしたいです。
リビングで
リビングでゆっくりしたいです。
ゆっくりしたいです。Oh. Yeah. リビングで
ゆっくりしたい
です。
です。
I don't want to relax in the living room. I'm going to relax. I want to relax in the living room.
大きいブランケット。
大きいブランケット。
大きいレストランブランケット。
No one saw that. No one heard that either. ブランケット。
もう少しベッドにいます。
もう少しベッドに
もう少しベッドにいます。
にいます。Okay.
ベッド
もう少し
ベッドにいます。
Wait.
もう少しベッドにいます。もう少しベッドにいます。
Oh, stay. Stay, right. います。Stay. もう少しベッドにいます。
今日は起きたくないです。
今日は
起きたくないです。
起きたくないです。起きたくないです。Get up?
今日は起きたくない
です。I don't want to get up right now. Oh, I don't want to get up today. Or today I don't want to get up. Sure.
朝ごはんの後、小説を読みます。
小説。小説。Classroom? Wait.
朝ごはんの後、小説を読みます。
I don't. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, 小説. Dang, novel. So what, after school?
朝ごはんの後、
No.
小説を読みます。
朝ごはんの後。小説を読みます。
朝ごはんの後、小説を読みます。
After breakfast, I'm going to read this. I'm going to read a novel.
私の犬と遊びたいです。私の犬と遊びたいです。
犬と遊びたいです。
私の犬と遊びたいです。
I want to play with my dog.
明日までベッドから出たくないです。明日からベッドまで
まで出たくないです。
出たくないです。明日までベッドから出たくないです。までから
明日までベッドから出たくないです。I don't want to get out of my bed until tomorrow. Okay. Arrange to meet up. Oh, this is like talking, this is kind of talking about transit, actually. So this is like arriving. When am I gonna arrive? Or inside things like no nakade. There's a panya randomly thrown in there, like the bakery. But you have, there are a lot of predicates here. You have to hurry, arrive. Oh man, there's so many that it's not right off the.
2時46分に着きます。
Right, the time. Tsuki. Yeah, tsukimasu. Go. Arrive. Or is it? Or is it? No. Yeah, tsugu. Tsuku. Okay. Arrive at 2:46. Doko ni imasu ka?
どこにいますか？
アレックスさんは駅にいますか？
はい。アレクスさんは駅にいますか？ Alex, are you at the station?
解散はまだいません。
解散はまだいません。Okay. Wait, まだ、yeah.
電車の中でメッセージを送りました。
And you have 送る or dispatch or send. Oh no. 送れる。送り。Wait. Hold up. 送りる, right? Yeah. Okay. I will send a message inside the train. What? Oh, I sent a message. 送りました。電車の中でメッセージを送りました。
もう家を出ましたか？
もう家を出ましたか？ Have you left the house already? 出る to leave.
バスターミナルの外にいます。
Okay. Oh, yeah, terminal, right. バスターミネルの後にいます。where What? Wait. We're outside the bus terminal.
ダニエルさん、急ぎましょうか。
急ぎましょうか. This is hurry. 急ぐきましょうか. Daniel, we should hurry. Should we hurry?
西口のパン屋の中にいます。
Oh, there's the panya. Panya no naka ni imasu. So, Ishikuchi no panya no naka ni imasu. We're inside the bakery next to the west exit. Or, no. Sorry. We're inside the west exits bakery.
私たちはもうデパートの近くにいます。
That's right. 私たちはもうWhat is that? デパート。デパートの近くにいます。Okay. We're near the department store. We're already near the department store. 私たちはもうデパートを近くにいます。
5時36分にバスに乗りました。
乗りました。And this was the kanji introduction of 乗りました。Or 乗る。Okay. I took the bus. The bus at, what is this? 5:36? Sure.
3時31分に電車に乗ります。
3時31分、1分に電車に乗ります。Okay, I'm going to get on the train at 3時31分。3:31.
みんなはいつ行きたいですか？
みんな、yeah, there's みんな。みんないつ行きたいですか？ Okay. What time? When? Oh, sorry. What time? When? What time? Oh, when does everyone want to go?
たくさんのデパート。
たくさんのデパート。A lot of department stores.
あ、5分遅れます。
5分遅れます。遅れます。Oh, late? To be late? I'll be 5 minutes late.
私たちは9時53分に着きます。
私たちは9時53分に着きます。Okay. We are going to arrive at 9:53.
後でメッセージを送ります。
後でメッセージを送ります。I'll send a message later. Okay. That was okay. Relatively painless. What is it? 送る、出る、漢字振ります。遅れます。Oh. Yeah, 遅れます。遅れる遅れる服の中で後で probably the kanji for 後で oh no that was actually last unit. I think we're fine. Those are some of the stuff I have to remind myself. Use the past tense. Yeah, none of these have definitive theme. There are themes to these, but I just don't remember them because they're not listed here. What is this theme?
初めてロブスターサンドイッチを食べました。
Vacation. It's about cruise. Yeah, 初めてロブスター。Yeah. 初めてロブスター。ロブスター。What the blah blah blah?
初めてロブスターサンドイッチを食べました。
サンドイッチ。を食べました。Okay. I ate a lobster roll for the first time. Second サンドイッチ。
次の旅行は1週間です。
次の旅行は1週間です。1週間 1 week long, and then we had like 3日間 and stuff. So the next trip will be 1 week long. We're getting close to the present.
かわいい水着を着ました。
かわいい水着を引きます。着ました。かわいい水着を着ました。I wore a cute swimsuit short.
晩ご飯も食べ放題でしたか？
晩ご飯は、晩ご飯も食べ放題出ました。でしたか Oh yeah, でした is the new thing. So 晩ご飯も食べ放題でしたか晩ご飯も食べ放題でしたか Was dinner all you can eat too? Was the dinner? Yeah.
福岡の港。
福岡の港。A port in 福岡。
福岡の近くの島に行きました。
福岡の近くの島に行きました。We went こんにちは、昨日らしい。Let's see. We went near an island. We went to an island. We went to an island near Fukuoka.
ミニゴルフ
Okay. Okay, wait. Mini gorufu. Hey, that's not actually too bad. I keep saying furu before. Mini gorufu. Go. Mini golf.
来月は祖父母もクルーズに行きます。
来月は祖父母。いや、祖父母も来る Oh, wait. No, クルーズ。いや、クルーズに行きます。来月は祖父母もクルーズに行きます。Where's the next? Wait. Oh, I guess they want it. Okay, next month. No. Next month, my grandparents will go on a cruise. We'll also go on a cruise. I lost my topic for a moment.
クルーズのご飯はどうでしたか？
クルーズのご飯はどうでしたか？ How were the meals on? How were the cruises meals? Okay.
今度は海外のリゾートに行きたいです。
今度は海外のリゾートに行きたいです。I want to go to an overseas resort. Wait. Okay, fine. Next time. I think they'll accept if I place it. Wait. Let's find out. Are you gonna accept this, or are you gonna yell at me? I was about to say.
結構ジュースを飲みました。
結構。結構。結構ジュースを飲みました。結構。Quite a lot? Yeah, 結構. Oh yeah, this is the one that is used to compare and contrast with Taksan. 結構ジュースを飲みました。I drank quite a bit. I drank juice quite a bit. Yeah. No, I drank quite a bit of juice and adverbial phrases. No. Why? That doesn't. Oh my gosh. Duolingo.
ハンバーガーは人気でした。
I'll show you a hamburger. は人気でした。The hamburger were popular.
大きい島を回りました。
大きい島を回りました。There's a great song for this, and it helps. It's called the lyric is Guru Guru Mawaru. It's a great song. It's a very cute song. Round and round. Let's see. We went around a big what? A big island? Sure.
どんな船でしたか？
どんな船でしたか？どんな船でしたか？ what kind of ship was it?
旅行は何日間でしたか？
旅行は何 I said nani. I'm a bit tired now. 旅行は何日間でしたか？ How many days was the trip?
クルーズは3日間でした。
クルーズは3日間でした。The cruise, well, the cloudy was 3 days long. Indeed. The cloudy.
家族と歌のパフォーマンスを見ました。
家族と歌のパフォーマンスを見ました。Okay. I saw a song performance with my familia.
結構ジュースを飲みました。
結構ジュースを飲みました。So what did I do? Oh yeah, I drank juice quite a bit. Fine. Oh, butthead. Four more units, right? 4 more units. We need the summaries. Make plans to go to a festival. This one, the festival is regarding Hanami, the cherry blossom viewing. So everything about cherry blossom viewing. I don't remember. Let's find out. Oh man, my recall is like shot to bits at this point.
うちの近くの公園に行きませんか？
Okay, うちの近くの公園に行きませんか? Okay. You like to go? Where's go? Go to a park near home. Yeah. うちの近くの公園に行きませんか? Okay.
あの屋台でクレープを買いませんか?
Crepe. Yeah, I think crepe is unique to this one. Oh, right. There's one more item outside crepe for the festival. Oh, mochi. Mochi is the other one. Sakura mochi, specifically. Sakura no mochi. Is there any other food item? I feel like there might have been a drink. 屋台で food stall. That was this unit too. 屋台でクレープを買いませんか? Would you like to buy grapes at that food stall? Where's food? Food stall over there. Would you like? Oh, I forgot. Like.
あの橋から桜を見ましょう。
oh, hashi or bridge as opposed to chopsticks. 橋から桜を見ましょう。We should. So, we should see the cherry blossoms. From Kara, Hashikara, from that bridge over there. あの橋から桜を見ましょう。
一緒に花見をしませんか？
一緒に花見をしませんか？しませんか？ Would you like to go cherry blossom viewing together?
焼きそばを買いましょう。
And there's yakisoba. That was the other food item. I'm still streaming. Yeah, I kind of got sidetracked. So we're 4 units away from completing all the, or touching upon all the things I need to review. So not too bad. Yakisoba o kaimashou. We should buy stir-fried noodles.
あそこにカモがたくさんいます。
あそこにカモあそこにカモがたくさんいます。There are a lot of ducks over there.
有名な店で桜餅を買います。
有名な店で桜餅を買います。I'm going to buy cherry blossom mochi at a store at a famous store. Whoops. I picked up here. 有名な店。Yeah.
池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。
池 pond. The pond. 池の隣でピクニックをしましょうか。Okay, should we have a picnic? Picnic next to the pond.
次の電車に乗りましょう。
And then densha was introduced in this one. The kanji for densha. 次の電車に乗りましょう。We should take the next train.
今週花見をしましょう。
今週花見をしましょう。We should go cherry blossom viewing this week. 今週
電車に乗り換えましょ
う。電車に乗り換えましょう。This is switching. We should switch to a train.
この電車は東京駅に止まります。
この電車は東京駅に止まります。止まります。Stop? Yeah, 止まります。That might be tough to remember. Okay, 止まります。Okay. This train stops at Tokyo Station. We'll stop.
とホットドッグをもう一つください。
ホットドッグをもう一つください。ホットドッグをもう一つください。Okay.
3時28分の電車に乗りましょ
う。Okay. 3時28分の電車に乗りましょう。Okay. We take the train. We should take the... No, are you gonna interpret it as... Okay. Take the 3:20 8 train.
浅草で同僚と花見をします。
浅草で同僚と花見をします。I'm going sharing some viewing with my 同僚。同僚 in 浅草で。
お菓子を忘れました。
お菓子を忘れました。Forgot. 忘れる。Okay. I don't have a solid way of thinking about that yet. I forgot what's next.
電車の事故がありました。
電車の事故を電車の事故 sorry 電車の事故がありました。There was it. 103. I'm so old. Okay. All right. Describe what you see in the zoo. Okay, the zoo one was pretty chill. Very chill. Let's just fill with vocabulary.
ピンクの T シャツを買います。
What?
ピンクの T シャツ。
T シャツを買います。
買います。ピンクの T シャツを買います。
They bought a pink T-shirt at the zoo, okay? And it has a flamingo. ピンクの鳥。ピンクの鳥。I wonder. I guess you could say ピンクの鳥がいます。But it's kind of a figurative 鳥。So do you say,
いちごのスムージーをください。
いちごのスムージーをください。Okay.
いちごのスムージーをください。
Strawberry smoothie, please.
一緒にヤギの赤ちゃんを撫でましょう。
一緒 Wait.
一緒にヤギの赤ちゃんを撫でましょう。
一緒にヤギwhat is it? 撫でましょう。ヤギを
撫でましょう。
撫でましょう。
一緒にヤギの赤ちゃんを撫でましょ
う。の赤ちゃん。
赤ちゃん
Baby goats.
橋の上に猿がたくさんいます。
Wait.
橋の上に猿がたくさんいます。橋
の上に What's on top?
橋の上に猿がたくさんいます。
猿 Like in monkeys.
猿
がたくさんいます。There are a lot of monkeys on top of the bridge.
ヤギを撫でませんか？
ヤギの食べませんか？ Or なで？ Oh, ヤギをなでませんか？
なでませんか？ヤギをなでませんか？
You want to pet the... Would you like to pet the goats?
5日に動物園に行きませんか？5日に動物園に行きませんか
？5日 Oh, wait. 5日
に5日に動物園に行きませんか？動物園に
行きませんか？
行きませんか？5日に動物園に行きませんか
？5日に動物園に行きませんか？
タイの鳥もいます。
タイも、what? Oh, タイも タイも行きました行きました行きました
あ、タイの鳥もいます。
Oh, います Oh, 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 yeah, this is so weird.
タイ。
Wait.
あ、タイの鳥もいます。
鳥もいます。Wait.
の。あ、タイの鳥もいます。
Yeah, タイの鳥もいます。I don't actually know if this is referring to a very specific bird, like a Thai bird. Like what is a Hold up. Time to get cultured. Iconic. Oh, well, that bird looks pretty sweet. I don't think that's the bird that's referring to. Some of these birds are really cool, but I don't know if it's referring to a common bird.
週末は暇です。
週末は暇です。週末は暇です。
週末
Introduction of 週末。週末は暇です。
黄色い綿あめもあります。
黄色い Wait a minute. 黄色い I heard vitamin.
黄色い綿あめもあります。
綿あめも綿あめも What? Are you not eating that?
黄色い綿あめもあります。
あります。Oh, okay, sure.
黄色い綿あめもあります。
Sure. There's yellow cotton candy. There's also yellow cotton candy. I was waiting for the 食べます but alright.
近くにベンチはありません。
近くのベンチ No, 近くに Wait. 近く
にベンチはありません。
近くにベンチはありません。
ありません。近くにベンチはありません。
Okay. Oh, that's fair. Interesting.
ハムスターの赤ちゃんを撫でましょうか？
ハムスターの赤ちゃんを撫でます。wait.
ハムスターの赤ちゃんを撫でましょうか？
撫でましょうか？
ハムスターの赤ちゃんを撫でましょうか？
あそこに綿あめがあります。
So 綿あめ It really sounds like vitamins, but vitamin. Why is I ate quite a lot? I ate a lot. I got confused because of Honestly, I got confused there too. I actually just messed that up. Why is I ate quite a lot? Yeah, I ate quite a lot equals I ate a lot. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. And you know what's the funny thing about the Duolingo thing? I ate quite a bit. I would use echo, but if I ate a lot, I would use taksan. So like it would be gekko o tabemashita, right? I ate quite a lot, but it would be taksan o tabemashita, or I ate quite a lot. I don't know. I still haven't figured out. I didn't make enough time to distinguish between them, so I don't know. Earlier on, I would say when taksan was introduced after the classes, it was a unit that like the cruise unit, the vacation one, You could eat a lot of like lobster or something. Lobster, or you can put it in front. taksan no lobster o tabemashita. What is oversea? Kaigai. Yeah, kaigai. So in that same unit too. Kaigai is the overseas unit. So I don't know. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe. Oh, maybe gecko. Keko. Gecko is describing the noun, and taksan is describing. Oh no, sorry. Gecko is describing the predicate, and taksan is describing the noun. Or the other way around. I don't actually know yet. I think taksan describes the noun. No, but what it means overseas. Oh. I swear. It happens every single time. I should get used to this by now. I don't know where you live. I don't know where you live, XD, but when it comes to like the relationship between British English and American English, right? A lot of times I'm gonna use it like I'm gonna contextualize it to British and English, because if you think about, right, you think about the UK and then Europe, and I should have made some room. So let's just, I don't know what, I'm very bad with geographical shapes, but you know, like the UK, right? And then you have this. Well, there's a sea. Oh, that's terrible. There's a sea. There's the Atlantic, right? The Atlantic Ocean between. This is not drawn to scale because the UK is not this big. When you're saying overseas, it's over the sea. The sea being like the ocean. That's where overseas comes from. At least that's how I would illustrate it. So if you reside here and then you're going overseas to somewhere else, that means you have to cross overseas. And when we think about Japan, right? Japan, it's an island nation, so everything is overseas. So if you're leaving Japan, you're technically going overseas no matter what. That kind of thing. Overseas. I'm so terrible with geographical shapes, so I do like this wiggly thing just to have someone else just have someone else like fill in the blanks. That was totally not in scale. The UK was maybe at least 20% larger than it should be.
あそこに綿あめがあります。
あそこ綿あめがあります。
があります。
綿あめ、あそこに綿あめがあります。
フェンスの中に猿がたくさんいます。
I totally forgot フェンス。
フェンス。
フェンスの中にヤギ？猿が
たくさん
います。
フ フェンスの中に猿がたくさんいます。
Wait.
フェンスの中に猿がたくさんいます。
Yeah, okay. There are a lot of monkeys within the fence.
ギフトショップはどこですか？
Gift, I forgot about gift shop, shop. Oh, this is the same unit with, key holder. Yeah, key holder. Key holder. I told myself to try to remember this, but it's the rough one. And then there's like new. Oh no! Wait. New gurumi, right? New gurumi for. I think it's key holder, but it's keychain. But yeah, it's supposed to be keychain, but I think of key holder. Yeah, kido holder or something like that. And then new gurumi. New gurumi is plushie. So I'm thinking of the gift shop right now. What's in the gift shop? Yeah, keychain, magneto. Right, magnets, like souvenir shop. It's basically a souvenir shop, but gifto shop is very similar to a souvenir shop. Like omiyage, right? Omiyage. I think I'm gonna struggle. I still have one more day. Like tomorrow is gonna be another half day, and then I'm gonna struggle a lot with recalling this. I think I should have spent instead spend more time with this. We'll see how well I do. I'm preparing something else too to fill in. It's not solely based on vocabulary this time around. I'm gonna be covering like grammar points.
ギフトショップはどこですか？
Man.
ギフト？
ギフト。
ショップ。
ギフトショップ。ショップ。What?
ギフトショップはどこですか？
どこですか？
はどこですか？
The keychain thing is gonna come up, right?
うさぎのぬいぐるみを買いました。
No, ぬいぐるみ came up instead. Okay.
うさぎのぬいぐるみを買いました。
うさぎの
ぬいぐるみを買いました。うさぎのぬいぐるみを買いました。キリンのマグネットを買いませんか？
And there's マグネット。キリン。Oops.
切符。
キリンのマグネットを買いません。
買いません。ありますか？
ありますか？
キリンのマグネットを買いませんか？あります。
Okay,
買いません。
Fine.
キリンのぬいぐるみはいくらですか？
Nope. So
キリンのぬいぐるみはいくらですか？ぬいぐるみは
ありますか？
キリンのぬいぐるみはいくらですか？
いくらですか？
あります。
Sure.
いくらです。
All those versions are fine. So you can do all of them, actually. No. I think it's kido holder. No, kiru holder. Hang on, let me see. I'm pretty sure it's on this list. We're getting close to where I am, so it's probably not that far down. There's panda. I'm pretty sure it's on this list. Oh, here it is. Oh, keyhole. Oh my gosh. Keyholder. Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna mess keychain up. Keyholder.
Key holder.
keychain. That one I struggled with quite a bit. And I still continue to struggle. Okay, 2 more units. We're getting really close to where we are. So past tense, negative verbs. Past tense, negative verbs. This is about health. Like not feeling so good. Gurai ga warui desu. Right. Daijoubu janai desu. Past tense, negative verbs. I don't remember what you can't do. It's usually like ikimasen deshita. Or shimasen deshita. Something that you're doing that you're not doing due to health. So we have like kusuri, vitamin. Use case for nomu. For those. What other things were there? Alright, we're just gonna hop in here. Too much brainstorming. Okay.
雨の中でサッカーをしました。
Playing soccer outdoors in the rain. 雨の中でサッカーをしました。 What is guai? Oh, guai ga warui. Oh yeah, it's bad, but I don't know. They don't tell you what it is, but it's to be in a state of like your fitness. So your fit is bad, is what you're saying. So guai, your fit, like my fit, ga warui is bad. So that's kind of like how I remember it. The state, your fitness, the state of you is bad. It's not very good. So I'm feeling sick. Is how I interpret it. Yeah, we don't well, at least me, I don't know of any other instance of guai to be able to like tease apart guai, but it has to do with fit. So guai itself, I looked it up. It's the only case of guai ga warui. So, and warui is bad or like not good. And then ga is, I think ga is supposed to be a particle. The particle ga. Okay. I played soccer in the rain and got sick. Oh, netsu. Right. Netsu, fever. And that's more with ga arimasu. Netsu ga arimasu. Or aru. We also have I just had it and I lost it. Oh, kaze. Kaze o hiku. Hikimasu. Catch a cold. Right. I have a bit of a fever. There it is. Skoshi. Skoshi, sorry. Skoshi netsu ga arimasu.
あります。昨日病院に行きました。
The kanji for kino. 昨日病院に行きました. Yeah, the hospital. This is only the second time this ever came up. The last time this type of vocabulary came up was emergency, which was way back in halfway through section 2. Like the emergency with kyukyusha and stuff. Learn onegai shimasu. Even keisetsu. Wait. Did I? God. A. No, that's not the word. Is it kaisetsu? No. Oh no. Oh, it's keisatsu. Keisatsu. Please. Keisatsu. Oh no. It's all jumbled. I went to the hospital yesterday. I'll organize it. It'll be organized. It'll be ready. I'll be ready.
何もしませんでした。
何もしませんでした. Right. Yeah. I didn't do anything. Right. Or is that what they went? Yeah, I didn't do anything. 何もしませんでした。
もう先生にメールしました。
Wait, もう先生に Oh, right. メールする and 電話する。もう先生に email メールしました。I almost want to say email. I already emailed the teacher.
後でマスクを買います。
後でマスク Yeah, マスクを買います。I'm going to buy masks later. 後で。
でも、リンゴジュースをたくさん飲みました。
Yep. でも、リンゴジュースをたくさん飲みました。Right. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. And this is a lot. I drink a lot of apple juice. I think to me, taksan expresses a lot of something versus keiko is to do something a lot. So if you're eating something, you're eating a lot of something versus you're eating a lot of something. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up at this point. I will have to read on it. I'll get back to you on that one. The keiko versus taksan.
もっとビタミンが欲しいです。
もっとビタミンが欲しいです。I want more vitamins. Sure.
明日仕事を休みます。
明日仕事を休みます。Okay. Oh yeah, yasumi from absent, right? To be absent from something. So, I'm going to be absent from work tomorrow. Oops. 明日。
また学校に行きませんでした。
まだ、these are getting a lot easier since these are close to what I learned recently. まだ学校に行きませんでした。Even the practice. I am going to be, I'm not going to school again. Okay. Or I did not go to school again. I didn't go to school. Contractions. I didn't go to school again.
ティッシュも買います。
Tissue. Yeah. Tissue. Tissue も買います。Okay.
はい、一日中熱がありました。
はい、一日中。Oh, I forgot about that. はい、一日中熱がありました。All day long, right? I had a fever all day long. Oh, Zen is coming up, probably. Because I had a I had a fever. Wait. Oh. Zenzen's coming up at all.
後でダニエルさんのノートを借ります。
Oh, okay, borrowing. 借ります。Right. 後でダニエルさんの、ダニエルの、後でダニエルさんのノートを借ります。For when you're sick. Although, I'm gonna say I haven't really borrowed anyone. Real talk though. But I was a very hardy kid. Perfect attendance, you know? You gotta get that perfect attendance. I like the idea of school back in the day. I don't like being around, being at school though. There's like a really big difference. I like the idea of school. I like school more than I like being around school. There are some deep cuts in there. I'll let you use your imagination. I'm going to borrow Daniel's notebook later.
窓を開けませんか？
窓を開けませんか？ I mean, 開け、so, oops. 窓を開けませんか？ To open, right? And 窓 is the window, right? Would you like to open the window? This is the transitive open. Yeah, あげる。
昨日昼ご飯を食べませんでした。
昨日昼ご飯を食べませんでした。I didn't eat lunch yesterday. Don't you dare say that to me. You guys eat, okay? Keep yourself nourished. Zenzen didn't come up. What the heck?
今日はお茶を飲みませんでした。
Okay. 今日はお茶飲みませんでした。Okay, I mean, that's fine. I didn't drink green tea today. Oh, sure.
この薬は苦いです。
Interesting. この薬の、oh, 苦い。bitter. この薬の苦い。薬の、この薬は苦いです。This medicine is bitter. Oh, I'm really tired. What? We got one more. Work issues. That's self-explanatory. This one is fresh in my mind. New words. Angry. Lots of like not friendly, not interesting. Let's just go. Let's go. I'll unpack later.
会社の人と話したくないです。
会社の Oh, and I haven't determined if this stays hito or nin. I heard nin once, but maybe not. 会社の人と話したくないです。Right. I don't want to talk with people at the company. I don't want to talk with the people at the company.
じゃあ別の仕事を紹介します。
別の different, right? じゃあ別の仕事をしま、oh yeah, that's right. And 紹介します。紹介する to introduce, right? Okay, then now introduce a different, right? Introduce you to a different 仕事 job.
オフィスのキッチンは綺麗じゃないです。
Right. Kirei, non-adjective, so we go with janai desu. Office no kitchen wa kirei janai desu. The kitchen, the office kitchen isn't clean.
チャーハンは温かくないです。
チャーハンは温かいチャーハンは温かくないです。温かくないです。The fried rice isn't warm. Sure.
食堂のラーメンはインスタントラーメンです。
Yeah. 食堂のラーメンはインスタントラーメンです。The cafeteria's ramen is instant ramen. It's an instant ramen. That's fine.
オフィスのお茶は美味しくないです。
美味しくないです。オフィスのお茶は美味しくないです。Man, imagine the office green tea isn't tasty. The office.
会社の CEO は真面目じゃないです。
Yeah, 真面目。Wait. Oh, right. 真面目。Hardworking. 会社の CEO は真面目じゃないです。真面目 is a non-adjective. The CEO isn't hardworking. The company's CEO is not hardworking.
今の仕事は良くないです。
今の仕事は良くないです。This is E. Our yo stem. Right. The current. Yeah, the current job. So, 今の for current. 今 the current work or job. Current works. The current work isn't good. Right. And then they're gonna throw in Amadi probably at some point. As a refresher.
パソコンのスキルがあります。
Break? Oh no, not break yet. There's also the predicate for break. Breakdown. パソコンのスキル skill. パソコンのスキルがあります。I have computer.
会社の人は全然楽しくないです。
Okay, well, Zen. Oh wait, maybe this was the unit with Zen. That's why I didn't see it. 会社の人は全然楽しくないです。全然楽しくないです。会社の人は全然楽しくないです。That's interesting. The people at the company aren't fun at all. It's a workplace.
もっといい仕事を見つけます。
もっといい仕事を見つけます。I'm going to find a nicer job.
オフィスはあまり広くないです。
オフィスはあまり、there it is. オフィスはあまり広くないです。Although, that's fine. The office isn't very spacious.
私の同僚はよく怒ります。
私の同僚はよく怒ります。よく遅く。怒ります。Often gets angry. 怒る。 Okori. Wait, I think it's okoru. Okoru. 私の同僚はよく怒ります。So my coworkers often get angry. Sure.
花さん、最近どうですか？
花さん、最近どうですか？ Classic. How are things recently?
毎日食堂でまずいご飯を食べました。
Mazui. Mazui is the vocabulary. Bad. You should make an emo so I can modify it. I do have emotes, but can you not modify it? They're all like there anyways. What do you mean by modifying it? Oh wait. How do I place them? I've made emotes already. But I haven't made any emotes that are placed onto with channel points. Oh, okay. I see. Well, I'm pretty sure I placed all the emotes that are like free. I didn't place any of my old I didn't place any of my emotes in the slots that require like payment or like subscriptions. So I think they're all there. I'll take a look. Sure. I'll take a look. Again. Thanks. Because if you type the emote, it'll show up. Probably. I think the tag is, yeah, that. Yeah, that. Yeah, I made those. I haven't refreshed them in a long time though, because there really isn't a motivation to refresh them. Let's see. 毎日食堂でまずいご飯を食べました。So I ate bad meals at the cafeteria every day. 毎日食堂でまずいご飯を食べました。RIP。
すみません。もうすぐ辞めたいです。
すみません。もうすぐ辞めたいです。Oh, quit. As well. 辞める to quit. Interesting. I'll take a look. Jake. I don't know how modifications work and how you do modifications. So I'll take a look. Sorry, I want to quit soon.
入り口から10階まで遠いです。
入り口から4階まで遠いです。Oh, that's interesting. Sure. Okay. It's not far. The 10th floor is not far. It's not far from the iriguchi, from the exit to the 10th floor. Oh no, it's far. Sorry, it's far. It's far from The entrance, sorry. Iriguchi. It's far from the entrance to the 10th floor. What? You should do a prediction of if you're going to get perfect or not. That's too much. Like that's too much to juggle. Maybe in the future. We'll have someone do that instead. Alright. You know what? I really thought I was gonna go over kanji, but on the half day tomorrow I'll try to do kanji practice. I have to go through all the kanji on the half day tomorrow, the last day. Like once a stream, sure. Oh, right. New peeps. Angel Soto. Oh, that is a farmer. Okay. The heck is with that height? Zachary? Okay. That's okay. Alright. Is there anything new? No. Okay. Alright, folks. Ooh. Okay. Alright. I'm okay with that. Right, I'm okay with that. I can probably get most of the ideas back. So this is more like quitting, right? Quitting, things are bad. Different, same, or yeah, different, same. Onaji for same. Introduce, breakdown. Okay, that stuff's fine. Past, and this was health, right? Being sick. Not being able to go to work. Mask, medicine, vitamins. Zoo, fairly self-explanatory. Aminals, gift shop. Hanami, cherry blossom related stuff. There's more to this and I keep forgetting. Like mochi. Switching trains, requesting. There's not a lot of vocabulary here in this one. I might have to review that one. This is vacations, so cruise and stuff. Cruise to this one's pretty good. This is pretty vivid in my mind. Arrange a meetup. When, arrive, where you are right now. Us as a group. Lots of transit still. Okay. Describe what you want to do or what you don't want to do. So this is the kunai stuff. Takunai stuff. Don't want to go to bed. Don't want to do chores. Relax at home. Okay, that's kind of fine. Make plans for a party. This is birthday parties. Turning 20. Related stuff, how to get to the place, mode of transportation, walking, how long it takes to get to a place, asking, meeting someone for like meeting with someone after a while, and then asking how things are recently. Fair enough. Negative adjectives. Weather. This is dealing with weather, right? Negative adjectives. Oh, and locations. Like things aren't cold, dark. Things to do in the winter. Eat things in the spring. Summer, so suika, mikan. Okay. There's so many things. Clothing? Shop for clothing. Directions? It's more like directions. Like go upstairs, go straight, go left, go right. First. Mazu. Kira kira, hua hua. Aka. Seta. Kutsushita. That kind of thing. Oh, like sections in a shopping center, right? Shopping. Yeah, shopping center. Okay, college town. Talk about Dracula stores. You're on unit 5, section 1. Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. College town. Something's about like the countryside, going to the neighboring town. Things that are there and not there. A bank, post office. Yeah. This one's gonna need some. Yeah, so Inaka. Okay, 入りました。Campus. E. Sure. Shopping center. Right, there it is. Kuya. Sure. You know, this unit it's kind of pretty meh, this unit. Express what you want to do at a concert? So like lining up, listening to your favorite song, you know, uta, bando, modorimasu, like seki ni modorimasu, like returning to the seat. What else we got? Like those are console. Onsato. I don't even know what is new either. Oh, it's gonna be hard to keep track of what is new and what is old as well. So it's gonna be kind of a everything tomorrow. Whatever is related, I guess we'll do. Like CD, gutsu. Bando, console, onsato. Again, mata? Mata might be new. Yeah, it's so hard to know what is new and what isn't. Okay. Okay, alright. Electronics? Oh, this one's fine. Mouse, keyboard, cable, monitor, gaming, pasokon. Gaming no pasokon. Light, hikaru. For light up. There's oh, moto was kind of introduced here. The moto modifier. Why desu? Okay, that's fine. This one's okay. Denkiya. Transit plans. The most important thing in transit plans is the kara and made. So from somewhere to somewhere. Kara and made. I think that's the most important here. I don't know what else about transits though. Anjobi. Oh, and they threw in a random family related thing. Hitoko. Super going from somewhere. There's also tochudo, right? Tochu. expressing time, like how long it takes more finely, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know what. None of this is new. Holy, I don't know. And then what was past tense verbs? I mean deshita, you learned deshita, but what do we do? Oh, ginza, chiba, peanuts, kabuki, e. Art museum is actually old. Tsui, zokukan is this one. Yeah. I don't even know. Like, was Taiko in this? No, Taiko was. Boy, I'm gonna have to do some extra stuff. So let's review quickly here. Okay. Skill instanto, mainichi, no hito, right? Person short. Okay. Majime na. 10 kai. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, we encountered 10 kai. 10 kai. Office. Okay, imano, so current. Yeah, we got nagai, ringo, vitamin, usuri, tissue, mask. Ichinichi ju, right? Yeah, mado, noto, netsu, no naka de. Oh, arashi. It didn't pick up arashi. Nanimo, didn't pick up nanimo at all as well. Inku, keyholder, magneto, gift shop. And then we have yagi, usagi, benchy. Didn't you get benchy? Yeah. Benki, like benchy ni. Actually, yeah, benchy ni sawarimasu. Smoothie, saru ue ori. We didn't get an ashi. Okay, gogatsu. I mean, no, sorry, no, itsuka, it's fine. Shumatsu, anda akachan, kamo. Nainen. Nainen. Yakisoba. Jiko. Mochi. Honshu. Okay. Hi guys. So now we're going into. Okay. Alright. Okay, softball. Ishokan. Risotto. Mini golf. Sheesh. Nanichikan. Lobster. Gohan. Hamburger. Une. Mizuki. Shima. Nishikuchi. Watashitachi. Naka as an inside. Taksan no the other way. Okay. Mina. Oh, I'm gonna forget this. I'm gonna forget shosetsu. Shosetsu tomorrow. Banana. Blanket. Ima. Nemui. Chizu. Dang. Oh my god. Oh. You know, we didn't get a Jitensha. This is Jitensha goes with Kuruma. Yeah, there it is, Kuruma. And then oh man, Yugata. That might slip my mind. Maini before, sure. Hatachi didn't actually come up. They used just a year. Sai. Like express something with sai. At that time. Okay, yoka. Sure, yoka. Sangatsu. Nigatsu. Snowball. Right, snowball. There's also skato, ski. Right. And ichikatsu. Oh, and that's satsumaimo. That's the seasonal kind of thing. Or into seasons, yoru. Right. Yoru, suika, sakura. Saku is the predicate, right? Shigatsu, kondo, which is next time. Hasen. Oh, I forgot about scarf. Oh no, mafuda. There's no way I'm gonna remember mafuda. Miki, tonari, paka. Purple. Murasaki. It did show up. And then boroboro, we also have kirakira and fuwafua. Right? Jinzu. In this section, the clothing section, it had menzu and erisu as well. Seta. Enpitsu. Kuki. And then we have fuben, which is opposite of bendi. And here's the campus stuff. So now we're in the campus stuff. So ginko and I don't know if I'm gonna remember post office. Yuben kyoku. Yuben kyoku. Wait. Yuben kyoku.
Yubin kyoku.
Oops, Ben. Yubin kyoku.
Yubin kyoku.
Yubin kyoku. Oh, right. Stagia.
Stadium.
Stagiamu. Sensei, Ki, Koko. Forgot about Koko. Inaka. Rekishi, Daigaku Pen. Higashikuchi. Soto. I think we're still in the section. Yeah. Soto. Stagey. Wait a minute. No, I think we're good. Oh, no, we're not. This is still Soto, stagey. We're in the band stuff. Stagey, yeah. Mannaka, artisto. Then konya. Then we're in the electronic stuff, right? Wireless, cable, keyboard. There's mouse. Mouse. Oh, they introduced like current, bigger unit. Ichiman, manita. Then we had, right, mae. Okay. Kyo. It's kyo? No. Yeah, and it's just kyo. No, I think this is the cutoff. Mae. No, is it the cutoff? No, it's not. Is it? No, it's not. It keeps going. It's still going. Oh. The college life thing had all the utensils. All the utensil stuff. Osara, knifeu. Yeah. I don't know why omocha is in there, but denkia, headphone, dokbyaku, kapu, foku, 100 yen shopu. Man. And then this is dochude on the way. Oh, this is like plans. Fried chicken. En ie zo tai. Daishu suizokukan. Chiba kino. Crepe. Hajimete. Hajimete Senshu. Sengetsu. This keeps going. Kyonen. Kyonen Kabuki. I'm pretty sure this cuts off right here. It's Kabuki. Tosto Cheku out. It's like the last section on section 2. Oh my goodness. I forgot how long these sections. I forgot how many words. It's okay. It's fine. So many words. All right, folks. There you have it. Tomorrow, I was gonna do the I was gonna try to do the review tomorrow, but tomorrow is Monday for me. It's Getsuyobi for me. So tomorrow is Neverwinter Day. So we'll have a reset, do our half day on Neverwinter, and then try to spend half the day reviewing a little bit. Have a shorter session. I think we're gonna go through like kanji. Remind ourselves of all the kanji. That's gonna be tough. I think just doing the kanji alone is let's close up to where we are. I'm still gonna do all the kanji for the review. I don't know how long that's gonna take. It's not that many more, right? Yeah. So we'll review and try to think of all the things from section 3 and on. And then day 104 is the day we're gonna spend the whole day talking about the last 25 days. More than 25 days. Yeah, this is a longer period. It's like 27 days. Okay. I don't think this is necessary though. I honestly think a lot of the words that we're practicing, it's gonna be by the wayside. It will likely fall by the wayside to some extent, but it's perfectly all right. You expect this to some extent, right? You need to expose the word and then see if the word is useful. You got to know what words you don't know, and it could be a pleasant surprise to remember, like, oh yeah, that's the word, or oh yeah, that's kind of what's making it really fun at this point. It's like, oh, I forgot about this word, oh, I forgot about that word. And to me, that's a reminder that you at least know you forgot, as opposed to, oh, I've never heard this word before. But at the same time, that's also exciting, right? So, all right, folks, that's a wrap. I really need to find some time to get a little bit extra rest. Okay, guys. What was the message I was? There was a message today we were talking about. Oh yeah. Gabriel asked. Oh, historians. Right, historians about recording. What did I make it about though? Oh, facts and interpretation. Yeah, we were talking about facts and interpretation. That was a pretty nice one. I'm gonna get some heat for that probably, but that's okay. I think I'm ready for it. All right, folks, as always, let's leave with a final message, or like a take-home message from that. I think most people are very, very hyper focused. The product of the internet has made it so that the internet likes to tell you what you want to see, right? And oftentimes there's a lot of potential left on the table to entertain things that you might not know. I think it's fantastic. It might be negative to accept that you don't know everything, right? But at the same time, it also offers some catharsis and perspective on it, being willing to be okay with being in a state of not knowing everything. Yeah, I know there's fear, insecurity, and uncertainty regarding things that you need to know about, like how much am I getting paid in the next year? Those things, yeah, I get it. However, in the scope of things, there are always time to engage in things without expertise and priorities and stuff. And that's kind of what I was talking about in terms of the whole facts things, in the scope of the facts things. I think the internet has given us the luxury of being well informed pretty much about everything. You know, anything you want to look for, not necessarily everything you don't know to look for, or you don't want to look for, or no one wants you to look for them. So oftentimes I think that is the state of the internet right now. That is the default setting for most people. When you try to do something, you have to be well informed. And I totally get that. Before the internet, I felt that way all the time. Like, where do I get the best teachers? Where do I get the best advice? Right? All that stuff. And it was still hard. It was much harder then. And now it might seem like it's easier. But I think, in my opinion, that there's a time for it. And there's a time to not worry about it. And the things you love to do, and when you want to love someone else, or when you want to be compassionate or exercise compassion, it's not found through facts, in my opinion. It really is not. It's found through trust and experience. So if you do, in my opinion, if you spend so much time collecting information, you spend even less time collecting experiences. Experiences create noise and introduce beauty to otherwise very exacting type of outcome, right? Like, if you're into the hyper data mining and stuff, you pave your own outcome, in my opinion. Honestly, sometimes it gets to the point it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, if one might think of it that way. If you believe that the thing you research will get you to where you are, there's a chance it does. Is it the best? Is it better? Does it make you happier? Sometimes that's not even relevant to someone who's incredibly data driven, right? If it meets your expectations, then it's satisfactory. And however, I feel like in that sense, yeah, if you need to do it, that's great. However, it does create colorlessness, right? Oh yeah, now you get to do this. What next? Oh, well, you do the next thing, and then the next thing. As opposed to sharing experiences with other people, with things you love, right? Things that you don't want it to be expected. I think the wonderful phrase that's how I introduced was, if you know everything, then you don't learn anything, right? You're not motivated to learn anything if you know everything. And that lies in the lack of experience. And what I mean by that is, if you start to believe and research that you know everything, then you're not going to want to do anything, because why learn? You don't have anything to learn from doing it. It is the paradox. But knowing is very different from experiencing. But it would be a very, very tough ask for someone who think they know everything. I think knowing is not as rich as doing the thing. So many times when I say, oh yeah, someone's gonna say, oh, I really love this game, you should play this game. And the first thought is like, all right, I already know what happens in the game and I already know how I'm gonna react to it. Then you don't do it, right? And what does that do? Well, first of all, it saves you time. It saves you time. Objectively speaking, if that's your prerogative, it's your prerogative. But you also lose the opportunity to interact with another person. So these are the compromises. When you're doing something, you're opening opportunities for practicing skills and things that you cannot potentially get from knowing. So when someone says like, oh yeah, I'm really well studied, I got all this input, and then you don't do anything, you don't use anything, you don't output anything, you don't experience anything on that, it's like that, then yeah, it might provide satisfactory for knowing and doing the thing, but who are you doing it for? Yourself? For others? What is it? Right? Are you doing it because someone tells you is the best? Like, well, all right. That is useful when you're being pragmatic. I honestly think the things that you are indifferent, like you're not very motivated to be good at something, or finding the most efficient way is fantastic. But the things you love, like, do it as slow as you want. Do it whichever way you want. That's kind of the idea, right? But the real point today, that was yesterday's point. Today's point is more about the idea that when there's a whole firestorm of information out there, there are facts and data available. However, most data and facts nowadays are interpreted. So in order to corroborate and kind of find your interpretation of it, it requires lots of interpretation. So before you take anything as fact, in my opinion, it's also worth noting that it's possibly not even feasible to be factual about anything nowadays. Data is revealed if you collect the data. Like, facts are revealed when you collect the data. So what is the most reliable source of data to confirm your interpretations of all the interpreted data online, right? When you watch an influencer say, oh yeah, this is your hack to becoming the most focused person in the world, or the most focused version of you, that's still an interpretation of whatever the data is, if you can even find the data, right? These are proprietary things. So the way you can personally collect data is by doing the thing. So that's where the experience comes from. So yes, there are things that you can possibly predict based on other people's advice, most certainly. But sometimes it's really not that fun when you talk yourself out of everything, right? Like, when you read data, do you even think it's fun that that's happening? A lot of times, knowing data, knowing what to expect, knowing what's going to happen, it's kind of like spoiling something, right? I don't necessarily think I find it any less interesting because I find something else to be interested about. But we're not even talking about that. So, know enough. What was that saying I said before? Know enough to answer the question, is it worth doing? But don't know so much that it prevents you from doing it in the first place. And for me, you don't feel regretful or concerned about where you're going, because I know that whatever I'm doing, I enjoy it, right? So perhaps I would love to hear more from people in the future. I really do. That romantic picture I painted, where in another 5 or 10 years, my future self is gonna come back, record himself, and say, "Wow, the internet has changed quite a lot. Now, people work and do internet stuff when they need to do work, and then when it's time to relax on the internet, there's a place where you appropriately work on the internet, and then there's a place where you appropriately relax and do what you love on the internet. At the moment, those two things are often the same thing. Whatever is happening now, in my opinion, is convincing most people to treat everything they want to see, confirm everything they believe, and then making it into a reality in which they have to obligatorily abide by. So like, to be successful in life, you have to turn your hobby into something you're the master of, and you need to know everything about it, and then you have to always perform. Those are the things that I feel are driving people to treat everyone else like they know the facts, and it's become less and less compassionate, in my opinion. Like, it's a shield. Like, oh yeah, you know, I read 30 volumes of this textbook. That's the shield. So then you put up the shield and say, you're doing this all wrong. So now I'm allowed to tear you down and tell you what's what, because I am behind the shield of quote unquote facts. You know, things I know. Well, things you know doesn't mean things you've done, right? You haven't done them before. And that doesn't create a connection. So not only if you're questioning like, oh, is it worth it? Like, what are you going to do with that skill? Is it applicable to that skill? Well, if you know a lot of things and become an internet expert, strangely enough, you become less and less applicable to anyone being interested, right? You go around peddling something like, I know all of these volumes. Well, then you become more and more intimidating, in my opinion. People will approach you less and less because you start talking so distant, right? Hey, oh, I see. You're using this thing. Yeah, that's beneath me. Like, I execute jargon 1 through 100. So, good luck with that. And then walk away, right? Like, okay, well, you no longer have any relevance in people's lives. You don't connect with people anymore. You go around spitting facts as though that will elevate your credibility. That's honestly probably the opposite of how experts get credibility in the first place. They work, they have experience, they make sure that they stay grounded with how their experience is relevant to the people they're talking to. Being hyper-focused on knowing everything makes you less and less inclined to focus on actually seeing and interacting with the person in front of you. At least in my opinion. Or the language or something. Like, it's crazy when someone says, oh, I love the Japanese language, or I love Japanese culture, and then the first thing they say is, I watch anime to learn Japanese. Like, is that the thing you want to tell me? Like, do you watch anime because you like anime? Or are you watching anime because you're trying to learn the language only? Like, a lot of times it's very confusing. Like, if you want to learn language as a mechanic, that's perfectly right. All right. But I don't want to confuse it with someone who thinks that they love the culture and all they care about is their output frequency and how many vocabulary they turn over. That's a mechanic. That's numbers. That's objective. You know, like, how much is one word worth to you compared to how much is one word worth to me? I would exchange my knowledge for 10 words for a very singular important word. Like anime. Anime is a very important word for me. I would give up 10 words for that one word. How do you measure the worth? If your worth is based on how fast you acquire words, then I would be shocked if any of those words are very important to you. For me, I like to ask people, when they learn something, they go through the study, right? They study whatever, their 30 words for a day. My question to them is, what is your favorite word out of those 30 words? And tell me a story about some of those words. Because those words would be far more important than all the other words that you're using. Help me have a word between us that's common. That word will be far more valuable than a word that you learn because you learned it for the sake of learning, right? In my opinion. So Motown is fantastic. I can never forget the Mo article because of it. Although I did make a few Mo errors here. Anyways, that's a message that I wanted to say. Sometimes I want to emphasize, especially for a language learner. You're learning a language, right? To interact with people. I think if I'm way off base and you're only learning language to learn language, that's perfectly fine. As long as you're happy. I'm learning language to interact with other people. Not I'm learning language to only interact with Japanese people. Learning a language is filled with people who don't only speak Japanese. And learning a language isn't exclusive to people who want to speak natural Japanese. There are many variances of that. I prefer to connect with people. So strutting around saying how you did it a specific way without doing any other specific way, that's great. Now you only found out that I don't relate to you. So congrats. You only proved that you are different from me and therefore I can't talk to you. Right? Is your goal to be helpful to me or to tell me that you're different? My goal is to find a common ground. I'm trying to bridge feelings and I'm trying to create understanding. It's crazy how advice is used to prevent understanding. Like, oh, this is how you do it. Well, I do it this way. Okay, then why are we talking to each other? Like, you clearly don't want to listen to me. And I clearly have nothing I can relate to you because you're only sharing things that I don't do. Like people stop saying like, oh yeah, you know, I don't see you doing this. Why aren't you doing this? And the first thing you would say is like, well, yeah, you're right. I don't do that. End of discussion. Like, that's it. It's like, okay, well, you go do you, you know, and the discussion ends, right? To each their own, man, bruh. To each their own. You do you and I do me. It's like, all right. I hope that world you live in is filled with enough people that keeps you happy, because that's a very lonely world if you go around and deliberately look for what you're doing that the other person isn't, as opposed to looking for how to add to someone and to, you know, to give someone something so you can be part of their world, and then they would naturally want to give back to be part. So weird. And I hope the internet changes in the future. Like, what I mean is, it's not everyone on the internet. There are plenty of communities out there. I think they're in the minority that are trying to collectively encourage each other and try to find connections, not trying to make themselves exclusively different. If you go around saying you're the best, then if you're the best, then no one can relate to you. I'm just saying. If you truly are the best and you can sustain that and live alone on top of the mountain, it's a really, really lonely top. Ask yourself, how lonely do you want to be? In my opinion. Alright? There you go. Find memories to share. Participate in experiences you want to participate in. And go out there, in my opinion, and make new memories, right? Make memories with people. It sounds a little bit narcissistic, but if you have trouble making memories with other people, start by trying to make memories of your own memories, right? Maybe your family or family member, a close friend. Start there. Life is pretty transcendent when you're not alone or when you don't feel alone. I think those who believe they know everything and those who think they're very unique may be okay with being lonely all the time, but at some point, if you want to not be lonely or like want to feel isolated, then it can be very difficult to suddenly engage in like being agreeable or being inviting. Like you make a comment, it's like, dude, bruh, I don't understand you. It's like, good. Then if you don't understand me, then we can't connect. It's fine. So what's your point? Do you want someone to recognize you? Do you want someone to say you're important? Well, you have to first actually actually connect with the person. It's establishing rapport. I can honestly tell you, I've been sold things where people's like, oh yeah, you need this in your life. It's like, do I know you? It's almost like spam calling, really. Like, you know how you get a telemarketer and they call you and say, act today to learn Japanese in 3 months. And then you read your video comments, it's like, oh, you can do this in 3 months or 2 months, even flat, if you follow X, Y, and Z's process. I've done it myself, and it's that's spam calling. You haven't even established rapport with anyone, and you have an opportunity to. I'm not saying I'm going to become famous or something like that. In fact, I don't even think that. But I would give you the time of day, at least, in my opinion. I'll try to give you the time of day. If at least have the respect to not play by the numbers. By the time you play by the numbers, that person will probably treat you like dirt too, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is, if you're going and you're trying to be a sycophant and trying to like push your career or something, and you're trying to network with people who's already successful, that's usually not how that works. You establish rapport based on people who are working with you. So, when you're building a career, you trust people and you work with them. And over those periods of experience, you obtain credibility. Taking people's work, regurgitating people's work, is a way of demonstrating, in my opinion, it becomes very obvious to the people who are actually doing the thing. They realize that sometimes they have no idea what they're talking about. I'm sure you guys will know. Like, you spend 5 years learning Japanese and someone comes up, is like, I learned Japanese in 30 days. Like, okay. All right. Go on. I learned Japanese completely different from you, and you did nothing like the thing I did, because this is totally new, innovative, and no one has ever done this. I was able to learn Japanese, speak Japanese with zero output. Like, yeah, all right. Then I can't talk to you because I spend over 50% of my time doing output. So what do we talk about? It's like, well, let me tell you how to do it right. I'm like, I'm not undoing 100 days. Like, I love this stuff. Like, why are you telling me to give up something I love to do? Like, that's a little weird. I mean, for someone who's learning language and knowing that maybe language sounds weird and language doesn't sound weird, you have a really weird way of communicating to someone. Lack of emotional intelligence, maybe. That kind of thing. And I'm asking for emotional intelligence, personally. That's a really small bottom line. I'm not asking for like professional $1 million things. What the advice that people give, it sounds like they're like the solution to a problem I don't have, right? Establish if the person has a problem. in my opinion, you'll go a long way. At least that's what I want to leave off on. Data is fantastic. Okay? It requires interpretation to make the data useful. So ask yourself, how are you using that data? I think most of the time I like to believe I'm trying to use data to connect with people, not to exclude people. Right? Let's not reinvent the wheel. If you had that data, probably a lot of other people have the same data because you didn't collect it on your own. The people who have proprietary data are the people who have edges because you don't have access to that data. So, where do you get that data? Your own experience. What do I share? My data. Here it is. This is the data. Do you not like it? Fair enough. At least now you know. What is it like to spend 102 days on Duolingo? There you go. I'll try my best to summarize it. But I certainly wouldn't continue doing something I don't like. It's kind of a weird paradox thing where someone's like, oh, but you're going to not like it. I'm like, okay, well, when I am going not to like it, I'll stop. Right? Are you telling me that I'm so stupid that I would do something? Is that how you want to establish this? You're saying that I'm too stupid to realize that I'm wasting my time. Hey, just a food for thought. When you go and tell someone how they're going to feel, a recipe for disaster. It's what we call gaslighting. When you try to help someone, I believe the first step does not typically include gaslighting, right? Internet is really good at gaslighting. You can gaslight yourself. It is possible. How do you gaslight yourself? You have a hypothesis. You go on the internet and you search for everything that confirms your hypotheses. And that's it. That's convincing yourself something is true without understanding what you don't know and what other possibilities are. Confirmation bias is a form of self-gaslighting, in my opinion. You can convince yourself you can know everything if you exclude all the things that you don't know. And I think that's kind of being addressed now. It's kind of being addressed now. We'll see how AI and all that stuff comes to play. I have hopes for the future. That's just a funny little digression at the end. Alright, folks. Use your noggins, right? Learn language. Get her done from yesterday. And, man, find something. Find something that's not even dependent on data. Find something where you're making the data. Be like the romantic scientists of before. Discover what you think of something. It's always I think there is room for most people's heart to discover something without having the chains and baggage of objectivity. Artwork, right? Artwork, music, language learning, making silly jokes. I don't know. There's so many things you can do. The world is filled with things. You can even inspire yourself off of the very things. So find that inspiration. I think language learning is fantastic. Whatever I do next, it's probably going to be fantastic. Because it's not like I'm doing this as a job, right? At least not yet. Alright, folks. Until next time, half day tomorrow. Neverwinter, or a half day Duolingo thing tomorrow. It'll be a full day, but I'll be doing Neverwinter, and then hopefully preparing for 104, and then day 104, 2 days from now, it's gonna be gigantic. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I think it might actually take 10 hours. We'll see. It's gonna be a really long session, but hey, I look forward to it. All right, until next time, guys. Stay safe, stay healthy. Get inspired, right? Get inspired. Do something on a whim, but safely, please. And then tell me about it. Until next time. また明日。じゃあね。